then basically you will have a lot of changes in terms of your year-end accumulation of margin or revenue. Not revenue, but more accumulation of margin. So predictive analysis will be playing a very key role, especially in our domain. And for doing that, basically, I don't see any other better opportunity apart from AI. But for that, we have basically phased out our rollout plan in couple of phases. The first phase is the most exhaustive phase, which will be basically data management. And we are going to have someone with an experience of the data scientist profile. His job is basically to accumulate and basically systemize the data, because if we don't have the foundation properly in the phase one, ultimately the output of the AI will be rather more disturbing and disruptive in a negative way rather than yielding a positive result in the overall process. So we are in a transformation and in a journey, and let's see, Harshal, how it goes.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. I think those are very valuable insights. And in continuation with that, actually, AI offers CMOs and their teams the ability to understand their customers very wisely. And it is also helping in order to confidently create very targeted, personalized campaigns that will resonate with their buyer journey, actually. And as you mentioned, I think it also have the predictive customer service element into it, and which is generating growth for the CCOs, actually. So today, a machine can understand what stories to tell, right? In fact, what emotions to convey, and how to combine them into a message that will systematically drive the impact across every channel out there as a customer touch point. So in fact, if you ask Alexa in near future, that what is the nearby location to party near intercontinental city, you shouldn't be surprised that she will, tell us that, yes, if you have 3,000 dirhams out there. Those kind of, advancements are already happening in technology, and Amazon's Alexa is also, one of the excellent example of how integral AI has become in our daily lives. Correct? A lot of the CEOs, they prefer, asking Alexa about their daily calendar out there. So 71% people prefer the voice search to a platform query over a traditional typing. I don't type anything. I usually do the voice, and then emails have been typed using a voice command. So additionally, 62% of the consumers are willing to use AI for their better buying experiences. And my question to you, Amish, is slightly on this particular side, that when customers are ready to adopt AI technology, because as a customer we have adopted AI, what's stopping B2B companies to adopt it in their business? According to you, what's stopping businesses not to invest in AI? And do you think there is any hesitation in order to have this adoption, or how can we overcome this particular fear?
Right. So, Harshal, I would start with that, it's all about change, right? We are, as a B2B marketer, we are so much in our comfort zone doing traditional marketing. I mean, we are very much comfortable with what we are doing, right? So getting that change into the organization, that's the biggest challenge. But that's something we talked about yesterday already, right? So now what I want to focus is on that, how can we, excite CEOs or CXOs for that matter to bring that change, to adopt AI into the business. If I have to put myself in your shoe, then I would think that as a CEO, what would excite me to invest my dollar in AI, right? And the answer is very simple. As a CEO, if someone asks me that, you give me $100, then I will ask, okay, I will give you $100, but what in return I will get, right? What is the ROI of my $100? Will you be able to generate $10,000 out of this $100? Then I'm happy to invest, right? So that's the critical thing when, you need to drive CXOs to invest that much amount in AI, because AI is not a normal, software or anything which you use for a B2C marketing, right? When it comes to a B2B. I would like to give an example over here, how we did it, right? So the company for which I work, I'm working, Markets and Markets, we have built an AI tool on a backbone of the decade-long research, which helps, to get an insights on the blind spots and revenue growth opportunities. So one of our client was a VP of a technology company, and he started losing a couple of deals. And he was driving 80 sales rep in North America. So it is a very, revenue-driven question for me. I mean, it is a very big pain point for him. So we invited him that, why don't you try our AI tool? So his first question was that, I don't mind spending, but what is the ROI? Will your tool help me to close the deals which I'm, getting lost every day? Will it solve my problem? So we said then, this tool will not only solve your problem, it will help you to generate additional ROI. So he said, okay, let me try it out first. Let me take a demo. So we said, okay, you can have a demo. And he took a demo and then he got onboarded. And this tool helps them identify that, the deals which were going to his competitors were mostly, pitching about sustainability, because most of the growth areas of their clients is around sustainability. So then on top of that tool, the human resource came into the play and they identified a dollar value opportunity for that growth opportunities, right? So sustainability, how the sustainability campaign will going to drive a dollar value for their clients. So now suddenly if you look at this, suddenly the pitch of that technology company is changed from a solution to the dollar value. Now they are no more talking about what we can offer to you. Now they are saying that, okay, we will give you this much dollar of revenue growth. And suddenly, at the end of the 3 months, they were able to generate 3 new buying spots in their existing accounts. And not only they close the existing deal, but they generate a new 120 million of pipe in only just in 3 months. That's the power of VI we are talking about. So I mean, yeah, the bottom line is very clear. The moment you show the dollar value to what you are investing, the CEOs, CXOs, anybody is on board. So that's my one-line answer that, the moment you show the dollar value, you can drive your CEOs to invest in AI.
So I think in addition to ROI, I think one more question in alignment with this actually. So as an owner, I think, before investing, what owner should ask before investing in AI? What are some of the questions that you recommend? Quick questions.
So I will ask 2 very important questions. The very first question is that, will it solve my customer's pain point? Right? For example, yesterday only we talked about it in one of the QAs. That, if you just want to implement chatbot because every other business is doing, please don't do it, right? It will increase the pain point of your customers. They will, beg for speak to a human representative rather than a bot, right? If it's only helping your customers to make the user journey very easy, very convenient, and only implement it. So the very first question, is it solving my client's problem, my customer's journey? Secondly, how much it is going to ease my team's problem, right? Because I'm not the person who is going to use it. It's my team who is going to use it. And if it's adding a burden on them, implementing it, it is not going to be successful at all. So yeah, that's right.
Yeah, thank you, Amish. So I think in addition to this, I think AI is also critical for marketers in some other ways. Like, we can, automate and integrate entire data and the processes, as you mentioned, and it will also align with the external events. When I say external event, it will have intelligence to enable a very faster and real-time decision making, because for actionable intelligence for organizations will play a very big role out there. And on the similar lines, I think, Syed, you belong to a different industry, which is a supply chain, right? And I think a lot of the supply chain companies have been, getting into a lot of use cases of AI out there.
Correct.
So, according to you, what are some of the best use cases that can be applied to the sales or customer acquisition as per your experience?
Correct. So, one of the very difficult part of B2B and on high scale industries is basically to create proper lead generation. Because once you create a lead, and if you can really tap in, then it will give you a sustainable and substantial business and margin, and ultimately revenue, and then ultimately if you can tap in profit, then you will get some margin. So and most of the cases, the traditional way is basically through relationship and interpersonal communications and engagement. So again, the top executives or the head of the sales or head of the B2B, if they are being equipped with additional information through AI, then basically he's equipped with more information and he can really know that how his personalized marketing efforts can be, catered to go for more success in terms of closure of the deal. And that is one. So again, it comes to the concept of what my panelist is saying, personalization, opportunity goes with that. The second one is, again, as I said, that it's a very, each ticket is very big in number. So if you have additional information, that will help you to get out of your cloud in some of the areas, then ultimately that will help you in, I would say, in better decision making or more confident decision making, because being a marketeer, with whatever amount of information you have or not, you always have to live with a bit of a guts, correct? So if you have more information, intelligence being backed up by you, you have more confidence to go for a better decision making from the existing status quo. The third one, I would say, in terms of sales generation or lead generation, is basically that if you have an opportunity to integrate AI, basically, you will also have an ability, increased ability to monitor your social media as well. So what are the leads and what are the probable leads can be coming through the different windows of social media. Now, there are tons of social media, right? And each marketeer is using their different type of media basis, whichever is more applicable or useful or relevant to them. So through AI, basically, you can monitor and you can basically, from there, you can basically be more, I would say, intelligent in finding out what the media is basically giving the feedback to you. So AI can be another very important tool on that side. In terms of the barrier, I would say, or the impediments that management or the owner side or the CXOs will figure out to implement AI, I think one of the thing is very first question will come about the ROI, that I will spend $100, and if it doesn't yield or give me the return on the investment, then why I would go and challenge my status quo. One point I think in some of the cases are a little bit of missing is about a little bit on the HR side, more on the ethical side, because there is a preconception about technology that the more implementation of technology basically will, wipe out the job and the scope and the, more of an reduction in the manning side. So that sometimes for some of the management is becoming a question mark, that whether they should, go for that kind of actions. So ultimately, if they don't get the proper output from the AI, but at the same time they ended up losing people. So it's a kind of a cross section where sometimes the owners or the CXOs live in. And another, I think, important, it's more on the apprehension side, is that they must need to have the proper expertise, be it within the company or be it being taken from outside. But integration with the existing process, which process, let's say, for last 30 years within the company, and integration with that process with the AI is very important. Otherwise, both the output will live in two islands and basically further complicate the mindset of the management. So these are some management level, I think, impediments or more on the apprehension side, which AI through its journey for the B2B is experiencing. That's why I think B2C is where the penetration is very fast, whereas in B2B, I think it is more going on a moderate speed.
Absolutely. I think in alignment with you, for your point, Syed, I have very tricky question for you, Leela. So I think as you are working in B2B as well as B2C side, so what's worse is, the real tangible and practical, benefits of AI in B2B marketing capacity are stubbornly obscure actually. So there is a lot to talk about AI and their use cases and, potential to transform the B2B, enable faster results, robust results. But still, besides that, there is often unsubstantiated claims of, bandwagon jumping vendors or actual evidence of this remains very fragmented at best. So as a result, what is happening is, B2C is always, powering up more than B2B. So my question to you is, do you think that this hype surrounding AI in marketing is being matched by reality? And with regards to B2B and B2C, do you think that, B2C is still ahead in terms of understanding and deployment of AI? If so, how and why? And what B2B companies needs to do more in order to, overpower this?
Yeah, man, it's a tricky question. So, in terms of answering this, right? B2C and B2B, people think that they're two different things, and obviously B2B is only selling for businesses. But at the end of the day, we're only dealing with human beings, right? We just have to, as Amish pointed out earlier, we just have to show the return of investment actually using any AI, right? Yeah, but the hype surrounding AI, especially in B2B, is, in my opinion, it's kind of overrated in terms of few tools, because it's very easy to actually fool an end user. I can just say everything AI, right? I can just say our software uses AI algorithm. But a technically savvy person can actually go out and use a tool, and he can actually say whether it's actual AI or some normal scripting or a normal bot that's actually happening. So there are a lot of AI tools in the market. They just claim that they will write your own ad copies. They say that they do this, they do that, right? I'll give you a pretty good example. I use a lot of tools, right? I get to use a lot of tools. Even before they release, founders reach out to me and they give initial previews. I'm a beta user of a couple of tools and everything else. And they claim to be having AI in their tools. But when I use them and see the results, right, they are not exactly AI. Like there's a lot of GPT-3 tools. GPT-3 is a new algorithm by OpenAI, backed by Elon Musk, where it will actually can write English text for us or any language text. It will generate and it will write for us, right? So there are a lot of GPT-3 tools like Peppertype.ai, Copy.ai, and Jasper and everything else, where you can just give a one-liner and it'll give you a para of about that. But there are a lot of copycat tools like this, where it claims to actually write AI, but at the end of the day, what it does is that it will have a few templates like, hi, first name, your profile is really impressive, I thought of reaching you out. Hi, first name, I'm impressed by your profile, thought of reaching you out. You know, there'll be a couple of 3 to 4 templates, and when you just input your CSV file, it will just replace the variable over there and splits out a normal text. And people like this claim to be AI tools, but if you just go around and see 10 different results, you'll actually know whether it's AI or just a templated version of, fake AI. So you have to be really careful in terms of choosing whether it's AI or not, because AI is easily thrown around, especially in these days, because no one knows what an AI is. Right? Google search is an algorithm. It also has an AI element to it, but it's not an AI in itself. Right? So everything is AI these days. You have to be really, really careful what exactly is AI, what exactly is not AI. There is automation, there is AI, and there's normal algorithms. Right? So people mix up all these things, and especially if you're actually trying to buy any AI tool, go ahead and see what kind of AI does it use, and is it actually AI or not.
Thank you so much, Leela. So I think let's get to a reality. I want to do a quick check with audience. Yesterday, one of the panelists have asked the question that how many are B2B and how many are B2C. Surprisingly, 60% people, more than 60%, I guess, were from B2B. So my question to you guys, if you can raise hand, how many of you are using AI or automation in some or other way in your business lines? So see, I think if we calculate, there are hardly 4 people who are using the AI. So my question is a little controversial one, guys. So we need to, come to a common ground that we are marketer, right? And we have our own KPIs. Our role is very clear. We want to generate the leads and close the business out there. And it is very high pressure and result oriented job. Why we should care about implementing AI?
Again, going back to the same point, the thing is that AI, if done right, can save us a lot of time and effort. time in terms of if something is taking 15 minutes, I can do that in 10 seconds. And something, if I want 2 people to do a particular task, maybe one person can handle 4 people's task, right? To actually give you an example, right? In my agency, for I alone, or I can have a resource alone, and that resource alone can actually, from end to end, can automate and manage 4 different clients' emailing campaigns. And everything is automated, right? If I onboard you as a customer for email campaigns, right, the entire setup is done in 1 week, and from the second week, everything is running on automation. We just have to monitor and see. The only thing that we have to do is monitoring. So traditionally, in traditional agencies, every client will have at least one dedicated resource, or at least one resource will be looking after maximum two emailing clients, right, or 2 other clients in terms of lead generation or emails or any other service. But here, a single resource can actually handle 4 different clients' email marketing and 3 different clients' LinkedIn lead generation, whatever it is. The setup time only takes maybe 1 or 2 days. Once you actually set it up, everything is just monitoring. So that's where it will save you a lot of time. And also, the thing is that these are pretty expensive tools if you see on the face of it, right? $300 a month, $400 a month. But when you compare it to the resource, right, you're paying at least $600, $700 or $1,000 to a resource. But just imagine if you're paying $400 a month for a tool, it is replacing you the cost of 3 resources with $3,000. It actually makes more sense to get a tool and have one resource handling multiple clients than having multiple resources having, doing the traditional method. So it's all about the time savings and the effort that is involved in the tool. And also saying so, before you actually go ahead and do these kind of things, I would suggest you to try the tool for at least 3 months. And if it's actually making a difference, then try to actually replace your existing tools. The process I particularly follow is that I never experiment the tools on a new client. I'll be running my own test campaigns and everything else. I'll be using the tool for at least a month or 2. And if it makes sense, if it's working fine, then I'll be including that into my own workflow and everything else.
Right. So Harshal, I would say there are 2 aspects to it, right? One aspect, as Leela said very truly, that it helps to optimize the time and efforts, right? As a result, you save a lot of, cost factor over there. So, for example, what I do is I use Google AdWords, right? So I use conversion optimization option which Google offers to me. So instead of every day and every night going and changing the bids, right, and making sure that identifying new keywords, adding negative keywords, all that is being taken care automatically by the Google, and it will give me a lead at the cost which I wanted, right? So what better option I could have, right? So I use such kind of AI tools to optimize cost and effort. The other side of is that business intelligence, right? So there are a few factors which normally as a human, it is very difficult to get at intelligence, right? For example, there is a tool called SparkToro, right? It's a tool by Rand Fishkin, which is well known in digital marketing industry. Now that tool, what that tool does is that it identifies which accounts your customers are following. What are they talking on which different social media, right? Which kind of hashtags they are using, which kind of websites they are visiting. Now that kind of intelligence as a human resource, you will not be able to do it, right? True. Similarly, as a take an example of markets and markets MI intelligence tool, right? It will give you a growth opportunity in 10 new sectors for your business, which you normally don't find it, because you don't know what is going to impact your customers and their customers, right? So for example, EV is coming, right? But what is happening in the battery market, right? How is their revenue is changing? That will impact the manufacturers of the battery and ultimately the manufacturers of the electric vehicles, right? So if you get an insight that what is changing the battery manufacturers market, you can easily predict how it is going to impact as an EV manufacturer for your company. So this kind of business impact as a human, it is very difficult to find. So I would say, yeah, there are 2 aspects to implementing AI.
Absolutely. You have any comments, Syed?
Yeah, I think in terms of market here, my head of marketing, he has his own marketing KPI. My sales head has their own marketing KPI. The traditional conflict between sales and marketing that is always there. Finance head has their own KPI. But when you become a CEO, basically one KPI you really cannot get run away with, which is basically the bottom line KPI, right? So, as Leelaji was saying about operational efficiency, avoiding replications, making things fast track in the daily operations, team to move on a more speedy way, sometimes reducing headcount. If you spend $400 a month, you can really don't need to deploy 3 people for $7,000-8,000 US. So I think it basically depends on the type of business and where your optimization verticals are levered. For example, if you are a hugely manning-driven company with too many people, for example, then your lever is skewed towards that. When you are having a company like us where manpower is less, but we are still few $100 million company in terms of transaction, then your approach from the management is something different. You need to take care of the big levers rather than you put your concentration on the other parts. So as I have said to you, Harshal, that we have initially we have developed a roadmap for AI implementation, and big trading companies who are who are having revenue of some $1 billion like Cargill, they have already implemented it. So we have basically what I would say is prioritize that what the aspects of the business we want to start with AI. But at the same time, on the board level, we have also decided that whatever the model developed through AI, we are not going to let alone AI to take the decision. So as Leelaji has clearly mentioned, that we will be having AI, once it is developed, it will go through calibration, we will have it in parallel, and at the same time, we will observe that how the calibration with the existing system happens. But if you ask me, basis the dependency of the business, we will be working on a model which will be integrated with NLP. The reason is that we have identified, I have given the task to my marketing head, that what is my biggest pain point? Because of my background as a marketeer, the journey of a marketeer starts with pain point, right? That we got a pain point and then, we started thinking 24/7 how to solve the pain point. This is how the innovation is done through marketeers. Now, I have seen in this particular domain that our pain point in terms of meeting the KPI of a CEO is basically to grow through the margin, to drive the margin, right? And the margin, the biggest critical moment is how you are dealing with the negotiation management, right? So how your AI will be basically handling and helping you during the negotiation. So for that, you need to have a club of different metrics of data set. And a lot of data set will be basically driven from the NLP side. Because you need to have a proper estimation of what is happening on the other side of the table. And which does not only limited with, the supply chain data, but you also need to understand about his NLP data. And basis that, you will be getting a bit of an aid in terms of where to move on and where to stop in your negotiation skill. And by doing that, you can have a hope or aspiration that your current practice of deal closure or negotiation management might be getting more help through the involvement or inclusion of AI with the traditional system. So there are other priority tasks we will be also having in the AI. But if you ask me with my particular domain, I would say this is the biggest pain point, being the bottom line as the main KPI for CEO. Along with, of course, in organization you have tons of KPI, but bottom line is something we cannot really run away. Whatever the global recession, whatever the turmoils or COVID something. So again, hoping for a very interesting journey with AI. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. So I think we are almost done with the time. So in a nutshell, there are a few use cases that the seasoned speakers have brought in. So the first use case, is for merging online and offline data. That is one of the use case of B2B AI. Second one is driving the next best offers in real time through AI. The third one is taking a customer segmentation to a next level using the AI. Then using the predictive lead and behavior scoring, as you mentioned, is also one of the point out there. Another point is, doing a very powerful programmatic advertisement through engineering is also one of the areas which is taking up a good shape. And then delivering relevant experiences on every channel in a very personalized, customized way. And mapping all those campaign performances, measuring them and optimizing them is also one of the very relevant use case of AI that is coming into a play. So would love to open up for a question. We have a few minutes and then maybe I would love to hand over Ima.
Do you guys have any questions on the floor right now? Anyone want to ask anything? Would you like to come up to the microphone here and tell us who you are and what your question is, please? That'd be great. And if we can make this super quick, that would be great. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Is this on, guys? You might have to just turn it on. There's a switch there. Okay, yeah, no, it's on.
Okay, my name is Pooja. My question is pretty simple. We've talked about the advantages and how AI can help us. But the basic question lies is AI can create mass unemployment. So what's your take on that? What will happen to the human jobs then? That's the simple question that I have.
So simply to answer your question, right? This question arises every time there's a drastical shift in technology, right? So the same question arises when cars are started to take over, especially. Before cars, there were horse carriages, right? We can have the same question, what happens to all the horsemen and everything else, right? But eventually we got cars and the car mechanics and engineers, automotive engineers are actually increased. The same thing happens over here. Once AI takes over, like it doesn't take over in terms of that, but once we actually start adopting AI, right, then we'll be having more data science jobs, more AI engineers, and more creative and more technologically challenging jobs.
Point out the fact that you said the job that can be done by 4 people, AI can do it in 10 seconds, and we do not need those 4 people. So mostly AI is going to affect the lower wage people. Okay, those who are less educated. Because when automation, artificial intelligence come in, people like who are in the top level are not that much affected than the lower level. And especially when a country like India, with massive population, and you have we still have that poverty line. We haven't crossed that. So we have very less educated people, and employment issues are still there. And if AI, you bring in AI as well, then it's like a very different scenario then.
Yeah, I completely get your point. But AI is not replacing everything as of now, and at the same time,
in future, it's going to.
Yeah, exactly. In future, right?
Yes.
So people, see, I'll tell you, 50 years or 100 years ago, even no one can actually repair a car if it's broken down the roadside, because it's a pretty new technology. At that point of time, all the lower economic people were having horses or cattle in this kind of stuff. But right now, even a normal mechanic is kind of, a normal mechanic can also fix a car if it's broke down at the side of the road. The same job, which was 50 years ago really high-end, only an automotive engineer can do, now even a roadside mechanic can do. Can you see the shift in the, upskilling? The same job, that's how it will actually apply for AI also. Once AI comes over and everyone is actually doing AI and this stuff, there's so many other jobs that AI can't do yet. People can do that, or else they will actually upskill themselves. It's all about what is the current trend that is happening and what are the upskilling that actually is required, right? So it's the same thing you can say on everything.
And I think just to bridge the gap between both of you, I think there are some elements which AI will never replace. I still hate talking to the bots on the bank sites which are there. I still hate talking when I receive the automated calls where someone else is replacing name. My name is Harshal and they pronounce it Hashiro. It doesn't make sense actually. So I think there are some of the elements which AI will not be able to replace, and the human element will be always required in some or other way.
I think you guys are going to have to fight about this during the lunch hour. So thanks,
Thank you
Pooja,
so much.
for your question. So thank you so much to our panelists. Great discussion on that. Thank you so much. Amazing stuff. And we've got a wonderful keynote for you next. Our next session is going to be on Defeat the Status Quo, Marketing for Tomorrow's World. People today prefer tailored experiences that speak directly to their needs and interests at any given time instead of being marketed to them. The secret to success in the future will be to challenge the established quo by bidding goodbye to conventional marketing strategies. And to do this, you must incorporate personalization, automation, and predictive analytics into your daily strategy. And this session is by Samina Chowdhury, and will help you to learn how to do it in real time. So Samina, if you would like to come up to the stage, please. She's a top agent partner and luxury home marketing agent at Keller Williams Lissido Agency and our Marketing 2.0 conference gold sponsor. Samina, would you like to come up to the stage, please? Thank you so much. Do you want a podium or a handheld?
Hello everyone. How's everyone doing? I am coming to you with a different angle. I see most of you here work. There you go. Yeah, and hold it about here. Okay. I see most of you here, you are from marketing, and I'm in sales. So basically, I'm like a customer to most of you, basically. And I'm going to show you my angle working in sales, how I used marketing to promote myself. I have been fortunate in my career to achieve success that most agents are striving for. I'm in real estate, and today I'm going to tell you how I did it. Now, more importantly, I want you to know that this is something that anyone in sales can do. I did not create any genius program, nor am I uniquely special. Anybody can adapt to what I did in sales through marketing. I just figured out my authentic self, who am I, where I came from, and that allowed me to work differently and do business differently. Defeating the status quo. What we have what we've been doing is traditional way of marketing, and slowly, if we don't get out of it, our businesses are going to get obsolete in 10 years. So that is my topic, defeating the status quo. Instead of maintaining the status quo and getting obsolete, we're going to defeat the status quo, build new empire, and this is an empire that anybody can build in their business. Now, breaking the status quo, doing things differently, not only gave me a chance to be the #1 agent in my team, but I'm the #1 agent in a team in Keller Williams being in 160 countries in the world, and I'm a top agent in the #1 Keller Williams team in the world. So, a little bit about myself, where I come from. I am an immigrant that moved to the US about 30 years ago. I went and moved to the US with a dream. I'm originally, my maternal side is from India. I was born in India, raised in Bangladesh. My father is from Bangladesh. And I speak 5 languages. Urdu, Hindi, Bengali, Arabic, and I went to an English medium school, so I speak English as well. In fact, you know, when I was growing up, our principal used to say that anybody asks you if you speak English, let them know you speak the Queen's English. So what sets me apart? As a top producer, I have been able to be featured in Forbes, Baltimore Real Producers magazine. Being in Maryland, the most prominent city there is Baltimore, and Baltimore Real Producers magazine had me as a cover story with 6 pages article inside. Then Yahoo, and then Top 100 magazine, and eventually I got to speak. Just recently my TEDx talk came out, and I was featured for my branding in the New York Weekly magazine. Bob Lucido team is a team which is driven by integrity, knowledge, and results. A little bit about my path. I came to the US, I went to the US around 30 years ago. Like I said, I had a dream to make it big. And I came from a family where my father is a prominent figure back home in Bangladesh. And for me, it was very important that I build my own name in a country where nobody really cares who my father is. And I wanted people to know me and achieve something on my own without being overshadowed by my father's name. And the only way I did that is by working differently. When I got into real estate, Maryland is a state where 12,000 agents are there. And my first question to myself was, there are 12,000 agents. Why would anybody want to work with me? What makes me unique? And that's when I started brainstorming and thinking, okay, I'm an immigrant, a first-generation immigrant, and I represent a lot of different category of crowd. First of all, first-generation immigrant. Secondly, new to the US, who's uprooted her culture and heritage and moved to a new country. Women empowerment, serving the women community. So all these went through my head. And that's when I decided that what makes me unique is that I take people's culture and heritage and fit it into today's American homes. That is what makes me unique. I can tell a first-generation immigrant that what you just left back home, you don't have to sacrifice that. I'm going to make you see how to get your American dream, but not sacrificing your culture and heritage. So I started marketing and eventually got to my real estate success. As you can see, I worked with Keller Williams for the last 20 years and received quite a few accolades. One of the most prominent ones is the Millionaire Award, Agent Medal. It is the highest medal that Keller Williams gives to any individual agent working in real estate for Keller Williams. And to achieve that, I had to not only continuously refine my skills, but also the fact that Keller Williams has this mantra that top agents in the company has to teach. And that itself started building my confidence, that I realized that yes, what I'm doing, I am good at it. And let me keep taking it to the next level by refining my skills. So what is the status quo? It's traditional marketing, print ads, postcards, newsletters. They have slow growth period, slow results. It gives you slow results. And in most cases, I started to think that what does it get me? When I receive postcards, and I'm telling you from a consumer's perspective, I get a lot of mail. And I don't know about any one of you, but me, when I bring my mail, I'm right in front of the trash can. And I'm like, okay, trash, 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 trash. Most of the time, these postcards don't even get seen because there's so many of them, so many magazines and everything that, they just don't get seen. So what stops that from happening? One traditional marketing that still I see will move to the next stage, which will still get into where we are breaking the status quo, is handwritten notes. You have to picture this. Somebody is having a bad day at work. He comes home, he's checking his mail. He's going through the mail and then stops, like, oh, handwritten mail. He opens the mail, and sometimes it's just even a one-liner. I was just thinking about you. Hope you had a great day. That person probably had a bad day, but that note touched his soul. So that only that traditional marketing, I feel, will stay and move to the future. Others will slowly slide by. And you have to understand the fact that this person, whoever wrote that note, wrote the note, put it in an envelope, walked to the mailbox, put it in the mailbox. That is the effort they made. And this stays with that person, that he took the time where everybody is busy nowadays. That person took the time to write me a note and touched that person's soul. I write 5 notes a day, irrespective of who I met. I write 5 notes a day, and it's become a habit now that I get calls now because people appreciate a conversation probably I had over the phone, and I close it with a handwritten note. They appreciate that the conversation I had, I listened, and I wrote a note to that topic, and I sent it to that person. That person will remember. So that will stay in going to the next level of marketing and breaking the status quo. So marketing for tomorrow's world. I'm going to take you part by part in what I did differently to market to tomorrow's world. And I went from 20 million in volume sales, 20 million in sales to 50 million in sales in a course of 2 years. Although keep in mind, I've been in business for 20 years. But in 2 years, I broke that status quo and move to the next level with strategic planning. Number one is press. Now, most people will say, oh, I don't have time. I don't have time to call the press and talk to the press and tell them my pitch that I'm so-and-so. Let me have an opportunity to write an article for you or get interviewed to write an article in a newspaper or a magazine. But I say you're wrong in that aspect. Press can take you to a level where people will change their perspective when it comes to marketing. I'll give you an example. I was vice president for our county Muslim council for 7 years. I built a network, a database who I marketed to sell houses. And a few people came, used my services, and I sold houses to them. But I wanted to move to a level of regular sales to luxury marketing. So one of my mentors, I was talking to him, and he asked me, this was in 2020. He asked me, Samina, how many houses did you sell this year? And mind you, 2020, this is bang in between COVID, okay? I said, I sold 50 houses this year. And his reaction was, you sold 50 houses? I said, yes. He again asks me, you sold 50 houses? I said, yes. And he's like, why are you here? Asking me what to do. I said, because I'd rather sell 30 houses and make money like I sold 80. So help me get to that level. And the advice he gave me was, he first asked me, what defines luxury in your market? And I said, as soon as you go to 800,000 or more, that defines luxury. So then he said, fine, you're going to use the power of social media to tell these people that you're a luxury agent. And what he told me was, I will sell the 200,000 houses, 300,000, $600,000 houses, but every time I break the barrier and sell a house which falls into the luxury category, he told me, shout it off the mountains. What does he mean by shout it off the mountains? What he meant was, put it in Instagram, put it in Facebook. I just sold this, just sold this. So I'm constantly changing people's perspective. Am I selling a $400,000 house? Absolutely I am. Am I selling a 200? Absolutely I am. But I'm not putting that in Facebook or Instagram. I'm putting only the houses that I sold in the luxury category and shouting it off the mountains. Lo and behold, this database that I gathered, that niche marketing that I gathered 7 years ago, they started calling me. Oh, you sold that $1 million house? Come sell mine. Oh, you did this? You're a part of our community, come sell. This year, the amount of $1 million plus houses I've sold, I've not sold in 20 years. The power of press. What I did last year was, I gathered a list of 30 magazines and newspapers that write about real estate or something to do with real estate. And what I started doing is I started pitching to them. But before I pitched to them, what I did was I created a press kit. Now, most of you will say, what is a press kit? A press kit is a small brochure digital or print, that I can send to a journalist or somebody who's a podcast host and tell them that, look, this is who I am. This is, this is what I've earned in my career. And if you have any topic that you want me to talk about, I'm here to get interviewed or talk about it when it comes to real estate or my market. I did a few podcasts. Some people were wowed by my resume. I did a few podcasts. They liked it. And then I was called to a few seminars to go and speak. But nothing really happened in print. But all of a sudden, this January, I got Forbes. What did I do with Forbes? I leveraged press with press to get more press. I leveraged this press to get more press. All those people I contacted, now I put this in my press kit, updated my press kit, and I said, hey, remember me when I was telling you that I can talk about real estate? Well, somebody beat you to it. Forbes did. Do I still stand a chance in your press after Forbes? And that's when I got Top 100 magazine and Yahoo. I got Silicon Valley Review magazine, Baltimore Real Producers magazine. All these magazines started evolving and coming and starting to write about my unique journey, where I showed them that how I use my authentic self and marketed myself to my niche community. Next is community engagement. Community engagement, what I did was, I thought, how do I get my face and connect it with my name? Because what was happening, a lot of people in my industry said, oh, I know Samina Chaudhry, but they didn't know this face. How do I get this face to connect with Samina Chaudhry, the name? So I started doing community events. Food drives. I went and to the local mosque, and I said, let's do a food drive. Let me bring the food to the mosque, and let the mosque collect it and take it to the local food bank and donate it in the name of the community. So when I was gathering the food from different families, that, I'm doing this, the community started seeing my face and connecting the name with the face. That this is a person who's giving back to the community. We need to help this person stay in business. So I started doing food drives. One of my colleagues that I recently hired in my Samina Sales team, she's new to the business. I've been there, I've built my database, but she has not, she's just started to do that. I asked her the question, how many houses are there in your neighborhood? And she said about 300. So I said, okay, great, 300 families know you. And she said, no, maybe 3 or 4 families know me. I'm like, what? Now let's start thinking, how can those 300 families start to know who their local in the neighborhood real estate agent is? Let's start to strategize that. When we sell a house, we use a title company to do the settlement for us. I picked up the phone, called the title company. I said, listen, I do a lot of business with you. I bring all my settlements to you. When I make money, I make sure you make money too. would you collaborate with me and let's do an ice cream social in this community of 300 homes? They paid for the ice cream truck and the ice cream. I bought the ice cream truck right in front of my colleague's house. Called the whole community and said, hey, school opened last week. The kids are back to school. Let's get these kids to have some fun over the weekend. Get them to come and have some ice cream. About 60 families came that day within the neighborhood. Came, had ice cream at the title company's expense, got to know us as the local real estate agents, and signed up for my newsletter, the e-newsletter. So now I have them in my database, and the others who couldn't make it still got to know how wonderful the event was. About 10, 20 more joined later, the e-newsletter. That was another event. Local churches and mosques. You know, these churches and mosques, they are every year trying to raise money to do events and stuff. What I did with them is I said, look, here's a check. Thank you for coming to me, and I'm happy to contribute, but this is only a small amount. Let me teach you how to get a bigger amount in future. What I told them was, if you market me in the community, through the churches, through the mosques, every family that buys a house or sells a house through me I will donate $1,000 to the church or the mosque. That started picking up. Then there is happy hours in the US. People love after work, they go to the happy hour, they drink, they relax. I started doing first-time home buyer seminars, teaching new people how they should stop renting, because the rent that they're putting, they'd rather buy and gain equity and take tax deduction. Gave them the value of buying houses. So that happens now on a monthly basis. So these are community events we did. Then came B2B business relationships. Bob Lucido team, the team I work in, I have a team under a team, the Samina Sells team, under the Bob Lucido team of Keller Williams Lucido Agency. We are one of being the top Keller Williams team in the world. Gary Keller of Keller Williams allowed us to expand slowly through US and then globally. So wherever I go, what I do is I build a relationship with an agent. So where normally an agent, in my case, if somebody asked, where do you practice? Any normal agent would say, I sell houses in Maryland. What I tell people is I'm a global agent. When the internet and the marketing through internet is making the world smaller, why not we also leverage that and say we are a global agent? On average, now, the Bob Lucido team, we are in 26 US states, just the team. We are growing. We are in 2 states in Canada. I have a relationship here in Dubai with Farouk. And I'm constantly giving referrals to agents all over the world. Last week, I gave a referral in Portugal. 2 weeks before that, I sent a referral to UK. So telling your database that, you know, go tell your family and friends that your agent can find them a top-notch agent anywhere in the world. Anywhere. And so they come back to ask, to find an agent. So that got me leverage B2B relationships. Even with vendors, what I do is, if you think about my business, for example, I am in real estate sales. What are the vendors attached to real estate? I came up with a list of 70 vendors, actually. But just to name a few: plumber, roofer, electrician, architect, gardener, landscape architect, interior designer. The list goes on, okay? What I did was, I made an Excel spreadsheet, and I started putting names of vendors from each of those categories in an Excel spreadsheet. Then what I started doing was, I started to take these people to lunch. Like, let's go have lunch with me, or have breakfast with me, or have coffee with me. Let's talk about your business. Now keep in mind, I never told them what I do. I focused on their business. So if you are a plumber, and I've taken you out to coffee, and I'm telling you, Mr. Plumber, what can I do to get you more business? What are your areas? If I wanted to market you to my database and get you more business, would that make you happy? Now, after throwing my services and my ideas at him, at some point this person will be like, my God, you're doing so much for me, what can I do for you? And keep in mind, a typical seller will first start fixing their houses before they put it in the market. So now my vendors call me and say, so-and-so is getting ready to put their house in the market. They're looking for a realtor, I put your name. Yeah. Yeah, so 90% of my business actually now is referral based, word of mouth. I'm treasurer for our county Women's Council of Realtors. Again, I was selected to be in the board. Something I thought, okay, more community work, fine. If that gets me more networking with other agents. So now other agents, when I'm writing an offer on their property, they actually receive the offer and say, wow, we were waiting to work with you. We finally probably get to work with you because you've sent us an offer. So I've already built the reputation and the networking with these agents before I even send them an offer from my client. Public speaking. That's next. Build an omni-channel approach to marketing strategy. Harness the concept of being the star of your market. You know, through this public speaking, I get to go to different places. Now Keller Williams sends me to different states when they're having a mastermind summit or a Keller Williams family reunion or a mega agent camp. I'm one of the speakers at these events. They are benefiting from my knowledge and skills, but what I'm benefiting is networking with other agents. Other agents seeing me speak at a platform, they know I'm from Maryland. If you're an agent in California and you've heard me speak, I will be the first person you'll think of when you're sending a referral to Maryland. So leveraging public speaking to grow the network, because keep in mind, your network is your net worth. When you speak like a leader, you become a thought leader, and you start doing things like a thought leader. It changes your perspective eventually. Another advantage of public speaking. advertising. I not only advertise on social media, but then there is the newsletters, there's the print media like magazines or digital ad. These magazines nowadays, they have the digital version also. So I try to leverage all that with my advertising. And mind you, we were just talking about AI with some of you, and AI is going to be incredible, in my opinion, when we are going to target market through social media to people who are, like if I'm selling a $2 million house, is it going to help me to target $200,000, $300,000 house people? No, it's not going to help me. I'm going to try to see who's making at least $500,000 in income to be able to afford a $2 million house. So target marketing, using artificial intelligence to see who are searching in that area, in that price range, and target market them. Most agents don't know this. But this is, I feel that the marketing dollar we spend, that is a better way to leverage and really go to the people who actually will act on it. Why waste the money on people who can't afford a $2 million house? So breaking the status quo, it was created to be broken. And we go to the marketing in tomorrow's world with the digital marketing, the press, and using community services to get more in front of people, face to face, belly to belly, talking to people, growing our network through that, giving back to the community through charities, and building a brand, not just a local brand, but a global brand. Showing people that just because I live in Maryland doesn't mean that I cannot get you an agent or a house anywhere in the world. Growing a global brand. Thinking outside the box, getting more creative. That is the path to tomorrow's marketing. I'm going to share a video which I created for my niche community. I call it my heroes video. And the topic of the video is, I found my American dream, let's find yours. As a minority and first-generation immigrant, I've always been passionate about helping people from different cultures see how their heritage and lifestyle can seamlessly coexist in America. I stop at nothing to provide my clients with a better life while still maintaining the culture and community that serves as their identity. I have dedicated my career to breaking the status quo and working differently. From my client concierge to our in-house architect, my bespoke level of service to my clients is unmatched. After all, my culture prides itself on hospitality and community. It's in my nature and is non-negotiable for my clients. As the co-founder of Women for Empowerment, a non-profit empowering underserved women globally, and a proud member of the Muslim Council in Maryland, I have been a voice of change and advocate for all. Whatever your next step in life is, I'm here to help you harness your authenticity and begin that next chapter. I found my American dream, let's find yours. So this is the time when I ask everyone what questions you have for me.
Do we have any questions for you guys? I think you pretty much said it all, Samina. I'll tell you what, I hope you do some acting and presenting because you look fabulous on camera. I mean, really, really. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do a personal brand video. It really is. That is the benchmark of how you do that. Fantastic. Thank you for sharing your wonderful success story. Samina Chowdhury, everybody. Fantastic, brilliant stuff. Truly an inspiration, and honestly, that is really how you do a video. I've seen some in my time, and that is really how you do it. It's good stuff. Thank you, Samina. Thank you so much. And on to our next session, which is a fireside chat, and it's an interactive session on the topic of creating self-sustainable YouTube channels. This topic is intriguing because a lot of people said kind of YouTube was struggling in the light of, obviously we have Instagram, Instagram Reels, Instagram videos, TikTok, and all the rest of it, and other channels up and coming. So join me in welcoming Denise Shiwani, founder and CEO of Hashtag, and Aditya Diwan, founder and creative director at Madhouse Media, to help establish YouTubers and newbies to survive and thrive on the channel. Please welcome them up to the stage.
Hello. Greetings from me, and I wish you a lovely morning. Still your morning, yeah.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm sure a lot of you must remember me. My name is Aditya Diwan. I am from India, and I run a creative boutique called Madhouse Media. So that's my introduction, sir.
So I am Danish Shivani. I am the founder and CEO of a company called Hashtag. Hashtag is a YouTube MCN. We're also into the business of influencer marketing. At the same time, now we're also into digital productions of our own. We own and operate and manage hundreds of YouTube channels arising out of Pakistan and Southeast Asia region. And we're now a regional company, if not global. And we offer a vast array of services from a complete YouTube management, protection, monetization, and increasing the outreach to other platforms to leveraging YouTube. Thank you.
So, I mean, we'll straight away get to the point. So, sir, I wanted to ask you, what is your definition of a self-sustainable YouTube channel?
So it is a very important concept that one needs to understand. Self-sustainability, my definition of self-sustainability is how you create YouTube channels and content that pays your own bills and your work bills too, and is not dependent upon brand or brand integration for that matter.
So, I mean, you just mentioned a point saying it's not dependent on brand integration. Do you think it's important for creators out there nowadays to have a dependency on brands or?
So I'll tell you, as one of the gentlemen said, everything starts with a pain point, and we also have some pain points historically. Because we were a YouTube management house and also now owning some of our own content on YouTube too, there is a natural temptation of integrating with brands or collaborating with the brands. This is where some quick and big money is. However, it doesn't happen that easily because one, you have to prove that you're good enough, you have the audience, you have the numbers, and it should be kind of a talk of the town in some respect. So yes, although a lot of people wish that the brand comes on board, however, through my own experiences of operating a lot of YouTube channels, we believe that you must be self-sustainable in the first place to give you the confidence and leverage over brands. And obviously, once you're successful enough and you have the confidence that you actually are not dependent upon brands, this is where the doors to brands usually open, and this is how life has been, yeah.
I mean, see, to add to that, I feel as a YouTube creator, if you have a lot of dependency on brand, the biggest problem for me for every brand is that you have a restriction of a target group, right? Now I'll give you an example of Red Bull. Now Red Bull is a company which deals into bunch of activity sports. It's got skating, it's got ice skating, it's got racing. Name an adventure sport and Red Bull is into that. So as a result, it's a very vast audience Red Bull has to get it to its channel. And not everybody will land to a one channel for skating, racing and everything. So as a result, it has to divide its channels. So I feel as creators, if you have a lot of brand dependency, a lot of times you cannot get, as brands, you cannot get every creator to your channel, right? And to reframe my line, I'll say, as creators, if you feel a brand should collaborate with you, understand if that brand goes with your target audience as well, right?
Very true. Of course, every brand is different and every brand's strategy is different and their target audience is different too. However, as you said that you gave an example of Red Bull. Red Bull to me is in the business or is in the brand sphere of excitement, energy, adventure, risk-taking, and pushing things to a level where perhaps no one would be able to get easily. So if I were to define Red Bull's strategy, they're into the business and content of creating thrill, adventure, and lots of buzz and excitement and fun. So we all have to understand the category in the first place. The category is such that I just defined. And then it becomes easier for brands or the content creators to understand each other and create content or collaborations accordingly. So it's challenging, but it's not difficult once you understand what the brand stands for and what the creator stands for. And there are creators who are doing food videos, and then there are creators who are doing hunting videos or sports videos. So it is distinguishable.
That gets me to the second question with your line. Now, people say that YouTube gives you an advantage of a diverse audience. Do you think there's a formula to a diverse audience?
So there are multiple factors to it. Number one, when you're creating a content, keep in mind a few factors. Number one factor is try and ensure that your content is appealing to a larger audience across the canvas. For example, I'll give you an example coming out of Pakistan. There are many channels that produce drama serials or soaps for that matter. And since luckily, India and Pakistan obviously being one country at one point in time, there are a lot of similarities and understanding of the language. For example, Hindi and Urdu has a lot of similarity. So Pakistani dramas actually are consumed in tremendous amount of quantity in India, in Bangladesh, in certain cases in Nepal too, and then the expat community, which is interlinked in India and Pakistan, in US, Canada, UK, Europe, Germany, Belgium, and so many other countries. So you see, a drama created for a country, for a TV channel now has very limited boundaries. It is going across continents. It is appealing to a very large audience that understands the language. So for example, if you are able to create content in language which is understood by a larger audience, that is a big leverage. Secondly, then there are channels who do not have any language for that matter at all. For example, there are channels of Primitive Wild. They're not saying anything, but they're just, cutting words, catching the fish, and doing so many other things without saying or uttering a single word. So this is what this is what the beauty is. Create content which is appealing to a larger audience, has a larger interest space, or without language at all, and travels across the world. Yeah.
So, sir, as far as content is concerned, right, a lot of times you see creators struggling with the concept of high production value, right? A lot of times people affiliate YouTube videos to be something they'll have to invest a lot of money into. Something the production value has to be high, or else people are not going to like my video. Do you think for individual creators, it's important for them to have a high production value, or they should be the natural self?
So, not at all. First things first, it is not even a very relevant question anymore, not your question, but the question of high value, because now you have mobile phones, and mobile phones are upgrading every time. And the quality of the video that you can produce, even from the back camera or the front camera, is pretty acceptable. You can shoot 4K videos, if not 1080 HD, HD quality videos too, in horizontal or landscape. So you have to create content that is appealing, that is coming from your heart and has a lot of meaning and purpose for the audience or the viewers who are going to follow you or going to watch your videos. So it is, please don't make it a roadblock to yourself that we need a big camera, a big team, a high production director, a production team and director and this and that. One device has completely shifted the trend and has given you or empowered the entire globe for that matter. So wherever you are, even the cave, in the mountains, in the jungles, in your bedroom, in your washroom, wherever you are, you can create content of the choice of yours. But you have to ensure that it's coming from your heart and it is appealing to the people. And so much so, just to support the argument, there's so many vloggers now who are now showing their personal lives. I'll give you an example of it. Even though it's not on an individual level, Shahid Afridi, have you heard about Shahid Afridi, one of the ex-cricketers of Pakistan? How many of you have you heard about him? Yeah, so he's a friend of mine. We run his YouTube channel too. And the first video we shot of him was his house tour. And people were so interested in knowing that how does Shahid Afridi's house look like? How does he eat? What are the settings? Does he eat on the floor? What are the guest arrangements? Does he have a pool? How does his wardrobe look like? And this was one piece of content that has more than 10 million views till date on YouTube, subhanAllah. So it's amazing. And on the individual level, there are so many content creators who are doing absolutely nothing. They have very limited edit abilities, yet they put on their phone, they lose anything, something happens to their wife, anything, they lose their shoe, whatever comes to their mind, they pick up a phone, open the camera, go live or just record it, and basic edits which are now available on the phone, and they're able to produce. And there are so many vloggers who are making millions and millions of views and millions of dollars a year. So yeah, there are no limitations or barriers for that matter.
I mean, to add to your statement, there's a line which we say, right? Content is king.
Content,
so I mean, if your production value is low enough, that does not matter. You have to have good content for the people to listen.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I wouldn't say that it should be very low power where you're not visible, the light is not proper or the sound is not proper. That is not acceptable, of course. I'll just give you an example that one of our cricketing channels called God Behind, they do that show from their own houses. We've been doing the show on Zoom and StreamYard even before people heard about it pre-pandemic. So we were doing that, a completely self-sustainable channel, earning thousands of dollars a month, especially in the peak seasons like India-Pakistan seasons or India season or Pakistan season, because again, as I said, we talk generally about the cricket of the region and in the world at large. And there's absolutely zero cost to it. Obviously, when I say zero cost, as far as producer is concerned, they're sitting at their house, we access them. However, the edit portion, the thumbnailing portion, the optimization, monetization, and so many other things that are involved in a YouTube, obviously is been done by us, has a cost. However, since we operate a lot of channels with multitasking teams, then it becomes very sustainable. So yeah.
I mean, so you talking about a lot of things about YouTube. So considering that, what is the importance? Because see, if I am an individual creator, a lot of times people think they can manage it themselves, right? So as for Instagram, you've got social media agencies to manage. For other platforms, you have agencies to manage. Do you think a lot of times creators need professional help for YouTube? And if they do, then why do they do that? Why do they need help?
So yes and no. There are first no one, because there are certain creators who are technically sound and have some creative sense too. So, and obviously if they're good content creators and are able to relate to the audience, or our audience can relate to them and are engaging enough on a daily or a weekly basis and can present them their content in a acceptable and presentable and relatable way, then fair enough. I think they should continue. And there are a lot of people who continue. We don't even touch them. We don't even approach them because they're already doing a good job. And since they're doing a good job, there's often a complacent approach, or complacency creeps in, whereby they think that we're doing a fine job, even though we still feel that it can be leveraged or enhanced more. However, more power to them. But certain content creators, and I'll give you an example of Ramesh Raja. How many of you know Ramesh Raja, the current chairman PCB? Yeah, he's also ex-test cricketer of Pakistan. One wonderful friend of mine now, more than business, it's now become personal friendship. You know, obviously you cannot expect a person like him or Shahid Afridi or Rashid Latifs of the world and so many other people to edit their own videos, to design their thumbnails, to come up with headlines. They can't do it. Obviously they're great at what they say and what they experience in terms of cricket and other games. However, it's not their job. They don't know it, and they shouldn't know it. It's not their headache. So there are certain creators who may not be good or think that better people can help them, then companies like us and so many other can help them professionally. And actually, it's a proven science that when professionals work on something, results are good. Yeah.
I mean, you just mentioned a word called thumbnail, right?
Yeah.
And that gets me to a very curious point. A lot of times people know how to make content, right? You will have creators out there who know what content they should make, but a lot of times they forget simple practices which they should do, right? So, I mean, the next part is, what do you think are the best practices? So I'll start with one practice which I feel is ignored a lot of times by creators, which is the importance of a thumbnail, right? Because I feel thumbnail is your first interaction of the audience with your content, number one. Number two being, I feel thumbnail is like the logo of your company. If your thumbnail is not attractive enough, people might not end up clicking on your video. So like one practice being thumbnail, what practices would you name?
So I'll just elaborate. We usually call thumbnail a custom imagery. And why we call it a custom imagery? Because it's not simple grab from a video and you put it and you put up a headline. I'll give you an example. We were just trying to help an entertainment channel who has their own content management system given by YouTube, and they have their own YouTube team. However, they approached us because of our legacy and experience and expertise. And apart from a lot of other factors, we observed that the thumbnails were very weak. It is the first interaction and perhaps the last interaction. If it's not attractive enough, you've lost an opportunity to be viewed. Remember, there are hundreds and thousands of videos being uploaded on YouTube and so many other platforms. Don't forget that. So you have less than a second to make a mark. That's about it. Note this one, less than a second. So what we did, that we created a custom imagery based on some theme. There was a drama series of theirs. It was a beautiful Turkish drama series being dubbed in Urdu. We call it content syndication. We just did not pick up one single grab. We ensured that we made a theme from different portions of those videos and gave it a sense. Now this is where design brilliance comes in. And this is where professionalism and creativity comes in. As much as YouTube or any other platform is a science, it is equally an art. So attention to details, the brain that God Almighty has given to all of us, and the heart, that all goes into creating a custom imagery that creates an image that might just enhance the probability of being clicked. This is one. Secondly, it's not the imagery alone. The headline or the title of the video should be catchy enough. I'll give you an example.
Description.
Yeah, I'll just give you an example. For example, because we have a lot of Indian friends out here too, and some other communities too. We often comment on Indian cricket. For example, now if Ishant Kishan just hit the fastest double 100 of ODI cricket, one approach was Ishant Kishan played well. That could be the headline. And the second option could be Ishant Kishan creates history, or Ishant blasts the fastest 200, and so on and so forth. There is a difference, isn't it? So the titles and the intensity, the energy, the relevance, the context of the title is also very important. And please note one more thing. The thumbnail and the title must resonate with each other. If it's not resonating with each other, then again, there is a probability that it might just not click. Third practice is that you must have hook shots. What do you mean by hook shots? It looks like a cricketing terminology. It's actually not. So only yesterday I was sharing an experience with Aditya that we've just syndicated a content, Turkish content that we've dubbed in Urdu. We've launched a new channel. And even though it is action-packed, high-energy war content, yet we made sure that we had 6 to 8 seconds of high-intensity, brilliant shots picked up at a fast pace as a hook shot. So because once somebody has clicked on your thumbnail, coming and bouncing out from your title and thumbnail, they must be engaged to continue to watch, because watch time remains the key, especially on YouTube, because the algorithms support the engagement and everything counts. So it's a beautiful ecosystem. So then there are certain practices. However, at the back end, there is science involved too. You must have proper tags. You cannot just guess it. Yes, your experience might help it, but you have to pay attention to the tags, the proper metadata, the descriptions, the hashtags that are trending too. You can actually go to Twitter, YouTube, and so many other platforms to actually confirm that these are on the trend. Yeah, and you can also create, slightly longer tags too. It's not only cricket, sports, this and that. It could be Ishan Kishan creates history, or Ishan Kishan double 100, or the fastest double 100 for that matter. So it doesn't necessarily need to be very brief or concise or one word that describes it. So continuously you need to, and of course then there's so many other factors. You can actually cross promote. If you're a network like us, you can cross promote. You have the leverage and capacity to cross promote one content on the other channel's video, or on another channel for that matter. Some community posts needs to be done, the stories needs to be done. So there's so many things that are involved that make the magical formula. Yeah.
I mean, there's a very small practice which I feel a lot of times people forget. I mean, see, we've known the technical terms, which is have good hashtags, have good descriptions, have good thumbnails. But a very small and a minor practice for me is read your comments.
Read
your comments of the video, because a lot of times at the end of the day, as a creator, you're creating videos for your audience. A lot of times the audience might leave some good feedback, and a lot of times I've seen creators just consistently posting and not, paying attention to what their audience is saying. Because I feel it's very important as creators for us to understand what our audience has as a feedback for us.
Brilliant point. Brilliant point actually. I'll again share an example. Long time ago when we started a business, like 5-6 years ago, we used to help a lot of content creators, the funny video makers, and so on and so forth. And we noticed that the comments were just going unnoticed. People were sharing so much love, and even who were sharing a little bit of hate actually had some interest in your content. Otherwise, they would not have left that content at all. So we thought that why are these content creators not even paying attention or kind of paying respect by responding to at least a few? You cannot respond to hundreds of people. I understand that, but actually it creates so much energy and involvement and relatability to the audience. They're coming, they're appreciating, they're watching you, they're showing love or a little bit of hate for that matter. Respond to them, listen to them, and actually, do you know what? I'll give you an example. There's so many occasions whereby you create content through one single-minded proposition, SMP. However, you're gathering thousands and hundreds of thousands of views and hundreds of comments. And those are the people who are actually your team, because they are actually sharing more ideas on what content to create and what they would like to watch. First-hand free research, first-hand. No science involved. You just have to be a little receptive and even maybe mold the content. For example, we encouraged a few content creators of our own to go live and talk to the fans. And we created a very beautiful segment again with Ramesh Bhai. And we, the session was called Ask Ramesh, because people were so curious about some of the topics that were going on, some match results, some performances, some future predictions from Pakistan and India. And our studios, the virtual studios, would be full, absolutely jam-packed. So much so that If there was an internet glitch at Ramesh Bhai's end, he would be kicked out of the studio, and we'll need to kick out so many people just to make sure that we bring him back. So such was the love from Pakistan, India, and Bangladeshi audience, and even Afghanistan audience too. And people were flocking into the channel chat, that is live video chat, from all parts of the world. So such is the power of interaction and giving respect and giving back to your audience. Yeah.
I mean, see, giving back to our audience, a lot of times people have this term related with YouTube called CTA, right? I remember this call to action term, as far as my career is concerned, whatever small amount I've worked in this industry, I've realized that the word CTA started from YouTube. Have a call to action, have a call to action. But a lot of times it's not clear for creators as to what should be the call to action for them. Should it land to a particular offer? Should it land to what? Because it's a very big confusion. A lot of times people don't understand what is the importance of it. Point number two being they don't understand what should they do with it.
Yeah. So we'll just engage you. What is your understanding of CTA or call to action? Feel free to interact with us, please. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone else would like to contribute? Yeah. Sorry? Yeah, perfect. Yeah. Absolutely, very correct. Anyone else would like to pitch in? Oh, yeah, it's done. So we've got the answer from the audience. Call to action could be many different things. For example, if you're in the middle of a video and if you want them to watch another video of yours, that's a form of engagement. The call to action in that matter would, on that moment would be, hey, don't forget to watch my next video. You point out towards your left top of the screen where you've placed a card strategically, and then you're encouraging them to take an action and go to that video too. And we often do if the topic is very interesting. And if you're selling something, call to action would be, hey, check out our e-commerce website, as the gentleman said over there and the lady over there. So call to action is very, very important, and people often are shy of not asking or prompting the audience to actually subscribe to their channel. Sometimes self-esteem or a little bit of hesitance or ego just doesn't allow you to. But there are certain cases in case of, again, Shahid Afridi or Ramesh Bhai, because they're the big icons of the world, they have never ever used call to action yet. Such is the charisma and personality and the knowledge and the legacy that people just keep on subscribing and not, press on the bell icon. However, it is highly recommended by YouTube that you must ensure that you're throwing in call to action. And call to action could be also tell us something in the comments, just like I asked you. That was my call to action on what I was trying to answer. Yeah.
I mean, see, we're talking about YouTube, and there's one point I think I cannot ignore is there is a comparison now being drawn between YouTube, Instagram, and a lot of other platforms. Because see, we've come to an age of Instagram Reels, wherein sadly we've got viewership limited down to 10 seconds. We've got people who will just limit their viewership to 10 seconds. What do you think? Because see, I'll put my point first. For me, YouTube is a platform. I remember having this discussion with you, and I remember this point which we started with was, YouTube is a place where you get the answers of what, hows, and whys. But do you think YouTube still, after the age of Instagram, holds its importance for people?
So actually, YouTube's importance has increased even more. Because although Instagram, TikTok, and some of the other Snapchat are doing a wonderful job in engaging people with, swipe up sort of content, vertical screen, content after content, content after content. However, you won't find the kind of content that you pointed out on perhaps any other platform other than YouTube. So one thing is for sure that it is very, very relevant, and it will remain relevant. However, yes, as you say in consumer goods that you share a pocket or whatever. So you have limited instances of what you're going to watch. So yes, there's definitely a lot more variety available, and that's where a lot of fragmentation is happening as far as content viewership is concerned. However, YouTube has now come up with a beautiful feature called Shorts. And from February onwards, across the globe, perhaps, you can actually monetize your YouTube Shorts too. And YouTube Shorts is just exploding in views. A video which could just get 100,000 views, if done properly and relatably, that same small piece of vertical video can fetch you 2.5 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million, even up to 20, 25 million views, depending on what you're creating and how you're creating it. So it is a very, very relevant platform, though yes, they are definitely feeling the heat, but they've come up with Shorts as an answer to it, yeah.
I mean, see, we've talked about people posting a lot of content. So that gets me to the third point of the discussion, which is, what is the importance of persistence and patience on YouTube? Because see, I've realized that while you're building a YouTube space, right, or a YouTube channel, you have to be very patient with your content. And there's this one beautiful line which I read, which I will quote, is YouTube is not a sprint, it's a marathon. But we are in the age of content being very fast paced. So what do you think is the importance of patience and persistence while you're building a YouTube space?
So same goes with life. You have to be patient and persistent, and you also have to be passionate about what you're doing. So yes, long-term is YouTube is a slightly longer-term game. However, it gives you opportunities to create shorter videos in the form of Shorts, or even the normal videos which are shorter, crisper, to the point, that appeals to a lot of audience. Yeah. However, instant success sometimes is difficult on YouTube, which again is an opportunity because you have to treat it as your daily life routine. Whatever you're doing, do it on a daily basis or on a consistent basis, depending upon of what kind of content you're creating. So yes, please be patient. The results will come. When I started off the company, my first earning as a company was $1. $1, that's it, 100 rupees. But actually I was so happy that, hey, it works. I've earned $1, which means I can earn $1 billion one day. And such is the beauty. So you have to be patient, but you also have to ensure that you're evolving, you're persistent enough, and you're giving the variety whilst to stay relevant. So yeah, you have to be slightly patient. It will give you results. Yeah.
But with patience, like, see, we've also discussed this point called consistency with YouTube, right? Do you think a lot of times creators or brands compromise on content quality for consistency?
Of course they do, depending upon who you are and what your values are. But the greed has definitely crept in. I won't name a few content creators out of my country. There was a brilliant content creators doing some roastings and this and that. However, now they've shifted to daily vlogging, and some of the vlogs do not even make sense. I mean, just for the sake of it, they would open up the mobile phone camera, make content which may not be very relevant. In the shorter term, it's paying off because they're making good money. However, I feel that if you're abusing the platform, and if you're overwhelming or overdoing it, then perhaps in the longer run you might just lose the audience. And it's just that you want to prolong your career, because one needs to understand it's a career, even for media companies like us, but also for individual creators. It's a career now. People have made fortunes out of it, so it is very, very important to not overdo things and do things which are actually relevant. Thank you.
I mean, just to close this discussion with one final statement, what would your advice be for a creator who's starting a YouTube channel, since you come with almost more than a decade of experience in this place? If you had to give an advice to a creator who's starting up their channel, what would your advice be to that creator?
First things first, don't just start a YouTube channel or any platform for that matter just because everybody else is doing it. If you really think that you can create value, you can offer something good and unique to your audience, you are creative enough, you're innovative enough, and you feel that you can actually be consistent and persistent, then I think there is a lot of chance that you can be successful. So it is very important for people to realize that yes, whilst this is a rewarding platform, but remember, hundreds of thousands of people try it, and a lot of them, just like startups or any new businesses, fail. It's just because they want to do it without any thought, without any planning, without any purpose. So all these ingredients are a must if you're if you want to taste success. Yeah.
I mean, to add to your points, I'll just say that, you know, if you want to create a YouTube space, work on your content first. Your content should be great, because I still remember when back in 2005 YouTube was started, the first tagline which YouTube came up with was broadcast yourself. Yeah. Right?
Correct.
And they believed that YouTube is a platform where you can build a personal brand for yourself.
Absolutely.
And it's important for us as content creators on YouTube to realize that we have to first work on our content, because a lot of times I've seen creators, just for the fact that they want to integrate an XYZ brand, might make a huge change in their script or their creativity to, you know, have that brand plug in between. But I feel that's something which you shouldn't do as creators. If your content is good enough, if you have good content, then there will be brands which will flow in if they have to. It's not advisable for you to, you know, compromise on your content or compromise on XYZ things to just have a brand integration plugin with you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is a very important point, very close to my heart too, because obviously we happen to work with brands too. However, sometimes the wish list of the brands is so unreasonable that it just looks like a news broadcast. And that's where it gets a little ugly, and that's where the disconnect is. And you would feel, and you would know that if content is well integrated with a brand in a subtle way, then the video does well. If it's a hard-hitting, hardcore sell kind of thing, the video reach just dies. People are just not interested in your content. And that's where the relationship of the content creator and the viewers also die or gets weak. So it's very important, if you're an individual creator or a company like us who are also into influencer marketing, to sometimes say no to a few things that may not go with your brand. And then there are certain creators who actually say no if it doesn't go well with their content. So it's a beautiful mix that you need to find out, yeah.
I mean, we'll leave it to the audience now, I guess.
Yeah, sure, pretty much.
Are there any questions you guys have?
Yeah, sure, please feel free.
Come up to the microphone and give you a question.
Yeah, hello. So I'm Haidir from Data Pilot. I'm from Pakistan. So picking up chunks from your conversation, first content is king, and then there's an exponential growth of short form content. So my question is around the fact that short form content is growing, but what about the content quality? Especially for countries like Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh, where we see that the content is pretty much around a viral theme or some limiting dance moves that goes on for like 2 weeks, and then there's a new trend. Whereas like if you look at the trends in the West, I mean, there's a lot of educational and informative content. But in countries like Pakistan, you know, in South Asia specifically, there's not much quality. So like, where do you see that going? Like, what's the future for that?
So one honest answer is that there is demand for that kind of content. So people want to watch that kind of content. So why compare apples to mangoes for that matter? Quality content will always be valuable. However, the world is shifting. We are experiencing a much younger viewers and audience across the globe. And they're a bit impatient too, and they want to achieve more in less time. So as I said, that that's also kind of content, even though it doesn't appeal to me, very frankly. However, that's a kind of the content, and then there's a huge viewership and audience available to it. And West is a different market altogether. However, just to answer you, if you check out the TikTok accounts of the West, it's difficult to even imagine that, you know, such kind of content being created. So it's a diverse world. It's a beautiful world. Different content creators, different people watching it. So that actually is diversity and the beauty of it. Yeah.
But I feel, to add to that, a lot of times you as individual creators have the choice to either follow the trend or make content which you feel is quality content, right? That, I guess, is the beauty of this platform, that you either have the chance to follow a trend or a dance move, or just keep focusing on the content you want to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, do you want to come up and ask your question? That's great. I mean, I guess it depends whether someone just wants to switch their brain off and have a laugh, or they actually want to learn something.
Yeah.
So you had a really good point about the CTAs, talking about call to actions. But I was wondering what your advice would be for specifics. For example, the placements of the CTAs, and also the size of the channel and what kind of CTAs they have. So for example, a CTA in the first 30% of the video is more useful than a CTA at the end, because more people are watching at the start. And then same with channels as well. Like a CTA to go to a digital website to sell a digital product for a channel who has 100K and who has 10K viewership per video is more useful for that channel than it is for a channel who has 100 subscribers who's growing. So I think there's a nuanced discussion to be had about CTAs and the placement of them and the types of channels that can use different CTAs. So what's your advice on the specifics of it?
So the good thing is that, you know, partial answer to your question was given by yourself, which is appreciable. You have the understanding. You have to involve science to it as well, because YouTube analytics are a brilliant source of knowing about your audience, like any other platform. So for example, if the average view duration of your video is about 5 minutes, you must ensure that, you know, the CTAs goes out before that. And initially, because we're one of the pioneers of integrations back 6 years back, so we always used to address this issue of the brands as well, that hey, but the audience leaves, and we would tell them that this is our average view duration and your integration will be done before that. Or for that matter, if you want to encourage another viewership or video view within your channel or any other channel, we'll make sure that, you know, it's done before that, or a small banner pops up before that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Venkat. I have sort of a little complicated question, but I'm just going to ask it anyway, right? So as a creator today, right, I mean, if you were a creator 2 years back, the amount of money that you were earning on, let's say, YouTube via, you know, AdSense, etc., that has obviously drastically come down, and there's a lot more pressure on the creator to sort of sustain this entire activity that they're doing, simply because, you know, there's no other source of income. How are you addressing this challenge, and what is it that you think the way forward is? And, you know, that's one, yeah.
So the answer to your complicated question, which is not complicated, very relevant question, is simple. One, I don't think the CPM or RPM rates are coming down. It's only coming down if you have a limited audience to a limited territory. As I gave an example of some of the dramas or our own cricket videos, that has a intercontinental or an interregional viewership, you have to aim to achieve an average RPM. For example, RPM, and again, the type of content that you're creating also you know, varies as far as RPMs are concerned. And the watch time, and if you're able to serve more ads, if it's an 8-minute video or longer. So you have to, as a creator or as a media company or YouTube management company like ours, we must find ways of appealing to a larger or broader audience that is scattered and present across multiple regions. And that's where you're going to gain better RPMs. So if you just confine to India, that again is a low RPM region, but the population is immense, enormous, gigantic. So obviously quantity and quality, you still you know, have an opportunity. So the answer is very simple. Just ensure that your content is such that is appealing to a larger canvas. Yeah.
But on that note, are you also looking at other revenue streams to basically, you know, let's say, amplify the type of outcomes that you're getting from monetization?
Yeah, so within YouTube, there are so many opportunities, like Super Chat is one. It's a premium way of earning revenue. And at the same time, you can also do merchandise, but I really don't know how best it does. For a few creators, it is doing wonders. But for regions like ours, where price sensitivity is extremely high, you would rather take a screenshot and get a t-shirt done in 200 rupees or 300 rupees rather than paying it 3,000 for the same merchandise. However, for example, Super Chat is one option, merchandise is another option, and there are certain other options available there too.
But outside of the platform, are you talking to, let's say...
Because we've got one more really quick question that
Sure.
I want to get in before we wrap up.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay.
We can
thank
catch
you.
up later as well. Yeah, no problems. Yeah. Anyone else?
Yep, there was one last one. Hi.
My name is Abdullah Jallo. I'm from New York. So I just had one question in regards to, like, I don't know if you guys ever heard of like shadow banning or even cancel culture. I just wanted your opinions.
Sorry, Abdullah, can you repeat that question?
Shadow banning and cancel culture.
Yeah,
How do
like
we deal
content
with that?
moderation,
Is shadow banning actual a thing? Because Instagram will say, there's no such thing as shadow banning. I know it exists. I do.
Too, that's why it's like, I just wanted some opinions.
So my knowledge about this is limited at the moment. So I'm not sure if I can readily answer that.
And he was asking about cancel culture with creators. Like we know certain creators have been taken off channels.
Oh, yeah. Fine,
so that's a problem for creators. So how do they tread carefully in those areas? I think you were asking.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, one has to have awareness about the platform's policy. It is very, very important. It has happened to us too. I know for a fact that there was a creator not connected to our network, but operating individually, more than 3 million subscribers. But the heading or the topic of the content was such that it did not comply with the platform. So again, there's certain ways of evading that by slightly twisting your title or headlines, whilst communicating your point in a polite way which does not cause harm to the community or society at large. So obviously that remains there because you need to keep the ecosystem very clean and safe for everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
I am for it actually. Yeah, I'm for it.
Thank you so much for your question. That's great. Super interesting chat, guys. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
you very much.
Lots and lots and lots in the realm of content creation. Thank you for that. So now let's shift gears a bit and bring attention to an important topic, and that is the one of privacy. How can marketers continue being creative, imaginative, and nimble to flourish and survive following the major privacy reset? Join marketing gurus Satish KS, CTO of Zeotap, and Rayan Youssef, founder and managing director of MagnoBiz Digital Solutions, as they discuss their experiences navigating this new environment and what they're doing now and what you can do to survive and prosper as well. Please welcome them to the stage. Hi guys, how are you? And we know Elon's very upset over privacy right now.
Hello, hello. Yeah, this is switched on. Okay, so there is this phenomenon called mid-morning crash. It happens to people who take coffee as soon as they wake up. So in case anybody is in a mid-morning crash, privacy is like a, economists generally call, economists have this tendency to take down an interesting topic, break it down, and make it boring. And we technology is not that far, so I'm a chief technology officer. So I am not a marketer. I build tools for marketers. So I come from a company called Zeotap, which is a customer data platform. And I have been a technologist for almost 2 decades now, working in big data, AI, and multiple solutions. And happy to share my perspective on privacy, AI, and marketing. Thank you.
Hi, very good morning. My name is Ryan. I am the managing director of the company, MagnoBiz Digital Solutions. I started this company in 2019, and currently we have a client base of over 60, majorly from United States. And yes, we actually do PPC and search engine optimization, right? And that's all for me. So let's start with the conversation that is the future of privacy, future of artificial intelligence, right, in marketing through the privacy lens. So the very first thing I want to start, with the question, that's the very basic questions from Satish itself. So Satish, how do you see the privacy in the fairly new space as a marketer, not as a marketer, but I would say artificial intelligence and marketing, how do you correlate to each other? So
sure. Probably let's start with privacy itself, because it's a fairly new concept in terms of under the digital discussion at this point in time, under governments and other things. there is a standard definition for privacy, so I'll just read it out. It is from a 1970s paper. You may not think at that time privacy was existing. So it is probably released after Stanley Kubrick released his movie Space Odyssey. So they would have really thought, oh, this is something which can happen. So it goes like this. Privacy is an individual's claim or control to decide when, how, and what quantum of information about himself he can share to others. Okay, this is a dictionary definition. Now let's see in the current business context why we are talking about it and set the stage to that. So this is nothing new. All of you are used to privacy in various forms or other. So how many of you have registered to something called DNC in your mobile providers? DNC. What is the full form? Do not disturb. Okay, it's not the do not disturb DND registry it is called. So that is one form of privacy in terms of you creating a wall saying that don't contact me unnecessarily. Now comes email, okay? After mobile, the emails that come, email is another thing. In email, how many of you are using unsubscribe? Unsubscribe is mandatory whenever somebody is doing, right? So that is another form of privacy, just that we are not connecting the dots. So this has been around. Now, the stage is set such that with the advent of social media and all the digital things, say with 2008, the advent of smartphones, the amount of information flow is humongous. So the two factors which I told, one is the control and another is the others in the definition which I told. The others is expanding like anything. Okay, you don't know who are the others at this point in time. Who all has your data, what they're doing with this. So your control rapidly goes down. So this is the context why privacy is coming into picture at this point in time in this era and in this world. So it is nothing new, just that we are trying to connect the dots at this point in time. So Rayan, just a segue from there. I know you're running a marketing agency and very successfully as well. He's one of the 20s millionaire for your information. So
no, that's not true. So I'm not a millionaire, by the way. Yeah.
Okay. So based on the concept which I told in terms of privacy, how do you see from a marketer's lens?
So as a marketer, you know, I'm looking the artificial intelligence actually in a positive way because we all are using artificial intelligence somehow in our marketing, you know, campaigns. Let's say if we are using any content creation tools like Jasper, right, or any tools. Even if you use PPC, Google Ads, Google Ads has a recommendation, right, through which we actually know what kind of bidding strategy that we have to use, what could be the ad copies and everything, right? So this is a part of artificial intelligence only, right? Voice search assistant. And in fact, in a digital marketing field, right from the start of digital marketing, like the website designing, right? So we started, you know, introducing the chatbots, right? Chatbots in our website, and also the AMP pages, that is the accelerated mobile pages. So somehow we all are using the artificial intelligence. So there is a lot of horror that has been created till now that once AI will be introducing, right? So the marketing jobs will go down, right? But that's not true. As I would say, in fact, it will empower the marketers to target the audience in much personalized way, I would say, right? So if as a digital marketer, if you are doing only A/B testing kind of thing, landing page, so obviously that is something you need to upskill yourself. Otherwise, you will be having no value in the digital marketing field, right? So upskilling and growing, that is something very important, right? So like A/B testing is something that should be go to the machine only, right? So that's not a job human can do. Obviously human can do, that's not a job human should do. It should be going to the machine perspective. So I'm very fruitful. I'm looking at fruitful aspects of the artificial intelligence. It's not something it is creating horror. It is going to lose the job.
Okay, great. So just building upon the same points in terms of why a marketer should look at privacy or even think about privacy. I don't know how many of you are really reading anything about privacy. Can you raise a quick show of hands? You're not a marketer. Any CMO from the actual CMO organization, any CMOs who are reading about privacy at this point in time? Okay, good. Then let's start with something in terms of the stakeholders. Okay. How many marketers here are trying to access data on a day in and day out basis? 1, 2, yeah. I would assume it's a much larger audience in terms of what you're trying to do with data, right? So let me put it in two perspectives. One, as a marketer, the reason you need to think about privacy is there is a possibility your access to this data is abruptly cut off, okay? So that is more like you have become a passive stakeholder. So in the past, if you wanted data, you'll just go to your tech team or product team and say, hey, this is my business problem, can I get the data? Okay? Now, in the current world, what happens is they'll build a product or build some kind of data marts and assets and give it to you for you to do analytics, whatever he told in terms of A/B testing, multi-banded testing, whatever, advanced things, right? You can do many things with AI. Once you get access to the data, that access getting curtailed is not a good scenario. Second thing is, as a marketer, one of your key KPIs is going to be trust, right? Yesterday, I came across a couple of sessions. I believe I would have heard, I'm not a conversational AI, I just overheard the trust being told at least 10 times when I was sitting here across the sessions. So, trust becomes a very important KPI for you. In which case, privacy and trust are same side. Okay, it's the same coin. It's nothing different. It's just a different way of saying that. So, if you want to enhance the trust of your brand to your customers, you need to think about privacy. And you can become an active stakeholder of privacy in terms of what you could potentially build. As we move on in the conversation, we'll go into some specific examples of how companies are doing around this in terms of managing the trust. So this brings a very, very interesting thing. We have heard about this phrase time and again, that necessity is the mother of innovation. So there is a sub-phrase which I like to quote in terms of transformation. Now, you are the marketers here, the data teams and the product teams and the other teams are here. You go and ask them data. There is this additional personality who comes up. How many of you have heard about this particular personality called Data Protection Officer? Yeah? Yeah, Data Protection Officer. Now, before you got the data, now this fellow will come and ask, him or her will come and ask, do you have consent? What are you going to do with the data? And do you have his preference? Are you going to access his PAI? Who all in your organization is going to this? Where all are you going to flow these preferences into? And how you are going to ensure it will be deleted after a certain time? And you will go like, yes, oh yeah, maybe, nah. This is exactly the situation, right? So this tension, so this factor is the tension. So I'm just coming to summarize the necessity and invention part. So tension creates transformation. And I think there is a small inflection point in terms of the whole marketing happening. So this tension between this access and this particular marketing concerns is going to create a transformation. So that is why I would implore you to just have it in your radar. It's not like there are various contexts here in terms of you may not think about it at this point in time because the current audience and country and culture which you live in may not necessitate that at this point in time. But it is coming in the future.
Yes, so as Stephen Hawking once said, artificial intelligence can be the best and worst, inventions to the humanity, right? So you are talking about the privacy part, right? I do agree with you, right? But obviously, being a loyal brand, you just need to, make sure you need to ensure that actually whatever you are, projecting towards the user. So that could be, related to the user intent, right? So you have to gain the trust of the user. Once you will start gaining trust of the user, obviously users will automatically, share the data with you, right? So you have to use the technology as well, because that is something very important. You have to gauge the performance of the user, what actually behaviors they are performing on your websites or, or any places, any online platform places, right? So I would say, yeah, exactly, that's the challenge. But, technology is evolving, right? So I'm very pretty much sure, we will find a way to penetrate that part as well. Yeah. And the next question I would like to ask you, Satish. Just a moment. So it's for the segue, right? So some questions that I have noted down here, right? Segue into market segmentation and based on the country, cultural context, and also the perception of privacy. So this is something, these are the most asked questions by the users itself.
Sure. So before that, just since Ryan touched upon the AA aspects a bit, I just thought I'll put a bridge between AA and privacy in terms of how it is happening. AI by itself is creating lots of paradigm shifts, no doubt about that. So why I'm giving this context is this also blends into the country and culture and the consumer preference context. So you have to understand that AI is more like it is giving the predictions. It is not helping you in judgments. Okay, this is a very, very fundamental delineation which you need to have in your head. Second thing what AI drives is, it creates a certain amount of probability in your whole system. Okay. Now, how it ties with privacy, it's the same thing. Same like how I talked about the two dimensions of marketer for privacy, AI also has two aspects. How many people remember this Tay, which was, I hope I am pronouncing it correctly. Microsoft put a Twitter bot called TAY. I don't know how it's pronounced. It's Tay or Tay or whatever. It started very well, but they had to bring it down in 24 hours because it went into a complete inflammatory this thing. It just learned from what is the trending things in Twitter at that point in time. So AI can act as a impediment or it can act as a very, very impactful thing on privacy. Okay? So we will, in course of conversation, we'll just look at certain examples in terms of how AI can do that. So AI and privacy, this is how it's connected, and privacy marketing, we had a connection. Now coming to the very important aspect, because we are in MENA, okay? And I come from India, we both come from India for that matter. And yesterday I happened to attend a couple of sessions in the health tech as well, 1 or 2 sessions. Very interesting stats which came out is like in Japan at this point in time, 40% of their demographics is above 60. Okay, so I am throwing this question to a marketer. We had a couple of sessions here, we talked about YouTube channels, Instagram channels. Any idea what would be the penetration of these particular avenues into aged demographics and how you are going to change your marketing strategy there? Anybody wants to take a stab? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
okay.
India
so
is the youngest
same
country.
like that, whatever you call it as that judgment, which is based on the country, that translates into the AI and the privacy semantics which you're building as well. So, for example, AI by innate does not have moral concerns. Let's be very clear. It does not have moral concerns. That is something we need to feed. And if there is a moral issue, who takes responsibility for that? So these are all the, I would say, country and culture specific in terms of how you're going to operate it. Another very simple thing, Indians and friends from Pakistan need not answer. What does this mean? This is called the Indian nod. Any idea, sir? The front? You know this?
It's yes.
This?
In Europe it's no.
Yeah?
Maybe.
Yeah, more or less you're there. So this is kind of an infinite loop. It goes like that. So these kind of micro expressions, given the AI is trying to even the human-machine interface, which is one of the important areas of data collection which is happening, it has this nuance. I just gave you very simple nuance, and the complex nuance are the cultural fabrics, which is very, very complex for us to determine, right? So these all play a part, and the other major factor is many of you would have known about, again, Amazon tried a hiring AI algorithm. Okay, they wanted to automate their hiring and screening, and that went into a complete discriminatory mode within a month or so, and they had to shut it down. The reason is the input bias based on all these various factors not taken into account. Okay, there is an interesting thing there as well, because bulk of the AI research is happening in very advanced economies. Okay, so if you directly put that AI and privacy things into an economy which is not yet ready, it might create more harm rather than really help you. So this is one point I just want to leave, and probably Rian, you can add from that point.
Yeah, one more thing I would like to add. I beg to differ, from you. So people think that AI is the future, right? But in my perspective, AI is present and also a future as well. If we take examples from Google itself, so Google has, rolled out an algorithm that is Rank Brain. Actually, that is helping Google for the better search intent of the user. Netflix started video recommendations, right? So that is also, and I guess, as per my knowledge, Netflix saved over $1 billion, right? And Superdry uses email marketing, artificial intelligence bot, right? So we all are using, right? We are getting benefited with that. It's not something, that could get, that could be horrible in the coming future. Right? So because we, companies are using artificial intelligence. As a marketer, we are using the artificial intelligence tools and, services from the tools, right? And we are, obviously, machine, for me, machine cannot compete with the human brains, as it is my perspective, because we have a complex brain, right? We are unique. And machine is something, they are producing output, right? So whatever the data we are, putting into the machines, based on the data, the machine is, providing the outcomes. And, finally, we are the judge who are making decision whether machine is, giving the correct data or not. Let's say if Jasper.ai, right, they provide the content, right? There are some terms, some statements you can write over there, and, this will give you like 100 to 150 words, content. But when you will see, when you will look at the content, right, it will look more like similar, right? There is an arrangement of words that you can check over here, but ultimately you have to make lot of adjustment there. So obviously, ultimately, we are the one who are making adjustment. We are the one making final decision. So artificial intelligence is just to help us, right, for the better marketing strategy or anything we are using or utilizing, right?
Yeah, no disagreements there. That's what I'm told. Artificial intelligence, if you have this delineation in your head between prediction and judgment and the decision, you could probably tune it correctly to not impede, but actually be as a friend or a sidekick for you, right? So that really works. No disagreements there.
Yeah, the next question I have for you, Satish, because as you are, you are not, what I look, you are not, looking artificial intelligence in a positive manner, not in a much positive manner. Obviously, you are supporting it as well.
Well, I have a 80% success
because
rate
this is a big, I would say this is a big bang information that is going on right now, right? So the data is transmitting in trillions, I would say, right? And currently the 5G is already deployed, right? And in coming 5 to 10 years, I would say quantum internet, will be going to implement, right? So the data transmissions, will be, I guess, multiplying in trillions, right? So how do you say that it is, artificial intelligence and something that is aggravating the situation of the privacy?
Yeah, so it's not exactly, okay, by the way, just the stats here, since you mentioned, I'm not positive about artificial intelligence. Generally, industry stats is like only 20 to 30% of DS and AI programs goes into production. But in our company, we have been lucky enough to have it at 80%. In fact, 3 or 4 patents on artificial intelligence more than anything else. But from the privacy lens is what I'm trying to say, what are the problems? Okay, because it's not like it is hitting us today. It is more from a futuristic perspective. And probably, at least in economies like EU, if you look at the fines of GDPR, just if you can search in the last 2 years, ever since it came into force, in 2018, it's close to upward of $1 billion. Now, many of us here don't come from that large companies for whom $250,000 or $500,000 is a pittance. Google can pay it and get away, and they can just run the show. But for a small and medium business, it is a make or break. Even if you get something like a $1 million lawsuit, it is a make or break for many of us sitting here. Probably some of you are coming from big companies, know this thing there, but what I'm saying is, in the general trend, in terms of the companies which are upcoming, it creates a major problem. So that is why I'm just cautioning certain things in terms of where privacy and artificial intelligence, when you're putting it together, it can actually impede based on all the input biases, which could be from your own data collection, your own mismanagement of data, the cultural and the country bias which is flowing in, right? So it has the innate nature of kind of amplifying the entire effect. And you don't want amplified negative effect. You have to always think about amplified positive effect.
Yeah,
that's the whole point.
Exactly. There is always a pros and cons of each and every technology, but it, ultimately we have to identify the positive aspects as well as the negative aspects, and we have to emerge, as a in technology, so that we can protect the rights of negativity as well, because negativity is something that will that might hamper the privacy. It will intrude the privacy interest, I would say, right? But ultimately somehow technology is evolving, right? Technology is evolving, and in coming future we can see there might be some more technology that will actually complement the artificial intelligence, right? And so through that we can protect the privacy, as well as we can target the audience in a better manner based on the privacy, based on the user intent. Because in coming time, what I am thinking about it as artificial intelligence, if we are using, because Google Home, Alexa, right, these all are the examples of artificial intelligence. We are using fans, ACs, everything. We are just giving command to the machine, Google, just do this for me, do that for me, Alexa, do this for me, do that for me. In the same manner, even artificial intelligence, take place our kitchen as well, because the fridge and everything, right? So whatever, the grocery items or inventory that fridge has, so you will come to know that it is going to be, at end, and afterwards, automatically you will get notified because this inventory is not present right now, and you cannot use it. So and then you might look at the ads there at the kitchen item itself, right? Because let's say if it's silk chocolate, right, and all of a sudden you are getting notifications that silk chocolate is not present in the fridge. So currently this is 50% offer is going on, right? And if you want to buy that, please go ahead. Otherwise, you might ignore one time this 50% offers that the artificial intelligence bot is providing to you. But maybe 90%, obviously, it will trigger to your mind, and eventually you will end up buying that product again. So it's a pros and cons, but yes, in future I am very much fruitful, and obviously there some technologies will emerge over the period of time, and that will suffice the rights of the privacy as well.
Yeah, sure. So coming to other points in terms of marketers, what you need to look at, definitely if you're running a digital marketing stuff, look up these kind of keywords. What does consent management mean? What does marketing preference mean? And what are the privacy regulations in the territories which you're operating, and whether the collection semantics are in line with that. These are it's kind of a self-regulation, right? Then always look at regulatory bodies. I talked about this friction. So the regulatory body has become like a non-friction moment there, okay? So these are all couple of things which you as a marketer might need to look at it. So probably I'll be aping Steve Jobs' iconic moment of introducing the iPhone. So you have AI, privacy, marketing, privacy, marketing, AI, marketing, and privacy. So you could put any two in the left-hand side and the third one in the right-hand side, and you can create an impact effect or an impeding effect. Okay, so just remember this equation of this trio. It's very important in your future as a marketer as well.
Yeah, so the next question for you, Satri, is how do we reduce the friction in the end-to-end flow especially how to reduce customers' reluctance to share the data.
Yeah, so it comes
exactly.
back
That is very
to the trust, this thing. So create a proper trust program for your, and trust, as I told, it's a marketer's KPI. And whatever I mentioned the previous point, ensure those are all very publicly postured so that you earn the customer trust. And it is like auto augmentation, right? The more trust, the more data, and the more data, the better trust you create. So it goes into a nice self-application view. And you can use whatever AI techniques you want, right? There are like 100 techniques. I don't want to go into the techniques because marketers, you know, the classic shampoo example, you might put some selenium dioxide acetylcholine inside it, but what the user wants is like he just wants a dandruff-free wear. So you need to know what is the user benefit which is going to come because of any of these techniques and how we are going to showcase to the external world. So yeah, just start with basic self-regulation on the couple of pointers which he told, and ensure you have a radar of all these privacy jargons as well. And I think that will take you to the next level in terms of how we are going to operate this trio.
Okay, the next question is, what could be the framework or roadmap you can, you know, as per your experience, you can provide us to, you know, save the privacy as well as, you know.
It's very nascent. So that in EU, by far, one of the most mature framework is called the Linden framework, which is helping there. But otherwise, you have NIST privacy framework in USA. So these are all couple of good reads for the academically oriented and how you can cross position. But it is under research. Many of these things are under research.
Okay, now we have to wrap up, summarize with the last questions, right? So what is the value of doing all this right? Is there anything that you can suggest?
Okay, I think I don't need to suggest. Probably this is a question to the audience. If you get this trio right, AI, privacy, and marketing, any doubt in terms
from
of
audience
how
who
the
can suggest?
equation works?
No, no one.
No?
Okay.
Okay. I think the mid-morning crash is still hitting. Okay, not a problem.
Okay, so that's all for today.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience at this time? Does anyone want to come and ask a question of these guys? Super interesting chat. Thank you so much for that, gentlemen. Wonderful.
Thank you.
We've had some fantastic chats this morning. It's been absolutely brilliant. Guys, take a photo. We need your little photo on the stage. Don't run away. Everyone's like, no, I'm running away. It's fine. Because we do have to give our wonderful awardees their wonderful plaques before we head to lunch, and we are going to ask you to gather for another group photograph outside before lunch, which is why we kind of want to get out on time. Guys, please don't dim the lights because I cannot see anything. Thank you. It's like, so it's time to recognize and celebrate the outstanding accomplishments of the trendsetters and change makers and disruptors of the marketing industries. Please welcome back to the stage Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahmed Omar, CEO of Burjeel Hospital, Abu Dhabi. And I love the fact you're wearing the Kandor today. It's very, very nice. And it's the winter colors. Oh, yeah. It's the winter colors, which are beautiful. It really, really is. So, right, let's get these underway. First up, our first Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Amara Sharif. Amara, if you're here, congratulations.
Hi, everybody. I would like to thank the Marketing Conference for this wonderful opportunity. And over this, since yesterday, I've had a wonderful time connecting with so many others who have been so passionate about marketing and bringing, so many like-minded people here together. So thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Amara, and congratulations. And our next Leadership Award winner is Lyra Joy Almoite. Lyra, would you like to come up, please? Is Lyra here? Hiding in the back. You're doing the long Oscars walk. I love it.
I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for this recognition, and I'm so happy to be here. I'm very honored to receive this award and meet wonderful people in this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lyra. Congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Vishakha Mota.
I would like to thank Marketing Conference for giving all of us this opportunity to come here, meet each other, and of course be recognized for our work. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank UAE for giving entrepreneurs like me the opportunity to come and show our talent and take over an entire new market with our skills. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Was there a subliminal memo for wearing green today? It seems that way. Our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Ryan Youssef.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0 conference, to give me the opportunity to speak, and also this is the very first time I'm at the stage right now, so I was a bit nervous. So if I did any mistakes, so truly, I apologize for that. But yes, this is a good experience that I have today. I learned a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you all the members, all the distinguished panel, present here. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, congratulations. And you did not come across as nervous at all, which is a great thing, so well done. Our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Syed Abedin.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0, the entire event organizer. I think also in the morning I had a brilliant panel discussion. Thanks to all my panelists, and I think it's a great opportunity to be here. And I'll be coming across with all the brilliant minds of the marketing, and we'll continue to collaborate. Thank you again.
Congratulations, thank you so much. And our next award is the Outstanding Influencer Awards, and of course it goes to the wonderful Samina Chowdhury.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0 conference, for having me here and for this lovely influencer award. Glad I could come and share my perspective about marketing with all you professionals in marketing. Hope we can connect more in the future. And special mention to Ayushi and Mirza for helping me with my presentation. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Samina. Wonderful stuff. don't forget your award. That's wonderful stuff. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Elsa Malloch.
Thank you so much to Marketing 2.0 and the entire organization for not only just this event, but all the other 6 events going on at the same time. It is so great to be part of a very talented, passionate group here to learn about the new things in marketing regionally, globally, across our new initiatives, particularly as marketing is evolving into its new phase.
Thank you so much, Elsa, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Someone's going to clonk themselves on that table so many times. I just want to move it. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Roland DaCosta.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased, honored, and humbled to accept this award. And I would like to thank the entire team of RDIGS and my parents who supported me throughout the journey so that I'm here today. And I would like to thank all the fellow marketers available here. And I would like to tell you all, keep sharing, keep learning, and keep growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roland. What a great message. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And our next winner for the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Cameron Khan.
Hi everyone. Well, I believe recognitions are always sweet reminders and motivation to keep on learning and improving. Thank you, Marketing 2.0. Thank you all the panelists and the speakers. It was lovely to be here and looking forward for another great day as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Cameron. Congratulations on your award. And our next award is for the Outstanding Organization Award, and it goes to Tim Sotz.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0 conference. This is the second time I'm coming to the conference over here. I'm obliged to have this networking event that help us connect to the like-minded peoples over here. And thank you once again. And it's all dedicated to my team back to the India who has supported me in getting this award. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your recognition. And our next award is our Outstanding Leadership Award, and it goes to Daria Yaramea.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this award. You know what's the key thing about leadership is that we have to inspire people and lead them by example, even though sometimes we actually don't know where we're going. The times are so uncertain and unstable that nobody knows what's going to happen, but we still have to exercise that kind of look, you know, this is the right thing to do. I'm here for you. I support the team. So I want to wish everybody around you, you know, if you want to be that leader, find something stable inside you to have this true confidence in that whatever happens around you, you're still going to lead the way. You're still going to show the path, even though sometimes we cannot make sure that this is the shortest way, you know, to get there. We're still going there, whatever happens around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. Fantastic words. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Danish Shivani.
Thank you to Marketing 2.0 for this opportunity. I just wanted to express a very important reality of life, that success and failure both are a test from God Almighty in this temporary, non-lasting world. And it's a test of our attitudes and our behaviors and our characters. So whilst it is good to celebrate all this, but it's very important to stay humble and keep an eye that all this is a test. I dedicate this award to my late father, who taught me everything, the person I've loved most and I will love most for the rest of my life. And this award is made possible with the help of the wonderful team that I have back in Pakistan, Team Hashtag as we call it. And thank you very much for listening to my fireside chat, and I'm available to help you after this event too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your lovely words as well. Thank you, congratulations. And next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Bassi Duke. Are they here? Hi, there you are.
Hi, I'd like to thank everyone, the team, the education for the award, and also the team from the company. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Our next winner for the Outstanding Leadership Award, I'm sure he's going to make sure he says something super memorable. It is the wonderful Nikita Prokhorov.
Oh, one. Sorry, guys. I have prepared such a brilliant speech. Are we ready? Okay. My friends and dear organizers, thank you for this award. Of course, I have known that I must get it. But, my dear colleagues, think about one very interesting issue. How do you think, are you really cool marketers? Are you really cool PR specialists? Are you showing it? Please understand one very interesting thing. You should always be sure that you have collected all available awards. Think about my speech yesterday. We talked about ethics and about context. We are cool marketers, and we will show all these awards to our client in mass media, in our social network. In only this way, we will attract much more ethical clients and much more clients who will be in our context. My name is Nikita Prokhorov. Please feel free to contact me on LinkedIn, and together with ethical business and with ethical clients, we will improve all global marketing. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nikita. And you didn't disappoint. Good stuff.
One more picture, guys.
I love it.
Something
I
wrong.
love it.
You open it?
No, I like this way.
Or otherwise.
Thank you.
The table. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Anna Tachenko.
Anna.
Thank you, everyone. I would like really to thank the organizers. It's already maybe like a small tradition. I always say one and the same phrase when I come to the stage, like work hard and let the success make the noise. And this is our already 9th awards. I'm still, every time I'm very much excited and nervous as if it's first time. But this is also, again, the proof that this phrase is worth it. And I just want to add that I want to dedicate this award to my very, very brave team based in Ukraine, who during this whole year, they had to change their operations. They've been working from bomb shelters, yeah. Thank you, guys. And working at nights when they had electricity, but they managed to do really amazing projects and bring us all here. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Anna. Congratulations. Thank you. You do the team proud. Excellent stuff. And our last award is an Outstanding Organization Award, and it goes to Verified Market Research.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0, for this great opportunity. Standing here on the stage, we kind of, and getting this award, we're reminded as to the hard work and effort we need to continue putting ahead. I'd like to thank my team back home at Verified Market Research to continue doing great things and working with all our clients.
I'll especially like to dedicate this award to the entire research team and the sales team who has been working around the clock in different geographies. And let's put this effort and this great show, and let's keep this continuing.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, gentlemen. Did you get your picture? Did you? You did? Okay, just checking. Thank you so much to Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahmed Omar, CEO of Burjeel Hospital, Abu Dhabi, for helping us out once again. Always a pleasure.
Okay, thank you very much. And I hop around different venues. And I think as far marketing is winning. So keep it going. And tomorrow is going to be the final judgment day. Don't disappear. You're doing very well. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations to all our award winners once again. Let's give them all a nice big round of applause. Congratulations to you guys. Big pats on the back. And thank you so much to our gold sponsor, Samina Chowdhury, partner and top producing luxury real estate agent at Keller Williams Lucido Agency. Thank you so much for your support and making this possible. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 60-minute lunch break. And once again, we'd like to ask you to congregate out on the promenade for a nice group photo. Hope you've enjoyed everything this morning so far. We've got more great stuff coming your way this afternoon. Thank you so much and enjoy the break. Hi, everybody. How you doing? I know, this is going to be a little crowd of us. Can I have some backwash light, please? That's what I'm actually after. That'd be great, so I can read stuff. Thank you, because I'm partially blind. So yeah, it's we're just going to get started anyway, because we do have people on the live stream as well, so I don't want to keep those guys held up. So, did you have a nice lunch? Did you have some nice chats with each other? Get to know each other a little bit better? Excellent, good. So we're going to jump right into our next session, which is called When Intent Meets Content, Leads Come In. Join me for this insightful panel discussion that examines how content has evolved into a crucial component of the buyer's journey. The experts will go through how their intent-driven content approach has increased conversions and generated quality leads for them. So our moderator for this session is Ashmita Dhingra. She is from Digifish Media. Ashmita, would you like to come up, please? Let's give her a nice warm round of applause. There we go, thank you. And our panelists are Venkat, who we've had earlier, founder and CEO of Blue Stream Marketing. Hi, Venkat, how are you? Promod, founder from Creative Machines. Hi, how are you? Nice to have you again. And the lovely Radhika, Vice President Operations from Markable Solutions. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you again. So just make sure all your mics are on, just flick up the...
All right, hi guys, and I hope you had a wonderful lunch. So I think we'll straight away head to what we're here for, to talk about when intent meets content, leads come in. I'm Ashmita Dhingra, a Digifish 3 founder. It's a digital agency, and we've been dealing with consumer data-centric approach all through, from a B2B clientele to a B2C clientele. And I think content is something which is overpowering everything. And coming back to, we're sitting in an 8 billion population, and we have more than, say, about 5.7 billion people on internet. And for sure, the only thing which is consumed is content. I think before we head towards further discussion, let's get an introduction to all the panel members here. Venkat, I think you can start.
Hi. I know you guys saw me yesterday as well. I'm Venkat. I run a digital agency called Blue Stream. We're a fairly young organization, but we've survived the pandemic, and basically I'm here today. Go on to Pramod.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pramod Malu, and I run a digital marketing agency by the name Creative Machines. We are based out of Kolkata, India, and it's wonderful to be part of this panel discussion with all you amazing people. Thank you so much.
Radhika.
Thank you, Pramod. Thank you, Ashmita. Hi. So I'm Radhika, VP of Operations for Markable Solutions. We are a lead gen company. I'm based out of Philippines. We have operations in India and in US as well. Thank you.
I think as consumers, if we look at it, none of us really have anything pre-decided when we are looking in buying a product. And I'm sure we kind of go through a journey from a research point of view to deciding of what kind of a product that we want, and that surely is a journey of content. So I think I would put across the first question to my panel members, that how much of content do you actually think is right for brands to showcase on the platforms? I think I will give that to Radhika, please.
Wonderful question, Ashmita. It's a very controversial question. I'm sure that most of my fellow panelists and marketers here will agree to it. So there is no definite answer to this. That's what I feel. But it's always a tug of war between a content strategist and a content marketer. A strategist will be like, okay, less content, more outreach. Marketer will be like, okay, bring it in, let's have more outreach. Yeah, bring it on, and then let's do it. So from a brand perspective, it's more about, it's expensive. Every piece of content is expensive. So what is the ROI attached to it, right? So it is more than judging it based on the quantity. I think we should be looking at engagement, the relevance, and what exactly is the trigger? What are we trying to communicate, right? It shouldn't be all about the numbers. That's what I feel. But yes, at the end of the day, we have to understand that even the quality is something, a term which we cannot, for every person in this room, quality has a different definition. So coming back to answering your question, Ashmita, I think we have to look for a wider approach. It's a food for thought for everyone here, that what are we trying to do? What are we trying to do in this game? Is it all about numbers, or is it about what's the value we are bringing into the system and for the brands at the end of the day?
I think just to add to that, sorry, I mean, I would say that it's not about how much, it's about what is that content really and how is it really impacting your users through the journey that they take through the marketing funnel. Right?
I think, yeah, talking about that, according to me, my experience, I think the shorter, the crisper, and the relevant the content is something which clicks upon for the brands to connect with consumers. You know, taking that further, I think there are platforms, there are places where right amount of content needs to be showcased. So I think all of us here are digital marketers in our own space. So I think I would put across a question in terms of content, that where all do you think that, you know, brands should actually showcase the right amount of content that Radhika and Venkat just mentioned to get the optimum visualization for that particular content. So I think I will ask Pramod to kind of take on for that.
Sure. So before I respond to that, I'd just like to take a step back and break down the keywords in the topic, because I come from search engine background and I love keywords. So the keywords are content, intent, and leads.
Yeah.
So I'll ask the room, what is the first thing that you think of when you hear the word intent? Anybody? What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about intent? Interest. Buy something, okay. Purpose? First party, third party. All right. So if I can sum up all of this, can I safely say intent means the desired end result for anything that we would like to achieve with a plan of action in our mind and then execute it? So that's intent. And content could be of various types. It could be a text-based content, could be a GIF, a video, infographics, and so on and so forth. And how do we define leads? Venkat, how do you define leads?
So a lead is basically an expression of interest, is what I would say, right? So different businesses look at what they would consider a lead very differently. So for instance, if you run an entertainment or publishing organization, for you a lead is as simple as someone who simply comes in and subscribes to your emailer, right? That's one way of looking at it. But if you actually are a banking and finance institute that wants qualified leads in their terminology to go in and reach out to so that they can sell probably a credit card, they need a lot more information about you. So they probably need to know whether your CIBIL score is good, whether your credit history is good, right? So until and unless the content that you're beaming at these people does not educate them as to what it is that you want them to come out and fill for you, I think there's where the crux is, right? That's really where content translates into intent and then into leads.
Absolutely.
Thanks, guys. That was insightful. And I think to sum it up, we for sure, kind of work around content when we're talking about lead, intent. That is what we're talking about. And 60% of our marketing strategies totally depend upon content, I believe. And that's what the research and the data says. So I think coming to that, why is it important? Why is content an important factor in driving a marketing plan altogether for brands? Is something, as digital marketers, I'm sure each one of us will have our own experience. So I think starting with Radhika, if you could just lead on to that.
So content is really important that's actually the face of the brand, right? That content is actually communicating the sentiments, content is actually creating the awareness, And content actually stands for what the brand is standing for at the end of the day. So content and how you use your words, right? We have it in a traditional saying, how you use our words is very important. Likewise, how we use our content and how we kind of use it in marketing is very, very important, because it brings in the engagement and it actually triggers the sentiments, both positive and negative.
Perfect. Pramod.
So let me give an example which everybody would be able to relate with. So imagine there's a hoarding on the roadside which talks about a television company, all right? And the communication is such that the remote control of the television is much bigger than the television itself. What do you think is going to happen? The marketing intent could be to sell more of television, but with the way the communication flows, chances are more often than not, at the end of the quarter, there would be more remote controls which would be sold. People who had issues with remote control, they end up buying more of remote control, seeing that advertisement rather than the television, which was the desired intent of the marketing company. So this is one example. We all are from digital marketing background. So just imagine there's a keyword that you put up on Google search, that you target on Google search, which is best digital marketing companies Philippines, best digital marketing companies Chennai, best digital marketing companies Delhi, best digital marketing companies Kolkata. And the inquiries that you generate, what we have seen in our past 11, 12 years is 60% of the inquiries are inquiries, like potential leads, not qualified but potential leads, and 40% of them are the ones who are looking to work in the best of the digital marketing companies. So do you see what happens when a keyword is not able to lead the intent that we have in our mind, because the user has his own way of looking at a particular keyword. Now, to look at the other side, imagine the keyword was hire the best digital marketing agency in Kolkata. Hire the best digital marketing. Then the chances are the people who are looking to apply for a job in an agency which is best will minimize. So that's another way. I'm just trying to look at different ways in which we can look at how content is so relevant to meet and help us achieve the end result.
That was insightful, Pramod. Venkat, what's your say on it?
So I think I'm just going to go a little off topic and say that when you talk about intent, there are two main types of intent, right? So essentially you have informational intent, and then you have something called transactional intent. When you look at informational intent, it works typically top of the funnel, where you're basically creating content that educates, that basically talks about your brand. Now, while this might not have how do I say this? While this might not have a direct impact on what happens at the bottom of the funnel, it is equally important to have that content out there so that you can create salience. You can essentially reach out to the top of the funnel and then have an always on strategy to actually come back to how you can interact with them to get them to take the desired intent. And that's what transactional intent is all about. So I think that's how I would put this.
Great. I think I will now actually jump up to the next question that I have for all of us.
If I could just add something to what Venkat said. The transactional intent and informational intent is one way of looking at it, but it all boils down to the leads. That is the end goal that we all want to achieve as marketeers. And again, I have a question for the room. Would anyone like to take a, go on it? What is a qualified lead? Because I, as an entrepreneur, I, as a digital marketer with experience of 12 years, I'm still learning. It's evolving. What is a qualified lead? So maybe somebody could, share their views. What's a qualified lead?
I think when you get the information, whether it's phone number, email, where you can get in touch with the right person. That perspective is a qualified lead, rather than having any junk information when you can't get in touch with it.
All right, so the phone number and email ID would be a qualified lead?
That the brand wants to, collect from the right party.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
That's actually the intent.
Yes, sir. My rock star friend.
No, it does in a way. I mean, I'm not saying that any one of them outweigh each other, but through that entire user journey, right, you've got to have the right content inserted across the right platforms in a way that it's contextual to what that consumer or that user is actually experiencing, right? So if you're going, if for instance, right, let's take a simple example. I'm a banking company right now. I want to sell a credit card to you, and most often than not, that's where the whole lead term philosophy actually comes in, right? So if I were to go back and target you with just saying that, why don't you take this free credit card of mine, I don't think you're really going to go in and submit your interest there. But over a period of time, if I were able to sort of expose you to content that tells you why you should be using my credit card, then is when at some point I would realize, okay, it makes sense for me to now go in. I trust this brand enough. I've built that credibility through the entire journey. And now is when I can sort of give you that transactional information that you're looking for as a brand, is what I would say.
Right, so all of us are talking about content, leads. Where all do we see this content? I mean, I think I would ask you guys, as consumers and as marketers as well, where do we actually showcase content? If any one of you would want to, kind of take on to that where all do we see content? Yes, please. Perfect. Anywhere else that we actually are? Yeah.
On socials, can you be like a bit more specific where you see your content, your personal content, be it professional content?
Okay.
All right, so
the
content.
Answers that we
so
get to hear from the audience makes me feel that everybody is only and only on the digital platform. Do we not get content
Otherwise,
on the road,
I mean,
in the newspaper?
I know that we bunch of people here represent digital agencies, but I think the world is a
trying to
little
please
bigger
us.
than that. And
At least, just to give you a thought, when you got out of the airport, right, by the time you collected your luggage, at least you'd have seen 5 pieces of content. But it hasn't registered at all. We are all thinking about the small screens we have.
I'll again go a step back, not just when you got onto the airport, but when I sat in the plane, Emirates, they had a plethora of content talking about discover this, discover that in Dubai, places to visit, and adventure and all of that. So there's no end to content. We can definitely see content everywhere around.
So I think, sorry, I'm cutting you. Yeah, that's true in a way. I just wanted to add one small point. I'm saying that, see, today we're looking at content, unfortunately, because of the TikToks and Reels of the world as short videos, right? I mean, in this room, I'm sure that everyone, when we say content, is automatically thinking of a video that they want to consume. But what I think the group here wants to say is that it's beyond that, just that video that you're consuming, right? I mean, there's a series of messaging that's happening, and all of that comes under the purview of content.
I'll also tell you why, Venkat, to add to that. So we were talking about intent, right? So all the intent we gather, at least most of the big companies in B2B domain, they gather it through engines. So yesterday and today, I guess, we had a lot of discussion on AI, how AI is influencing the whole thing. So I want to share a small example, which one of my clients was sharing with me. So when it's just like one engine capturing the whole thing, right? It's like I'm going to the gym every day and say, Pramod is also joining with me. So the system will capture it as Pramod and Radhika are 2 people who are into fitness. But Pramod might be getting into the Starbucks there and getting a hot chocolate with a lot of cream and sugar and whatnot. But the system will capture it as an intent because he's taking the same route every day. So that's where the relevance comes. The content need not be all digital. Sometimes when we look at the traditional content, or I shouldn't be saying traditional content, the content which always existed, there lies the actual intent as well, which most of us are forgetting these days, I guess.
But I guess I would love my audience saying digital media is something which is attracting, because even here we are on social media platforms, and that's where we are promoting ourselves, because I think we, on an average, we are spending about, say, 2.5 hours regularly on our social media platforms, and that's where we consume the content. That's where we are connecting with brands. So I'm sure, all of us marketeers here are trying to promote something or the other as a brand, or our personal branding for that matter, on the social media domain. So I think I would second the audience sitting here in terms of saying that social media is a very big decision maker in terms of the buyer's journey today when it comes to our audiences to connect with the brand. But considering that, I think all of us have our relevant stream of examples that we would like to showcase, where there's a mix of content that we've used on the online domain to kind of portray our brand's presence and promoting them in terms of the buyer to kind of decide whether they would want to use that brand or not. So if, Venkat, if you could take on in terms of giving us a few insights in terms of the brands that you worked with, which actually led to people or buyers to decide if they would want to go through that brand or product altogether.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about something that's really, sort of sensitive in a way, because one of our clients is a mental health institute, and they typically want to get in touch with people who have problems, and not a lot of us want to go out there and talk about these problems, right? So what is it that really worked for us is what I can tell you. So initially we did start off by, looking at areas, okay, simply we need to advertise. We need to find out how many people portray behaviors, right, that could, suggest that they have an ailment. We go back to them, with the typical way that an online campaign works. So we did this for a couple of months, and what we realized is that the type of leads that we were getting in, or we were able to generate out of just simple advertising, wasn't really the quality that we expected, right? So what did we do then? We had to understand that since this is a really sensitive topic that we really want people to engage with, we need to have video content, and more so regionally specific content. So in India, there are 29 states and probably 50 different languages, including subsects of languages, right? So what we decided to do was to make long format content regionally, which explained and educated to the audience what is it that this particular disorder means, and what are the symptoms, right? What does the diagnosis ask you to do? And when we had the specialist come on and talk in that regional dialect, what we realized was that we were getting far more number of leads, right? And also we were able to connect with the audience in a way where only the people that really, really wanted help came out and approached us, right? So long story short, yes, content there fueled the entire journey, right? And I might be contradicting myself from 2 minutes back in saying that, we all think video, but in some way it did work for us. And that's one example where I've seen content and its power outweigh just typically a spray and pray, right? So, yeah.
Can I add in with another classic example which changed the way mutual fund industry is being looked upon in India. So back in 2019, September, AMFI, which is Association of Mutual Funds of India, realized that there was a problem. The problem was that out of 1.4 billion population of the country, there was just about little less than 4% of the population which was investing into mutual funds. And they realized that the risk-averse nature of Indian consumers, Indians, needs to be changed. And they came up with a killer content. The problem was to change the mindset, and they came up with a killer content. Most of the people from India would relate with this. They came up with a tagline which says, mutual fund sahi hai. People not from India, sahi hai is the Hindi word which means is all right. So mutual fund is all right. That brought a lot of feel good. That brought a lot of positive approach that the Indians were not that positive about mutual funds, and they, were able to successfully build the awareness about mutual funds, going, from television to digital to, so instead of saying traditional, let us say digital and non-digital. They went everywhere. Yeah,
it was an integrated campaign. Yeah.
Integrated campaign with a 360-degree approach. Let us use some jargons. Let us make the audience feel we are learned people.
Panel,
yeah,
we should.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this campaign did the magic. 2019 September, I have some figures, so let me read that out for you, and that'll make the point more strong. The intent was to create awareness. The content was mutual fund sahi hai, and the result, my friends, is from 25.6 trillion in September 2019, from 25.6 trillion, it jumped to 27.74 trillion in September 2020. In flat 12 months, there was an increase of 2.5 trillion rupees of investment in mutual funds, and that is largely attributed to the campaign which had the intent of bringing the awareness for mutual funds.
So which brings me to one,
for sure.
Brings me to one point, right? So I think content has the power to influence the way that people behave. And if used rightly, just in the case that he just spoke about, I think lead is just a small terminology that we all use, right? I mean, it's the behavior that you're going to impact by creating relevant content for that consumer in environments where he would want to consume or she would want to consume it.
And just to add to what I was talking, sahi hai is a colloquial word, but it has a strong connect. Sahi hai is like in Australia, if you have to connect with somebody, what would you say? Hey, what's up, mate?
Mate, yeah.
I don't. Can you say that in your side, mate?
Might.
Might. Yeah. You connect.
Cry,
You
mate.
connect instantly.
Cry, mate.
Okay. And in USA, if you have to connect with somebody instantly, hey, what's up? Yeah.
Howdy.
Yes. And same way, sahi hai is a word which works almost across the nation, from north to south to east to west. Yeah. And they were able to kill it with this tagline which said mutual fund sahi, and rest is history.
I'll give you a B2B example because we had B2C examples. So there is this compliance softwares now. So a couple of years ago, it was not very prevalent. A lot of companies were not using these kind of softwares. So when we had to do an outreach for a client and essentially generate demand, we had to first educate them. Why do you need it? Why do you have to spend like a minimum of $30,000 then? I'm talking about like 4-5 years ago, to get a module of this. So we understood that it's not going to happen in one go. So we went back to the client and said, give us some certain number of pieces of content and let's educate them first before we generate the demand. Once we had it right, we had the intent coming in, and then things went into like a pipeline where we had what we call, the jargons, MQLs, SQLs, HQLs, and appointments coming out
Everything is
enough.
going above the head of people.
We're not familiar with this jargon, though.
So we use it. I'm sure that some of my fellow marketers here agree to it. So we had it in a flow when that education part was done right.
So, just as she was talking, something really funny was cooking in my head. Sometimes when you don't have the best of the content, let's say we are sitting here and we don't know what is it, just throw some jargons. It works.
Okay. Guys, Venkat, you touched upon, the healthcare sector.
Yeah.
So, for me, I am working on a product which is around a preventive healthcare, which is around mental health, and it's for the European and the American market typically. So while we kind of pushing across content for people to consume, it is a sensitive content that we're talking about, and it's a market where I think as marketers it's important for us to tap, one, and two, what is the kind of content that we show is pretty sensitive. So with your experience, what is the kind of content we're not supposed to be breaking across to somebody's privacy. We're not supposed to be, giving content which people cannot consume. We do not want social media blocking our ads, all of that. So how is sensitive content really handled by marketers like us?
Sure. So I think it's a very, very valid question. I think everyone really has a right to privacy as far as their health is concerned, right? And no one wants to really share intimate information with you. But having said that, if you're able to ease the subject and relate with them in a more human way, right? Instead of jargonizing it and saying that, oh, you know what, let's take diabetes for instance, right? So if you have diabetes type 1 and if the ad reads something like, or the video sort of says, you know what, you should do this, this, and this in a very doctor-like way, then I don't think it would probably connect to the audience, because that's not what they're expecting right now. They want you to be more like a partner rather than, and that's what your content really needs to mirror. You need to be able to educate them rather than to force them to believing that you're a brand and you're sort of out there to get their wallet share, right? I mean, that's what I would say. So
you need to relate with their emotions at the end of the day.
It has to be emotional.
Perfect.
That's a very powerful keyword that you use again. I picked up the keyword. Emotions. When we are talking about content in any format, it all boils down to the emotional connect that you're able to build with the audience. You have to always talk the way the audience understands. If we were sitting with, if we were having this panel discussion with children below 16, the conversation would have been in a different way altogether. So it's very important to connect. And how do you connect? Multiple ways. Something that I learned from my friend Nikita is how humor can make your engagement go up, notches up. Bring some humor, connect at the emotional level, and try and be simple, easy. If it is for masses, go for carpet bombing. If it is for a niche, try and be a little classy. But it all depends on the kind of audience that you're interacting with.
Absolutely. So I think, long story short, it's test and learn, right? I mean, you can't go in there and throw something and expect everyone to sort of lap it up, right? Unless you haven't explored, avenues, right? You haven't put up relevant content and then make that content reach out to those people. How are you expecting them to come back and engage with you is the question that I would like to, sort of throw open. It's an open question. Not like I'm expecting an answer, but yeah.
Okay, Venkat, you just touched upon engagement with consumers. So I think coming back to our previous discussion that we just had a while back, my audience said social media, digital media. We here also believe that there is a traditional format of media also which needs to complement everything that is going online, because as consumers we need to kind of see a 360-degree approach towards marketing. So I think I'm a strong believer traditional media and the online domain, if working together, can give great consumer results to brands that work across. So Venkat, if you could just kind of throw a little light on.
Okay, yeah, I get exactly where you're coming from, Ashmita, and it's a very valid point, right? So right now amongst us itself, we're having this whole debate of what is traditional and what's not. But
let us not use traditional. Let us use
exactly.
non-digital.
So I'm getting to it. So what I'm trying to say is that the way that things are working today is not in a linear fashion, right? 10 years back, when you flipped on the TV, you knew that there was a show that would come at 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. and you would probably be like tuning in exactly 5 minutes before that. But today, I mean, you really don't have any sort of boundaries of when you should be or when you shouldn't be consuming content, right? And I think it's about getting the message across in the best possible way in the circumstance, which is what will then translate into converting that intent into actual action, which is what the lead is what us as marketeers want from the consumer.
To add to Venkat, your point, all of us agree that our attention span is very low now, right? So it's not about whether it's digital or non-digital. It's about the brand getting the attention, and within that short span, us trying to communicate what we really want to communicate, and then the intent, the lead, and all those jargons will fall in place.
Just to explain how non-digital and digital together creates the magic, there are a couple of real estate brands that we work with, and we saw so this client in reference that I'm talking about is one of the leading real estate builders specializing into low housing complex, and they understood that the audience that they are reaching out to, that they're targeting, are not 100% on Facebook and Instagram only. There was an overlap. So what they did was everything which was on non-digital, including newspapers and outdoors, they had the same content, both in terms of look and feel and in terms of text, which kind of helped the users have a strong brand connect and a brand recall when they saw something on the road. And then again, when they were targeted with custom audience on Facebook and they saw the same ad, there was a strong brand recall from the outdoors to the Facebook ad, and that really helped. We were able to optimize on the cost per lead, and we managed to give them the desired results almost 20% less than the expected cost per lead that they had set for us.
No, I think brilliant. I think the consistency in the way that you communicate is also very, very important. I think you can't expect your audience to know that it's you without, being consistent as far as, your tone is concerned, or where your brand elements are positioned, or the colors. I think all of these are important, I think, and the visual cues, obviously, we're bringing in from a separate conversation, but they all have an impact on what eventually happens down that funnel.
Guys, traditional, non-traditional, I think every brand is what is looking out as leads at the
I'm
end
so
of the day.
thankful that now you use non-traditional. I'm so thankful.
I mean, every brand is looking out at leads, and that's what I was just speaking to a friend of mine who's, I think, from California here, and she rightly said that, guys, nobody is practically looking at branding at this point of time. Nobody is looking at what content you're putting. Anybody we connect to globally is just purely looking at leads at the end of the day. So I think post-pandemic, we've had a shift in terms of, what to market, how much to market, and at the end of the day, give a certain kind of conversion or leads, how we term it as, to our consumers. So I think there has been a huge shift overall. So if, you guys can put some light upon that. For me, for example, as a brand marketer, we see a lot of healthcare products being really out loud in the market in terms of showcasing content, showcasing preventive healthcare, mental health. A lot of content has been rolling across, and we don't know, as which one is right and which one is not. So there are a lot of applications which have come around, and we as marketers have actually been pulled into dealing with a lot of them as well. So post-pandemic, there has been a shift when it comes to content marketing. So if you could, you guys also could share a couple of examples of how you think your brands, not just talking about leads, but also talking about the right content marketing strategy across for consumers to actually relate to them. How do you, put across to brands like who purely are looking at leads post-pandemic and are not looking at consumer retention because of the kind of content and connect that these guys can make with it?
Yes, any brand actually during pandemic, we all saw that there was a surge in terms of content marketing, right? Be it influencer marketing, be it like anywhere, there was so much content out there. And as a consumer, most of us reached a point where, like Ashmita said, whether this is right, whether this is wrong, whether this information is right, whether the content is actually communicating what the brand stands for, whether you'll get the ROI out of it as a consumer. So the brands have the same question, whether these are converting into leads. At the end of the day, the brand will look at, hey, my $100, where is it going? It's going in waters, or whether I'm getting leads out of it. So post-pandemic, I see more of that content volume has been coming down, but it's more like how actively engaging are this content, and where are the leads coming from? And so here, again, the keyword emotions will come into picture. Whether it's actually serving the purpose, what is the purpose it's actually serving, and of course the money.
Very well said, Radhika. I think there was something that we spoke about yesterday, which I'm taking on today, and what you said yesterday was you can't threaten a consumer to purchase your product, right? I mean, until and unless they don't have the intent to take out the money from their wallet, there is no content or no power that is going to get them to do it. So I think, it's just like how brands think of ROI. I think as individuals, the only thing that we have is time. And in an ever-changing, evolving environment, that becomes really important for us. And we have to make sure that we're only spending time on things that matter to us, right? I sounded selfish, but that's...
I'll just like to give a different perspective to the question. The post-pandemic, there are a lot of homegrown businesses that have come up. And when we're talking about homegrown businesses, these are businesses with minimum budgets that they have for marketing, right? So as agencies, we all must have experienced that the intent was only and only generate leads for me, my friend. I don't care how my brand looks like. So this is where I think post-pandemic, to answer to your question, we see more of homegrown businesses who are approaching with one focus, which is to generate leads at the minimum cost and bring on as many leads
So
as
somewhere
they
that's
can.
like actually trying to run without learning how to walk in a way, because I mean, for everyone that thinks that they can go out there, create a website and have a couple of products on that today, it's very easy. I'm not saying it's difficult to get a basic e-commerce site up, but what they don't realize is the fact that there is an Amazon or a Flipkart or whoever else out there that creates content that's specific to them, advertises in volumes that's unfathomable almost every day, and that's who they're competing with. So without actually, and without getting content to propel your brand at the top of the funnel, there's no way that you're going to have that journey to come down the funnel and then convert.
Guys, I mean, at the end of the day, for example, I've been a brand marketer or strategist for about 10 years now. And I genuinely believe that, when you're talking about showcasing content to brands, and talking about either branding or lead generation or kind of, keywords for that matter, right? Search for the keywords. Everything actually comes down to how much of content is something that somebody can consume. Where are the platforms that somebody could consume? And we, kind of discussed that earlier. But I think how much is relevant for the consumers is, I think, a topic which is missing across in terms of brands to understand that you can't be too much, you can't be too less across, and you cannot be everywhere at all times. So, talking about various industries that we are working across with, there are different, platforms that people are using. For a brand, might be LinkedIn is something which is more efficient. For somebody, might be in Instagram is something which is more popular. So every industry has different content strategy, different areas that they kind of promote themselves, traditional, non-traditional, anything. So if you could, if all of you could just give me some examples of how you guys are, treating across your brands in showcasing the relevant content on relevant platforms.
So there's another classic example which answers to your question. We work with a volleyball team in Kolkata by the name Kolkata Thunderbolts, and the season is going to start in 2 months from now, and October mid they came up with a specific campaign requirement which said that we want to reach out to our sponsors and create a strong brand recall so that when we have a meeting with them, they don't mind paying the check instantly to us. And what we did is very simple yet very effective. We created the list of about 50 plus potential sponsors that they wanted to target, and we got to the email IDs and the phone numbers and the names of the relevant people, the marketing head, the vice president, CEO, all of that. So that list turned out to be about 250 odd numbers, and we set up the custom audience on all the possible platforms where they would consume as individuals and not as professionals. So we reached out to them using custom audience on YouTube, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and we are yet to see who and how much the sponsors add on, but so far so good. We've been able to map on to the sponsors, potential sponsors, and reach out to them with the relevant content, which is to just keep showing them the brand Kolkata Thunderbolts, winners of season 1, Kolkata Thunderbolts, winners of season 1, 5.1 million views, So
that brings me to one point, right? So, okay, it's time for Q&A. But the last point is that I think you need to have a semblance of reach and frequency when it comes to content. You need to sort of tune it, and before she kills us.
I'll just have the last word. Any brand who comes to us, do a market study and a survey. That will help us.
Strategy is the key for the right content and the
strategy
mix of
is the keyword.
Perfect. So I think we'll open the room for questions now. Yes.
Questions, guys?
Can you have the mic, please? Yeah? Okay, perfect.
So currently in many SaaS-based products, there is this PLG motion going on, right? So from this broad perspective of content, how does that change? Because I understand the B2C example, I understand the sales-led motion, but this is like a phenomenon which is happening in the past 2 years. It's called the product-led growth. So in which case, what is your advice? I'm not looking at a right answer here, because content is not always about right and wrong.
No, so I think the way that you measure what the outcome should be across the funnel is what you should be looking at, right? So let's say, for instance, you are a SaaS-based platform, is what you said. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, typically, if no one knows about you but knows your competition, right? What should you be doing? You should have enough content to actually maybe not outweigh, but at least understand how you can create that impact at the top of the funnel, right? And if by that content, forget the production value of that content, if you don't back that with the right amount of money, you're not going to get the reach that you desire, A. But if at the same time you try to measure that in an ROAS language, you're not going to get any efficiency either, because the purpose of that messaging was very simple. It was just to let people know that you exist. Now, as you come down the funnel, when you talk about engagement or consideration, which is probably a mid-funnel criteria, you talk about how you can create engaging educational content which tells people more about why they should use your platform. But if they didn't know about your platform, they would never consume the content that talks about how you should use it, right? And so on and so forth, and until you get to the bottom of the funnel where you talk about what is the immediate gratification that me as a user gets by signing up onto your platform. So while content is the common keyword there, all of it depends on what that content really is telling the audience, is what I would say.
I think how you're branding it across in terms of, as you rightly mentioned, either educating your users or kind of putting the right content across. So I think branding for me would be the key to kind of portray and get in more attention for it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Got any more questions from the audience?
Nikita promised he'd ask a simple one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Come up and ask. It's great. Thank you.
So you spoke a lot about online content and non-online content, but I've sort of, for my clients, I want to think about how I can integrate non-online content to help them grow. And you gave some examples earlier, but I was thinking maybe some more specific examples of how you would do that and why that's important in a world where we're going more and more online.
Let me take that. Yeah. So did you say how we can align non-digital with digital?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So stick to the basics. Step number one, what the marketing communication is, whether it is digital or non-digital. Step number two, try and have the same look and feel, aesthetic, non-aesthetically and aesthetically, both digital and non-digital. And third is to have a proper planning in terms of budgeting that you'd like to have on both. Ideally, it varies from the kind of audience, the kind of target audience that you have and the kind of market that you're dealing in. But ideally, it's usually a 60-40 or a 50-50, which I would suggest with the first two steps and the right budgeting. I think
I'd say more my question is, what's the necessity behind having non-online content when everything is going more online? When most of our client base
create familiarity. To start, create familiarity. People shouldn't be like, oh, this I've seen in a screen. They should be like, associating with that thing. Oh, I know this. What this is.
So I'll go back to the same example. I was in the flight, Emirates flight. I saw places to discover on the flight, and I was intrigued by that, and I went on to Google and searched more about it. So
it purely depends on the brands also that you're dealing with, whether it's purely something that you can just go on an online domain.
Tell us what is the kind of product or brand that you're dealing with.
I think it's perception. Sorry, I'm just getting in there. So it's the perception that you want to create, right? That really ultimately drives the type of content that you will eventually end up producing. Now, the thing is, if I only get exposed to stuff on my mobile phone, but I have no idea about what it is outside of this realm that I'm in, then I'm not going to trust it that easily. And that's really why I keep on coming back, or we kept on coming back.
That's an important keyword, trust. Digital and non-digital alignment is important because it builds trust. It brings relevancy and it drives traffic from 1 to 2 and from 2 to 1.
But my main point is, like you mentioned earlier, lead generation is the main thing, right? We're all after leads. Yeah. So as a business owner who has a certain amount of bandwidth, who can only focus on a certain amount of things, I'm wondering, is it going to be useful spent on my time to do that, the non-online stuff, or is it more beneficial to just focus on online and creating that message and having it to a
Again,
wide
it depends
I think
on
there
what
should be a
stage
fine balance, and also the brands.
and the stage in which your organization is completely like, I mean, for instance, if your turnover is like 100 and you realize that you basically need 150 to get out there and use high reach mediums like TV, then it's a no-brainer, right? I mean, you don't have the money to do that.
Honest confession, I've been more of data person. So I believe, I think 70% online is something which is working around for brands, and merely you need to kind of mix it up a little bit so that your consumers or your users really do not fade away your story. So keep the same storyline, 70% online and 30% traditional would, I think, do the thing.
Emma is looking at us, so I think.
Yeah, we're done.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks for
you.
your questions
Thank
as
you.
well. Let's give them a nice
Thank
round of
you.
applause. That's great. We need a group photo for you guys. Can we have a nice group photo, please? That would be fantastic. Now, next up, we've got a panel session on strategies to translate marketing concepts to different cultures. Did your previously successful campaigns not resonate with new tangible target audience? This panel is going to talk about the importance of understanding and addressing cultural nuances as a marketer while still following the basic principles. And to moderate this panel, we have Evelyn Astasia. She is a co-founder and CEO of Grow in Asia Creative Consulting. If you'd like to come up and moderate this panel. And joining her, we have Samina Chowdhury, top agent partner and luxury home marketing agent, Keller Williams Lacido Agency. We have Her Highness Saeed Tankia Jadia Abang, CEO and managing director of Twins Ram Media Group. And we have Ashmita, who is staying on the stage with us as well. Thank you so much for that.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you haven't had your third cup of coffee today. But if you already have, maybe some of you still sleepy, you can go for your fourth cup of coffee, even if that's not healthy at all. So let's just get started. For today's session, we will discuss about the strategies to translate marketing concepts to different cultures. Quite heavy in the afternoon, but I have the best team here as a panel. That will share their way of crafting a campaign that actually relevant to the consumer in each market, because we believe we are coming from a different background. Maybe I will share first, Samina. You can do a little bit introduction with a little bit touch of sharing of your hobbies, maybe, just to make sure the audience are alive.
Hear me? Yeah. So strategy-wise, I would say think about the clientele that you are most comfortable working with. And for me, it was people from my subcontinent, and targeting them with my authentic self, being who I am, and nobody understands the clientele that I target, which is from my subcontinent. Nobody understands better than me, especially living in the US. An American will not understand the culture and community like I will, because I grew up in that culture and community. So the strategy should be that what is the target market clientele that you're most comfortable working with, and where you can show your authentic self.
All right. For me, I think we've had a long discussion earlier, but coming across from a background where I did my media management from Scotland, where I think with diversity coming in also comes across a good hold on the research that we really need to have across while creating a strategy for any clientele that we come across. So I think the right strategy, connecting to people with their kind of culture, as Samina just mentioned, connecting with the culture, connecting with their emotions, and the right mix of both of them would give the right strategy to go on and head on to a great brand presence overall.
Before moving to there, I think I will throw away some questions to the audience first. Before moving along about the strategies and so on, maybe I will ask for some marketers here. Who those among you creates a campaign that is culturally fit, localized, and then contextual? Maybe you can raise your hand. I have one in the back. I have two. I have three. And then is there any other more? maybe some global campaigns to local campaigns. Thank you. So I believe there's some challenges, right, in crafting those kind of localized contextual content, because you need to strategize what to talk, what to address, who are your audience, and that kind of things. So I see that Samina Asmita is coming from different background. The first one is from US market, for sure, and then for Asian market, and then I believe here Dia is also for Asian and Euro market.
Hello. Hi everyone. I just wanted to say hi to everybody. I feel like everybody's so tired. I'm just gonna introduce myself again. I'm not sure if you're tired of seeing my face on the stage. My name is Hedia, and I am the Global Marketing Strategy Consultant for Samsung Electromechanics, or Solum. And at the same time, the CEO of Twin Rams Media. Based on my experience, this is currently one of the pivotal challenges that we have at this point in our marketing campaigns, is that initially our point of language in Samsung Electromechanics, my client, is English. And with that, we had to translate all of our marketing materials, right? Especially if you're still in this sense and where we're coming from, the company I represent. We're still trying to enter different markets. Samsung in general is very known as a brand, but the subsidiary of it is, still trying to break down that barrier. We have local competition, we have existing global conglomerates as well on our backs that is trying to enter the similar market and provide the same set of products. So one of the challenges, as I mentioned, is localization, transcreation, and whatnot. I could say this just coming from the perspective of B2B, B2C. If you're starting up, the easiest way to go is translation, direct translation, right? If you're running an e-commerce store, chances are you can install a plugin, and then it would allow you to translate the content that you have written initially for whatever language that is to the subsequent language you want to target. In this sense, however, we're beyond past that. When you manage B2B conglomerates or international conglomerates in general, just a bigger scope, one of the very important factors is to actually already take a look at translation and transcreation as a separate department, to actually support your overall marketing initiative. Chances are you're not just translating overall digital marketing content, but also leaflets, actual printed products that just translate beyond digital marketing, but also includes traditional marketing as well. In addition, a lot of these marketing materials are actually used to support sales in those regions. So having the consistency, or to actually implement some sort of a framework for all of the markets to actually have a unified message still at the end of the day, it's primarily the very difficult job. And on top of that, in addition, is to allow your branding to translate visually as well to different cultures or subcultures there are. So this is some of the things that I handle on a day-to-day basis, and I can tell you already, when you're trying to work with clients on that scale, it's already very important to include them, especially in terms of content strategy, work with them directly and have a special point of contact between sales, who's actually the one who's going to be using those marketing materials directly, right? Especially if you're in B2B. You have to have consistent dialogue with the sales managers, sales department, and business development, and also put that input, whatever they have, into your actual collaterals and in translation, transcreating.
That's interesting. We already learned from Ashmita and Samina about what is strategy basically look like in some point of view, because I believe strategy is a heavy word. Not everyone has the same definition. And from Dia, we can see that culture can be translated into different language, different content, different sets of visual, but still unified into one brand. That's what we call branding, right? I believe. Yeah, maybe if I may add from my point of view, for example, Grow in Asia, my consulting team, it's actually have a campaign, a global cultural campaign that actually running. It's called, and it's relevant with the World Cup campaign. So I have this brand called Mr. Potato. It's a snack competitor of Lay's, Pringles, and so on. They now have a brand ambassador, which is Neymar, from Brazil team. I call that a cultural campaign because they they execute the campaign globally. But in Indonesia, we have to like cultivate the message to be able to be understood by the audience in Indonesia. That's actually the cultural campaign. We try from global to local. So it's culture, sometimes it's all about the language, all about the translation. But I believe culture is not only about that. Sometimes culture is also about the behavior of the people. And then I think the strategy itself is also a process, right? Do you guys agree with me? Yeah. About the process on having one goal, maybe, and then how to get it and how to measure it. I think that's a strategy in my point of view. In that sense, I want us to share some progress in crafting and creating those kind of campaign message, campaign structure, localization. How do you understand your market? Especially like, for example, Samina have a niche market target audience, yes. Right? Yes. I remember you, yesterday you shared about the Feng Shui and real estate and things. Maybe you can share with us, how do you find out about that in your US market?
I directly tap into the culture. When a buyer comes in for initial consultation, you have to hear them with their words and with their emotions. What they're saying with their words and what they're saying with their emotions. You have to be very attentive. Sometimes for them, it is very difficult to even get what they really want out in words. So asking more questions and digging deep, 3 deep into what they really want, and then getting it out. I'll give you an example. I had a client who was moving from LA to Baltimore. And what she told me was that she was working in Baltimore and she had a very stressful work environment. And what she was looking for was a very quiet place to unwind after work, and she wanted to live in the city. Okay, this is what she told me. However, what I heard was she wants a quiet place, and when I look at city and quiet, they don't gel together. Okay, so I strategized. So my strategy was that I told her that, look, we're going to go see houses the next 3 days. The first day, I will show you houses in the city. I will point out the good and the bad of living in the city for you. The good would be that, yes, you work in the city, you live in the city. The bad is every nook and corner, there's a pub. And people are drinking, there's noise at night. Where is your quiet sanctuary that you want to come home to? Okay? So that was one. Then I told her that now let's time in the city how long it takes for you to go to work. So we have this app called Waze. It tells you during rush hour how long it takes to get to work. It came out to be about 20 minutes. Rush hour, worst, 25 minutes. Okay? Now, the next day, I took her outside the city, a little bit outside the city in the suburbs, where she did find the sense of refuel she needed in the neighborhood. Okay? So I showed her some properties there. Again, timed the commute. It came to about 30 minutes. So 5 minutes extra. Wouldn't you want that extra quiet feeling, the sense of refuel that you really want to and come home to unwind to? Okay? So this is the sense of strategy I gave her. She chose something in the suburbs, obviously. And she was very thankful that I took the extra care and understanding to see what she was not being able to tell me with her words, but I heard her with her emotions.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So I think, as Samina rightly said, a person's behavior is something that is there to tap on, and along with what she just said, that the demographics is something that we again need to consider. So having the right kind of mix for both, and giving it across to how do we overpower that with the communication strategy that we need to kind of put across to the users. Of course, needs to be dominated by the cultural background that they have, the emotions that we need to tap around. But I think it depends on the strategy that we kind of need to put across to the users. You know, we have users which are more empowered with a lot of research that they could do online for anything that they would want to connect onto. So tapping on the right strategy would be to, you know, have the person's behavior in mind, to consider the demographics that they are in, and to culturally align your communication according to that, I think.
And you know, it differs from culture to culture, right? Yeah. So what I see in most couples in America, for example, when they first come to me for their initial consultation, I play a game with them. I give them 2 sets of paper, the husband and wife, okay? And I tell them that let's play a game. I want the husband to write the top 5 things that they want in their house, and I want the wife to write 5 things that is important to her. So both of them are writing top 5 things that is very important. Why I'm doing that is because I want to know what is important to both of them.
Is it any way similar? I don't really think so.
Then what I do is, I then tell them, exchange the paper. I want both of you to see what each other have written. And you know, invariably, what is the answer I get? Oh, honey, I didn't know that this was so important to you. They
That's
don't
about
talk at
managing
home, but they
expectation.
want me to come and figure it out for them. And the reason I do this exercise is because I don't want to end up either making the husband happy or the wife happy. I need to make sure both are happy with the house.
I think that sentiment mixes up with every culture that we're sitting
Yeah.
in, and that's something that we can take home.
To take it to the larger industry or category on top of real estate, how about you, Dia?
It really varies. So on my end, coming from, you know, a conglomerate perspective, just representing the clients that I have, the first thing that whenever I speak to, you know, like obviously we have to translate the content, right? That's what the subject is all about. And what I do is, first off, very important to have a very good translation partner, right? Because ultimately, even if I speak Japanese and Arabic and Malay all together, I couldn't proofread, let's say, Chinese, or I couldn't proofread any other language outside the things that I know. So those are like very important element. First is like having a very good translation partner and quality assurance. If you can do that in-house, then good, but ensure that you have a good mechanism to be able to proofread everything, because chances are also if that person is directly a native speaker, then it helps as well, because obviously the behavioral cultural stuff is going to be absorbed into the marketing collateral. So that's one. But if you are coming from the perspective that you are going to go through that process anyway to begin with, right, that you have to actually enter a global market, then you have to start with going global in mind. That's the first element, aside from having the translation partner. Because having that perspective would enable you to figure out what would be your point of reference as a language. For instance, your point of reference to start with will say, you know, if you're from Indonesia, it would be Indonesian going global. So what would be the metrics, or what would be the you know, measurement of your translation of your brand itself, which is predominantly patterned toward Indonesian culture, right? To, like, you know, see that in a bigger perspective of that going global. So, and then from there you would understand, okay, this is the foundational framework of the brand, and then therefore this is, you know, how we're gonna see that brand, you know, being accepted or translated across cultures. So in Samsung, it was actually Korean. So Korean was the main pivotal language in the beginning of the company. Early on, I think about 90s, it was like that. And then we had to transition from there to English. So English became the main cultural, you know, like representation of what the Samsung brand is all about. Later down the line. So from there, we had to, you know, like after we figure out that would be the point of reference, right, going global in mind, then it's a lot easier to have a global marketing strategy contend with different countries in as part of that. So for instance, like we have, let's say, our initial, we're launching currently some set of products for electric vehicles. So what's going to happen is that we have the English market, and that would be the point of reference. And then we would have South Korean, we have, Arabic or EMEA, and then we have Asian. Right, so it's gonna boil down to, again, entering the market now, which is, like obviously their behavior would come into play. Second is their what do you call it, like their culture would come into play, and then also their market demand, just the overall economics behind it. So that in itself, the grounding in itself is a lot easier, right? Especially also when you gather additional resources, as you have like translation agencies, transcreation materials, additional tools, which I can tell you guys later if you are interested. I can share that with you. And how that would be a lot easier for you to actually manage your digital campaigns through the transcreation process, and then also that of having a translation directory or translation, what do you call it, like it's like a grammar book basically that you can find online and install it online. So that would be the point reference of all of your materials across all languages. So having the consistency also of words and all of that, and the micro detail really helps as well. So that's where the translation management tool comes easy.
From maybe to add from my perspective, just to enrich what the culture means. On top of translation words and content creation, I think in my point of view, for someone who maybe some of you have been into to Indonesia, it's an island city where there are 5 big islands, and it's so different in each behavior of the cities. Forget about the words, language, but the behavior is quite different. For example, if I said Java Island, they love sweet kind of food. And then if you go to Sumatra, like Aceh and so on, they love spicy food, more into like herbs, if you ever heard of rendang, things like that. So for example, if you are an agency or a consulting team that is executing some maybe ready-to-drink product, then you have to pair that with some kind of food that match the behavior of the island. So forget about the global campaign. Sometimes in Indonesia, it's very difficult to understand the local language as well.
So it's more of local and then getting that to the global level.
That's correct. That's correct. And then after all the discussion, I think we can agree that when you say strategies and culture, I think Samina mentioned a good thing, which we have to go directly into the market. We get to have our hands dirty. Some of us maybe are digital marketers, right? Sometimes we forget we only do the desk research. Type for this blog, and then 5 things to know about the Indonesian people sometimes, or 5 things about the US market, things like that. But I see that when you get your hands dirty, typically, directly go into the market, and then you ask so many questions. I used to teach and train my team to ask at least 5 whys. So for example, if you go meet a client, okay, what's your objective? I want to raise awareness. Why? Ask them until they get annoyed. So I think that happens the same with you guys, right?
And clients come with one focus in mind sometimes, but once you start asking them questions based on that one focus they have, then they start to realize that their focus is completely wrong. And you have created a new focus for them. And the other thing is, sometimes even we learn a lot from these clients, okay? For example, when we were talking about Feng Shui, so there's Feng Shui and then there's Vastu. I learned Feng Shui is opposite of Vastu. I didn't know this before, you know? I always thought Feng Shui and Vastu is the same. And understanding Feng Shui and Vastu allowed me to even understand certain neighborhoods, what kind of clientele to bring. I'll give you an example. There is a neighborhood near my house where there are these row of townhouses. You know, on one side, the townhouses are facing north, and on right across from it, there are townhouses which are facing south. I know for sure the south-facing townhouses, all the people will be Feng Shui. north facing, they'll all be Vastu. So targeting that kind of clientele, understanding what kind of clientele to bring to those houses, even before bringing them, you know what they will like and what they will not like.
Sorry. I think as Samina rightly said, it's just not now, but I think ages back also, if I think most of us are aware of Unilever, which is a global company, it actually thought of the cultural and the local domain and, launched a subsidiary like an HLL, which was a Hindustan Liver organization. And they launched shampoos worth rupees, I think, 1 INR, which is about 0.02 USD, and that became a rage. Why? Because they connected with the local audience, and connecting with them and their behavioral aspects was a game changer at that point of time as well. So I think today we are just doing the same thing. We're trying to understand people's behavior. We're trying to adapt as marketers into their culture, and kind of give across campaigns, whether we're doing it digitally or we're doing it personally. We're tapping on the market rightly. We're just kind of mixing up the local presence, their behavioral, and putting it demographically correctly is what we, as an individual, as brand marketers, are doing today.
I'd like to add, just going back on the concepts in itself, one of the challenges that I've, this is a particular interesting talk because overall, right, like you're one of the challenges that we have primarily is in English. Like a lot of the strategies, the concept are normally penned in English, right? In a lot of global companies. So the challenge now is like, say you have a English website, an example. And you're trying to enter to a different market, but you wanted to make the same look and feel for the upcoming market that you're trying to enter. So there's a few things automatically that you would consider. For instance, one is the domain extension of that country. The URL structure would be another, right, on the technical part of things. And then also, in addition to that, actually the copy and the multilingual SEO. So I'm just trying to ground what we are talking about here, because I feel like, people would need to understand also the legwork that goes behind the scenes as to how you can make this concept translate into actual thing. And in actual reality is that when you enter the market, right, you've got the copy, right? For instance, you've outsourced that to a translation agency. You've got the visuals, right? You have your branding director, your art director, figure out the cultural nuances in the Japanese market or the Arabic market and whatnot. And then now, how do you execute it? That's just the most difficult part. And this is where, it's a make or break situation on our end. For instance, when we enter a market, having to have that recipe that I've told you guys and shared to you guys earlier, before we even launch that, we would start already doing multilingual SEO, right? So we would be producing content that is just put in the back burner, but still published, so that it's gonna push the organic traffic that we have alongside the actual backlinking strategies that we do through offsite SEO. So these are the technical elements. Even if, let's say, your primary language is still English, it should not necessarily stop you from adapting into that particular culture you want to enter. Language in itself, the strategies in itself, finding those local yellow pages so you can actually get those listed and actually really get substantial results. So these are some of the framework that I'm sharing you guys that we've done. And chances are, if you have at the very least tap into that, even if you're not running actual campaigns yet, and you chose to run a campaign later down the line, it would substantially increase conversion results as well.
I will dial up a bit from that.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to know how do you find out that actually, for example, SEO website is the best tools, is the best channels to reach your audience? Because I think that's part of the strategy, right?
So just going back again to the main framework, whenever you do an overall strategy, there's traditional, there's digital, right? And overall, when I create the strategy for global companies, what I do is I have this overall strategy, and then from there, it's basically in English, and it would be, the thing is, I'm just going back again, sorry, I'm just trying to catch my thought here. The thing is that you would not necessarily be able to identify any results or any subsequent like response directly to that specific market unless you have actually really executed all of that already. So regardless of if you have done that, you can tweak it later to be able to find out this is the most responsive audience. So it's a lot of A/B testing in the way. But then again, it should not be that, okay, when we enter the market, our overall global strategy is that we will be present in digital, we will be present in PR and other traditional media. And then for maybe in Japan, when we enter Japan, we'll figure out maybe PR is better. No, it shouldn't be like that. Well, the best results that we've gotten is that you have that global strategy, you implement that to all markets, and then from there find out which one is the one that produces most result. Then you can understand, okay, you know what, this is better, this is working for us. Because local SEO, for instance, if you do it, then and you do it consistently and you do it on the actual, like, you know, rightful white hat SEO strategies, then it would yield result, even if it just takes a while for you to execute it. So it's not a matter of like picking and choosing. It's a matter of entering and testing if you don't have any data. If you have previous data, then you can use that in your advantage, obviously. But ultimately, you cannot just, you know, assume automatically, especially if you're an outsider entering that market, you know. So you're a global decision maker and you don't know the market. So that's the way to go.
Got you. So from those sharing, I just will sum up a bit again. We know that we should go to the market, to the audience directly, and then from there has shared. Actually, I think we have to get the right time, the right people, the right context, the right message, and the right channel to execute your campaign.
One more thing, Evelyn. I want to also tap into that what we most people forget is even cultural patterns. Okay, imagine the way we negotiate in Asia is very different than how the Americans negotiate. Understanding the different patterns of negotiation, and when I have a client come into the US trying to negotiate the Asian way with a client in the US, understanding that and educating them what works differently in US and still appreciating their pattern, what they grew up understanding, that is also key.
Actually, this conversation is getting interesting, guys. So please wake up a bit.
I would just want to add to do what you mentioned.
How do you differentiate that? How do you find those different between those the way, for example, Asian people are negotiating versus maybe US people negotiating? How do you find the difference?
In Asian pattern of negotiation, I see that they never stop negotiating till they're at the settlement table.
Okay, I'm touched.
This is actually a common occurrence even on global companies. You know, in our end, a lot of the marketing materials we produce, all of a sudden another like region would say that's too American. You know, that's too European. Blah blah blah. So it's so hard to reconcile that, right? And even like the point of closing. Is another factor that they'll be like, oh, automation. You guys implemented, the global office of implemented automation, and we don't do that in this country for this reason. And so there's also obviously some stuff that you need to step back and allow them to do, you know, for the culture to, you know, like somehow take over still, like what she mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and the most interesting thing is, you know, when I have clients coming from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they're very vocal about their negotiation. I want this, I want this, I want this. But then when I'm working with the Chinese clientele or the Japanese clientele, they kill you with their silence. You know, and then you're thinking, like, what's going on?
You
and
have to be the mind reader.
That is he, like, say something, they'll kill you with their silence. And you just need to sit and relax and just, when they're ready to speak, they speak.
Interesting. Then I think it's all about the expectation, right? You have to understand the expectation.
Yeah.
Just like the story you tell about the husband and wife.
Yes.
Locating the wants and the don't wants, I think it's also important in terms of crafting this kind of marketing concept to different cultures. Maybe just to like relating it back to the cultures, maybe not want or don't want. If we are talking in a larger industry or in a larger things on top of like real estate, maybe we have to understand the do's and the don'ts, right? In terms of the culture. sometimes we only ask about the do's, but for the don'ts, we sometimes or often forget to ask that. What do you want to avoid? What do you want to be limited? Things like that. I think there's a nice sharing and insight about managing expectation. And I also catch from your sharing that we have to understand how to make sure that we are on the same page as the audience, as the clients. Maybe you can share one or two tips how to make sure that you are on the same page with the client. What are you projecting? What are you crafting in your mind is actually transferring into the client's mind before you execute the whole campaign, for example. Do you have any tips to share that?
I think that depends on the genre of the clientele that we are also in. If we're talking about in terms of the cultural aspect, the local aspect, I'll just take an example of one of our clients, which is into the aviation sector. So they typically train students, the youth apparently, to be on the ground staff or to be an air hostess or to be in the cabin crew, basically. The youth is a very soft market for anybody to kind of crack because they're very well versed with what's happening. So we kind of did a mix of campaign when it comes to targeting them. It was, of course, there was a social media campaign attached to that, but it also was attached to a little bit of a localization campaign that we actually dealt with. We're one of the service providers who typically has our connects with the telecom operators globally, and we also have our own product, which is about an integrated data-centric SMSs, which segments data accordingly to the patterns that the consumers are using it. So mixing that up and targeting the youth, it gave the local connect, it gave the right amount of communication, and it in mere 3 months we basically scaled their revenue from a 7.5 plus to their overall sales figure. So that was having a full house in terms of their trainings. So I think that is one example which is very relevant to mixing up what the audience really wants to the right amount of mix of the marketing strategies that we would want to implement. Of course, that added on with a lot of local SEO presence, etc. But that is one thing that, for me as an example was a high point. Along with that, I think if I take it a global perspective, as I mentioned earlier in my panel discussion, we also have a product which is around health, which is preventive healthcare, which is growing post the COVID era. So coming to that, where every country, as Samina also mentioned, every country has a perspective of what health should be, what they should eat, what they should do. So connecting with them, whether it is an American market, whether it is an Indonesian market, or somewhere in the Philippines. So it majorly shifts from the mindset of the users that we typically are having. So connecting with them in terms of their behavioral aspect, connecting with them at a local ground level, and giving the jargons and the kind of wording into of what is consumed is what is something which is more important, along with a great pictorial view that we kind of can create a social campaign around, because something that we view within that 10 seconds is what cracks us up as a consumer or as a clientele at the end of the day.
It's data and understanding the consumer that backs up everything to transfer that.
At the end of the day, yes.
Yeah. Maybe some words from Dia before the Q&A session.
Yeah,
Prepare
I'd
your
like to
question.
add into that. In addition, one of the challenges that we have whenever we launch a campaign globally is that, as I mentioned earlier, the other parts of the world doesn't feel fully represented. Initially, that was one of the contentions that I've heard in different departments, especially the CEOs of the regional, regional representatives. So what we did is to actually play, before we started any advertising campaigns, when we formulated the storyboards and whatnot, I had to sit through with a really long, painful meeting with each of the country heads. But on top of that, we identified common values that are shared globally. That it's not so difficult to translate to different cultures, right? Something like, for instance, hospitality, or for instance, about having good manners or whatnot, if it's relevant to what the brand is all about. So we do that. We create campaigns that's specific to common values, and then from there, for instance, when we incorporate the visual identity already, like the actual production of the advertisement or the actual production of the campaign itself. We try to one of the strategies that we use, we've used a lot of animation techniques because it's not discriminatory in that sense that everything feels represented at the moment. That's what we've used because it's easy to translate. But should we choose to actually have live like live action individual like people actually talking or like being represented in the ad, then we try to really include as diverse as possible, diverse set of people as possible, because even if it's going to be played in India and then tomorrow it's going to be played in Japan, it's still going to be relevant, especially if it's under a thematic theme of a common value. So that's some of the things that we've produced in the past. I've written tons of script that is, normally it's a typical advertising formula, but then again, it's a lot easier to adapt. Even if you put a translation at the bottom in French, in German or whatnot, it's still going to be relevant, and provided that it would also create, it's also representative of, the very basic behavioral principles that we all get triggered of at the end of the day. So that common values, basic principles of advertising, and at the same time, being diverse, right, would help you and get you a long way.
Thank you.
And managing expectations, like I always remind the client.
I'm so sorry, I have to cut you short because we have to ask the audience for the Q&A. Maybe we'll open for 2 questions. Is that okay?
Do we have any questions from the audience at this point? Does anyone want to come and ask anything?
Nobody translating anything to different content? Just kidding. Okay.
We could have a massive clangor here. That's recently in the UAE. I don't, anyone that's from Europe, the Mitsubishi, there's a brand of vehicle. The Mitsubishi in Europe is called a Shogun, the 4x4. Over here it's called a Pajero. If you understand Spanish, that is not a good word in Spanish. So there was a wonderful headline here. Somebody donates 100 Pajeros to Dubai police. All the Spanish speakers thought that was hilarious, but it's not a good thing. So you've got to be careful with how you translate stuff. So it doesn't always go well. But thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
That was great. Lost in translation. If you'd like to all stand for a photograph, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much. And we will then crack on to our next panel session, which is going to be Next Gen Marketing is here, building your AI-driven marketing tech stack. And our panelists are going to come together and share their expertise and viewpoints to help understand what the need of the hour for effective marketing is and how one can drive brand awareness with AI-driven marketing tools. And our moderator for this session is going to be Steve Dunn, Technical Experience Director at Abstract Visible. Steve, if you'd like to come up to the stage, thank you so much. And joining him is Satish from the CTO at Zeotap. Also, Rayan Yusuf, founder and managing director of MagnoBiz Digital Solutions. Please give them all a nice round of applause and welcome to the stage. Thanks, guys. And all your mics should be on, so there you go. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Here we go. Oh, you're all doing really well. Well done. There's always a bit of a slump in the afternoon, so if you need a cup of coffee, then feel free to grab one. But we are here today to talk about Next Gen AI. I am your moderator, and I would like to introduce the speakers on my left and right. So on my left, we have Satish. Satish is CTO at Zeotap. Zeotap are a next-gen customer data platform based in Berlin. The company was founded in 2014, and there are currently 200 employees with clients mainly in the EU and the UK. Hi, Satish. And on my right is Rayan Yusuf, founder and director at MagnoBiz Digital Solutions, a Google-partnered marketing and implementation startup based in Delhi, founded just 2 years ago, and currently 8 employees with clients in North America. So I'll kick off with a question. and ask Satish, first of all, about his business. Why, Satish, have you decided to dedicate your life or your professional working life to the customer data platform? What is the importance of the customer data platform, or CDP, to the industry? How was it important when you started the business nearly 10 years ago, and what has changed in that time?
Thanks, Steve. That was profound. I'm not sure I've dedicated my life on
assuming you work hard
on solving such big problems for the world.
Part-time.
Okay, so interestingly, it was more of serendipity, the way I came into the data space, and the applications of data space is immense across multiple platforms, and the reason we got together from here is with respect to the marketing stack and especially the advertisement stack as well, which is, I don't know how many of you are aware, next to the stock market traffic in terms of real time, ad tech is almost close to that in terms of the real time bidding systems and everything. So for a person who has interest in doing some sort of good work with data and activation, this is a very nice domain to be, and that is how I started into this. And coming to the journey, it has been pretty challenging because we operate in by far one of the very sensitive market, which is the EU and UK's with respect to data. And regulations like GDPR are not going to help us in any way in furthering our data business, but that is the key challenge as an entrepreneur in terms of how we are going to build the entire stack and really drive value for your customers. And one of our taglines is 4 weeks to deployment and 4 weeks to value, and we try to live by that. And that is something which doesn't relate to somebody who comes from a pure data warehousing kind of world, where you run like a 2-year, 3-year project to actually collect all the data, and then you go back and say, hey, I have now like 4 petabytes of data or 10 petabytes of data. So what? How do you derive value out of it? So this is like a downstream question. It's like a product on top of data, which will drive value. And the prime persona here whom we are targeting is the marketing organization, which is the CMO organization. So we are a feeder to whatever the previous panelists talked about, right? In terms of, I saw the omni word used multiple times. So the omni channel, whatever you want to do, we give you intelligence, we give you data. We have a omni channel collection as well in terms of getting the data. And we give a couple of out of the box AI solutions on a common models, like most people would be aware. You have the customer lifetime value, then you have something called the recency frequency models. So which are all core models for any business. So this is where our journey is, Steve, at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. An introduction then to Ryan. As I understand your experience, you work a little bit more holistically across consulting and also implementation. It's only been 2 years for you in the business, but perhaps you could tell everyone why you started, and in the context of AI, of course.
Thank you for having me here. Steve introduced me very well, although that is something exaggeration, I would say, right? But yes, short-term goals that I have achieved so far. So I started my journey as a freelancer through Upwork. And when I realized that I have a good database, then I resigned my job in October 2019. Right, then I thought to start a career. I thought to start my own company, right, in a data marketing domain, because I am expert in search engine optimization as well as PPC for all the platforms, I would say, right. Once I started learning each and everything, and afterwards I realized that data is something that is very important, because whatever the decision we are making for digital marketing based on the data only. So we need to know how we can read the data so that we can implement for further strategy, even for content creations or anything, any platform that you can choose, right? So what is data? So data is something I would say, let's say if I am staying in hotel right now, right? So at which hotel I am staying right now, this is also data of which cab I boarded there just to reach to this conference. This is also data. So data is everywhere you can think of, right? And the companies, the big companies, what actually they are doing, they are capturing each and every activity of yours, right? So your likes, your dislikes, your comments, each and everything that is treated as data only, right? So that's the reason, that excited me a lot, actually. That excites me a lot. That's the part of artificial intelligence. Facebook is also working because Facebook marketing, that is a PPC based on artificial intelligence only. There is no manual intervention. You can only find, some likes and dislikes, the behavior of the people, how actually they are performing on different devices, online platforms, right? And that is actually, excited me, and I am a student of data science as well, right? So I know how actually it is working. And people are not aware about, because artificial intelligence everywhere, right? You are using your phone, there is a voice assistant. So people are getting panicked. What will happen if artificial intelligence will evolve, right? But actually it is evolving. You are living your life, in the ambience of artificial intelligence only, right? Yes, I can say that it is not that much because this future is here. Future is coming. It's not something, it is completed because a lot of experiment is going on, right? There is a mechanical AI, there is a thinking AI, each and every, even if you will go with the media pipe, there is one blog, blog site wherein you will find there is a Google researchers teams who are actually posting their blogs on the data science itself and artificial intelligence. So you will find they will start capturing your, the expressions as well, how you stand, right? And how you, talk with the audience, with your, your colleagues or everybody. So that is also part of the data, right? And this is amazingly amazing. That is why I am, very much fruitful. And as I said earlier in my previous fireside chat as well, because I am very much, fruitful about the artificial intelligence evolvement, right? And because as a marketer, we can target the audience. We can target the audience in a very personalized way. Let's say if I can capture, if Steve is here right now, right? And if I can notice Steve, how he gives his expressions when he talks to somebody, right? What his likes, what his dislikes, right? So we can, based on somewhere, obviously some product or services that Steve needs, right? So they will go to the Google or any platform online, right? So we can capture that behavior of Steve and we can personalize each and everything based on the data that we will be getting. So it's interesting. It's actually interesting. It will, create a lot of jobs as well because artificial intelligence, it's not evolving just to, snatch the jobs from the marketer, but it is coming actually to, provide more jobs, maybe AI ops manager, AI something else, whatever the designation you can put forth afterwards. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to ask into that a bit more, your clients are in North America, mainly, and you're clearly an optimist and welcome a future of AI-driven marketing. Would you say that most of your clients share in that optimism? And if not, could you give the audience perhaps one example of a client concern that you've worked with them to overcome?
Okay, so I guess that, so my client base is in North America only, majorly from North America, right? But Cayman Island, Bahamas, and also some clients from UK, right? So there is one of my client, I believe BeltlineHealthSolutions.com, right? So he's one of the best bariatric surgeon in the United States, right?
What surgeon?
Bariatric surgeon,
Pediatric
the weight loss surgery. Yeah, yeah. So he's one of the best surgeon in United States, I would say. If you will find on YouTube with bariatric surgeons, you will find on TLC channel, there are millions of views on that particular channel as well, right? So he's the one at a start when I approached him for the marketing project, right? So he was a bit reluctant at that point in time because he doesn't know me actually, right? So how he can give his project to me only, right? So what happened afterwards? There is one mediator between me and that particular client with the name Corbin, right? So Corbin is the one who knows me very well about my strength and each and everything. So he actually persuaded him just to collaborate with him, and once he actually collaborated with me, with my company, I would say, right? So at the start, the cost per click that was going, $12 per, per click, right? And I noticed this is a huge amount they are spending, and the leads, ultimately, the ultimate goal is, getting more number of leads and appointments for the bariatric session, right? Then I noticed he's paying more than his competitors. So obviously the keywords quality score was very low. We can gauge the performance of the quality score in terms of 1 to 10, right? So it was coming only 2, 3, 5 maximum, like that. That's the reason he was paying more than his competitor, just to show up at the very top. And the budget was also good, right? When my company actually took over the account, the average CPC went down by $8. Like he is paying only $2 and making an appointment more than 50, 60, like that. So we started working through, because when he started, his website was also not at that good a stage. That means their website was not optimized, right? And the user experience was actually bad. That's the reason bounce rate increased, right? And I realized each and everything. I started working all around the corner where actually there was a flaws, and finally they are getting good number of leads as well. And also we are using some platforms that is based on AI only, right? That is, you can say that is a Go High Level one of. So we integrated the Go High Level so that we can gauge the performance, how actually it is, going on. And today is the time he has given me he has given my company all the projects like search engine optimization, social media, PPC is already going on, right? And
that's great.
Yeah.
Happy client.
Happy clients, actually. Yeah. So when you make your client happy, obviously it's a good part, right? So nothing makes you more happy.
I will loop in Satish at this point, who's been very patient. So lead generation, user experience, opening up new pathways for work. That feels like perhaps a nice starting point to connect you to your client base, which are primarily CMOs, or at least your points of contact in business. As I understand modern marketing, there's, at least driven by a recent report by Wunderman Thompson and Sitecore, there's this division, or a lack of understanding between the needs of, as Martech calls them, marketing stakeholders, CTOs, CIOs, IT stakeholders, CTOs, CIOs, and marketing stakeholders, CSOs, CXOs. Where MarTech has exploded. There are now over 10,000 vendors in the space as opposed to 150 10 years ago, and appealing to the individual as opposed to appealing to a segment. And the complexity is high, and I imagine in your role you have an understanding of the complexity, certainly from the technology perspective, and the CMO is wearing more of the hat of the consumer behavior. How do you approach those early conversations with CMOs to meet them where they are and try to convince them to invest in your CDP?
Sure, Steve. Yeah, that's a nice question. In fact, not just this kind of CDP products, any data product needs this kind of sales plus consultative approach.
Because many times you will walk in and you will find that the clients themselves are a bit confused in what exactly they want. Okay, there is a certain bit of confusion, and all these regulations around privacy and other things is not helping them make that decision as well, right? So what we try to identify is, I know many people in the past panels talked about what is your end goal. Say, if I take a practical example, 2021 and up till even mid of 2022, many of the marketers' end goal was to burn budget for good amount of acquisition. Suddenly now we see that there is a complete change in that narrative. They say, I want to sustain my existing customers. Next year, even a 30% growth, I'd be in the top 1 percentile, right? So the beauty of, say, AI or data is you can tune for both. When you want to talk about customer acquisition, you have certain data paradigms and AI paradigms which could help in that, right? Say a simple paradigm would be a lookalike audience, which is a data science driven audience, which can create the acquisition. Whereas if you come for this thing, I want to do a churn prevention, probably there are some advanced techniques, not probably, there are advanced techniques like, say, Kalman filters. I don't want to get into techniques. I know this is not a technical this thing, but you have techniques where you could create something called a suppression, where you don't want to target your existing customers very unnecessarily with something new. Okay? So what happens is you could tune this customer data platform and the AI product on top of it to work on your top line or bottom line. So this kind of sense of dilemma which is there, or narrative change in a CMO organization, we are very agile to attack that. So this is more or less our approach in terms of trying to find out, okay, where is the budget? What is the aim? Generally, there are pretty much large aims, right? So you'll have this acquisition as an aim, because if we are talking about CMO level, it's not like he won't think about in which channel I need to run the budget. He doesn't care, right? He will just say, okay, I need this much of a percentage difference, right? So at the high level, it becomes very easy to tune it. And then, of course, you need to work with each of the teams, because it is not like, as you told, it's a bit siloed organization. And the silos is not just in terms of people and culture, but it is also in terms of where the information is coming from. So you need to attach all this. So the strength is if your product can create this attachment in a closely deterministic manner. Anytime you throw AI, it becomes probabilistic, but a closely deterministic manner, you could sell a story. So this is more or less how we have been approaching it. And just a caveat here, past performance, just like how they talk about mutual funds, is never an indicator of future performance, but so far it has gelled well for us.
And putting my CMO hat on, I imagine some of the conversations you find yourself in might well be, how does ZeoTap integrate with my current technology stack? How does it integrate with Salesforce, Sitecore, Braze, you mentioned earlier? Do you find yourselves in in conversations like this often? And if so, how do you navigate them?
Yeah, so in fact, that's again, probably we are getting into a little bit of nitty-gritties in terms of how the packaging works, but okay, since it's public, I'll talk about it. So the tech stack is not same or homogeneous across organizations. If it is enterprise, you could expect somewhere around 80 to 100 technologies already there, and it is not like you can go and walk in and say, hey, I'm going to replace this, I'm going to replace that. They'll say, get out. Okay, so you have to live with what is existing. That is a very important learning. If you go to say a medium size to an enterprise company, medium size it might be 20, but an enterprise would go upward of 80, 100 in terms of the current tech stack and where they would have invested. And the investment would have been almost for last 5 years, 10 years. You don't know where it is from. Okay. But if it's a smaller company, they may not have all these things upfront. So it becomes easier. So our packaging is more towards that in terms of, okay, this is something like a quick starter, which is even an enterprise can use it, but we reduce the number of use cases. But it's a small company, you can just go for a quick starter. If it's a medium, you go for this. If it's a large company, you go for this. And of course, integration is something key for a success of any evolutionary. I wouldn't call it revolutionary. There is nothing much revolutionary happening at this point in time. Evolutionary thing, whatever you want to do, integration becomes a focal point. in terms of how you're going to operate.
And speaking of integration, so you, Yusuf, are partnered with Google. What does that relationship look like, and how did it begin?
So you are asking about the tools integration, right? Okay. So in terms of tools integration, I would say, because tools are very, helpful for the marketers, right? So let's say if I am going to do any PPC program, creating a campaign, PPC campaign for any business, right? If you have no idea how actually your competitors doing in that particular domain, so how will you how will you going to beat your competitors, right? Because every time you will feel, because their budget also matters a lot, obviously matters a lot, but again the quality score of the keywords, that matters the most. But quality score is something that can takes time to improve. It's not something you can expect in overnight, obviously, because there are a lot of parameters that you have to look around, and tools integrations that will help you to know the status of your competitors. Let's assume SimilarWeb is one of the tools that most of the marketers use, and this is one of the best I have found till now, right, to look for the competitors analysis. So you can find the ads history, you can find what kind of ads actually performing, the ad copies are there already available. SpyFu is also a good platform wherein you can track the data of the competitors, be it for PPC or search engine optimization, doesn't makes any difference, right? So also, let's say if you are putting a blog content or something else just to create a backlink for search engine optimization, so if you have the data of your competitors, so you can steal the backlinks as well. So this is also one of the strategy of search engine optimization, right? So you have to look around. So that's how actually tools integrations help marketers, for the better market, to create a better marketing campaign. Because without tools, it's not possible to beat the competitors. It is just, beating around the bush, right? You might win, you might not.
And on the topic of performance and reporting and feedback cycles and continuous improvement and long-term relationships with clients, how effective is your company at relaying campaign performance statistics to your clients, making recommendations for optimization,
exactly,
and then having those recommendations be accepted and implemented? What are the key challenges for you in getting through that cycle?
Key challenges for me, because when I started, obviously, I was at low budget, right? So at that point in time, I was not able to purchase tools, because I would say nobody should do that at the start, because it is costly, right? So I just started, and again, it's I would say some acumen that God has given me, so that I can read the data through analytics only. And based on the analytics, I started, implementing each and everything. So analytics is also a good tool. Everybody knows that, right? I implemented all the conversion tracking through Google Tag Manager. I learned that part as well, because this is something technical, in terms of tracking. Many marketers actually lacking these days, because the right tracking is something you can. There is separate. The website has ID and class, right? So there are a lot of things you have to do for let's say if someone is there is a submit button and you want to track on that particular button, right? So there is a lot of ways, and sometimes it doesn't work as well. So you have to find out the ways. There are many ways to do that, right? So so tracking was something that was actually challenging at that point in time, but not now, because I am an expert, implementing all the tracking part itself. So I did from scratch to end, right? Now I have a team. So that was challenging, obviously, and if you have not right tracking, so it is hard for any marketer to, compete in highly competitive market as well, because if you will see California, the plumbing business, right? Plumbing is something that is very difficult because the cost per click is so high, right? More than $30, $40, right? So recently I got some projects from California plumbing, right? I'm already working around that, but recently I got 3-4 projects based on California only. And you know, it is getting challenging for me to beat the competitors because the budget is also low, right? Like $1,500 to $2,000, and the competitors are spending in millions and thousands, right? So for me, it is getting difficult. In fact, because all the competitor research I did, you know, at the start you have to spend. You have to spend, right? For low budget, you cannot compete with your competitors. So this is the challenge that I'm facing right now.
Okay.
In plumbing business.
In the plumbing business. Yeah. I asked a question around the cycle of end of campaign reporting back into briefing, because it's an area of work that I'm involved in right now. So I'm consulting in an integration agency and helping to bridge their experience design effort with their technologists. And we're selling Insightcore's Content Hub to the client. The client is a local property company. So they sell and lease apartments, villas to residential customers and business customers. So the way that we've gone about selling in Content Hub, which is Insightcore's effort at centralizing everything, which has been a step in between CMS and Content Hub, is something called a headless CMS. A few heads nodding, terminology check. So broadly speaking, Content Hub is a movement around decentralization in the context of asset management, digital asset management. And my interest in that, or at least the levers that I'm pulling on that from a UX background, is this separation of content from template. So many clients are stuck in the CMS thinking where I build out my templates with my content, and my content always sits within my templates. And that presents different types of issues. There are issues from operations. What if I want to use the same content that I've put into my CMS for an email in my paid advertising method? I have to do a bunch of copying, pasting, breakdown of single source of truth. My version control is over here, it's over there. It becomes a mess. The friction is high, and the work just doesn't move through the business as efficiently. And then the other side of that is in-market tracking. So I asked the question around reporting and bringing reporting insights back into the briefing process, because Content Hub, it's not quite there yet, but it's one step away. So you can upload, I'll put it in the context of my client, 50 pictures of a swimming pool. You're listing properties and you're running an experiment, which we should be doing across every instance of marketing. And I briefed my photographer to take 50 pictures of a swimming pool across all variants. So from the north side, from the east side, from the south side, from the west side, at sunrise, at sunset, at the height of the day, with people in the pool, people not in the pool, at different times of the year. And we test those 50 pictures of the swimming pool in market to different customers, and we see what draws the clicks. Then what's interesting is, can you bring that reporting data back into the briefing stage to then order those 50 swimming pools by their performance? So say you've tested those 50 swimming pools for 6 months. You pull the performance data back into the asset library, and rather like filtering by size of image and all those kinds of things, you filter by performance, and as a operational step, you made a cut of the least performing 25% of swimming pools, and you build that operation into the organizations that you work with to continue to optimize the assets that they work from. You're nodding your head because the role of CDP is central to Content Hub. And do you have any views on the future, Satish, of asset management and how the tracking of text and images is set to evolve, and how far away possibly we might be from a solution like that, and where automation might be able to enhance it further.
Yeah, sure. Let's tackle it from probably two angles. One is generation of this feedback. There are some platforms which are very open about it, and there are some platforms which many marketers know or call the walled gardens, from which getting that individual level feedback on what has happened is very, very difficult. So, okay, you're drawing me closer to AI. So you are talking about image, video, and this various kind of content. So just a quick story here. You know Formula One, right? So they have to have multiple parameters and test it. And one of the thing is when they have to test it, they actually need to put the human driver, okay? Now, after multiple testing, they figured out that the human driver is actually the bottleneck in terms of quick turnaround in the testing. So what they made is they created the digital twin, okay? Digital twin plus whatever you're calling out as the multi-parameter image and this thing, it's called the multimodal AI platforms. So that is a heavily researched area at this point in time. And I would say that
maybe Mike, but a digital twin of the driver.
Yeah, yeah. So that exactly? And this is matched together, and they are able to iterate on a almost hourly basis whether I should make the dynamics by another 1 mm smoother and other things, right? So it's like many times we just look at our domain to figure out how to solve it, but it might be already solved in some other domain. It's about keeping your radar open and figuring out how to cross-position it.
What's involved in I'm taking this one step deeper, but what's involved in making a digital twin of a Formula One racing driver?
So yeah, it is based on, again, data collection of his past driving, how he does it. So you need a certain amount of past data. But as I told, even AI is involving in a more iterative manner, where instead of taking the past history of data, you could train it on a small subset, and then when the next subset of data comes, you just have the trained parameters and you can augment it, okay? So these are all advancements which is coming in terms of where the AI is reaching. And to answer, since you asked how far are we from all these, it's not very far, but the only caveat there is everything costs. Everything comes with a cost. So if you have a decent, Rand spoke about the budget, so if you have some level of budget, or if you get lucky that the data is publicly available, say OpenAI has come out, so if you go and see if there are, it's a trending sensation. I think you should experiment it. There are myriad amount of use cases, starting from search engine optimizations, which you can run on top of it. Content creation. Many people thought creative AI is like far away. This fellow is generating poems if you give a scenario.
I think this is a great platform to discuss the excitement of OpenAI, and I would encourage you to step into that more. And what use cases do you get excited by, either of you?
Oh, I don't know. My head is exploding, to be honest, because it's like myriad of things are possible. In the sense, the whole generation AI is something which we thought is much far away, but this has changed the scenario in a matter of weeks. I don't know from which industry you are asking. If it's marketing, I feel that one of course, marketing has multiple use cases, but if you can find a niche category of market, right, on your particular vertical or this thing, that's called the blue ocean strategy. Many people struggle. They have a theoretical science behind blue ocean strategy, but in real world, it's very, very difficult. I believe this is one of the tool which could take a marketer towards that, to find a completely blue ocean category. And he would be a rock star if he finds that.
To help with the terminology, your how would you qualify a blue ocean strategy?
So blue ocean is what sometime back I mentioned, that it is something somebody has never seen before. As simple as that. Currently, if you think about it, we are just drawing various experience. We are not looking out of the box because the unknown is still there. So how do you discover the unknown and tackle it, right? So that becomes a blue ocean. And many times it comes when you're on cocaine or something, but OpenAI could augment that process.
I certainly think about, perhaps this is in the context to ChatGTP, perhaps it's broader than that. The bookend of the creative process, so the very beginning, ideation, and the very end, the automation of assets. So the second one is I think easier to tackle because I mentioned it around Content Hub and experimentation. So if you can have a computer write a subject line in 1,000 different ways in a second for a particular segment, in a particular tone of voice, for a particular business KPI, then that has potential to supercharge experimentation from a dynamic content perspective, 100%. The more kind of abstract but also creatively interesting end of the bookshelf is ideation. So creative teams get together often at the 11th hour to try and crack a creative problem with limited energy and let's say creative juice, and to be able to put a brief into ChatGTP to say I am a 24-year-old mother of two who's a professional living in Berlin. What is it like to fly? And yeah, 100 answers. 100 answers. And if you're working for Lufthansa or a German airline, that would be the subtext of that kind of creative brief. And to throw a creative team at 100 different variants of that particular customer, I mean, it's a demographic, so it's not too specific. I guess on your blue ocean angle, really widen the potential for creativity and support creative teams who are often squeezed at the end of delivery to complete the work. Rand, so over to you. The emergence of ChatGTP and the potential of these types of technologies to empower your work on your projects and with your clients. Are you having these conversations with your colleagues, or in your head, or with your computer in some way right now?
Yes. Yes, I interact with my colleague as well regarding that, AI boosted tools, right, so that we can make better decision. But yes, it's still, you have to explore a lot of options to find the best one, because there are a lot of tools are available in the market, right? And not every tool is perfect, right? Even close to perfect. So you have to, I would say you have to test it first, right? And then if you get the data, right, that is actually you wanted, to achieve your goal regarding your marketing projects, then obviously it would be fruitful, otherwise it's not, right? Because I invested in many tools, right? And at the start, I was exploring which tool could help me with this project, right? And after a month or 15 days, 20 days, it depends, right? I had to cancel the subscription because it was actually hefty amount I had to pay, right? And it was not meeting my requirements. Then after exploring, getting reviews, right, from the different marketeers, obviously, right, we reached, to few AI tools that is actually helping us. The first one, I would say, I already mentioned SimilarWeb that I integrated, Go High Level. This is amazing tool because
what's the name of the tool?
Go High Level. SimilarWeb and Go High Level. Yeah. So Go High Level tool is something, so let's say if you have a goal of call conversion, right? You want more calls for your client, right? So the call conversion data that Google Ads provides you, I would say it's not correct, right? There is some discrepancies. So when you integrate the Go High Level with Google Ads, right, then you will be having the real-time data, how many calls that you are generating through different platforms, not only Google Ads. So you can integrate Go High Level to each and every platform, be it organic, Facebook, or any PPC platform, right? So we'll be having the recording as well, the qualified leads, whether we are getting it through or not, right? And SimilarWeb is something that will give you the insights of your competitors, and close enough. It's not something accurate, but close enough, right? So that you can make your own strategy to beat the competitors in the market if you have a low budget.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, that's all.
I have to cut you off here. And thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Satish.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone in the room. We, according to this big clock down here, are out of time. But I'll look to. It's hard to see it, so there's some sympathy with.
Are there any questions from the audience
speakers.
at this point? Yeah, do you want to come up and ask a question? Yeah, go on. Go ahead over to the mic there. That's great.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dindi. Thank you for the talk. It was very interesting and a lot of insights. You've mentioned all the positive impact of AI in terms of convenience and optimization. You know, as marketers, it really helps our jobs, make it more easier with all the AI tools. But what's your opinion on, for example, AI-generated art? Like, on the one hand, it helps marketers, but on the other hand, it affects the artists with all the copyright concerns and, you know, those stuff, since we're in a paradigm shift right now. So I just want to know your thoughts about that.
That I already told, regarding the AI tools, actually they are helping us. We are humans.
But AI art, right? Specific to AI art.
Okay. Yeah.
Is AI art harming traditional art?
Yeah. So my opinion is that ultimately you are the one who is actually taking decision regarding that, because there are a lot of copyright issues. Obviously, I do agree with you. So you have to make some tweaks. So AI tool, just give you the idea how to perform it, how to write a content, right? And if you want to generate unique one, so obviously you have to put your efforts as well in that. Yeah, that's how actually it would, give you better result. Otherwise, if you cannot think, if you will find, the AI tool generated content is the best one, so obviously this will not help you in your marketing efforts, right? So you have to make some tweaks based on the strategy that you are making for your clients.
Okay, that's a semi-legal question, if you want my perspective. So this is where regulation helps you. Okay, if we have 2 minutes, I'll just give you an example. The closest to AI, I keep repeating this word, probabilistic. Anything, if you put AI, it becomes probabilistic. The way probably these arts are generated is like it picks various small pixels which cannot be tied back to a plagiarization from an original artist, and it puts it together. Okay, this is the internal workings. I'm just talking about how it's happened. Now, the other industry where this kind of probabilistic thing happens and why that industry is now flourishing is the pharma industry. Pharma industry, do you know any of your medicine which you're taking, it doesn't have 100% probability it will work on you. Okay? So the FDA gives a benefit analysis, trade-off analysis, saying that, okay, if this drug is taken at this dosage, there is a 70% guarantee for this demographics of population, it is going to work. So based on that cost-benefit analysis is what you're doing. So this is where the regulatory body comes and kind of puts this kind of regulation. How much of pixel stealing you can call it as stealing? Each country will have their own threshold. We cannot, it's a very, very high level question. In fact, if you want to get associated with governments, good, go and make it legal. And I believe there should be regulation, even for AI, to improve itself in terms of how much they are doing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Fair enough.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you
Let's
for
give a nice round of applause for our panelists. Please, thank you guys for still being with us. I feel like you need a bit of a shot of caffeine. Let's do a bit of a wake-up exercise, shall we? Guys, do you fancy doing this? Stand up for me. Stand up for me. Stand up for me. I want to get some energy in this room. I want could you get some oxygen into your lungs? So come on, everybody do it. There we go, Let's do nice big clap, nice big clap. Shake it out, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. Let's all shake it out. Shake it out. Ah, that feels better. Are we a bit more awake now? There we go. Excellent. Excellent. We've got one more panel session for you the rest of the day. This is why I just like to have fun with you, to be honest with you. And our next panel discussion is going to be on technology is taking over, but one thing that shouldn't change is customer-centric thinking. As a matter of fact, the average consumer is looking to more and more brands to produce meaningful experiences that provide authenticity and relevance. Please welcome Jeanette Nagy, owner of co-founder and CEO of Iron Dome Crisis Management, to the stage. Hi, Jeanette. And coming along with her are panelists Maria Frangi, founder and CEO of Social Prize, Adan Ali, account executive from Ogilvy. I always struggle with that one, apologies. And Nikita Prokhorov, he's back once again. The Renegade Master, founder and CEO of Reputation House. Fantastic, guys. And just flick your microphones on if they've been switched off, and I'll hand it over to you. Thank you so much.
So, are we ready? Guys, I'm happy that you are still alive. I will tell you one story. Me and my beautiful colleague Janet, we were looking for moderator of this section. And when we tried to find moderators of session, organizers of conference told us, you will be moderators, you're ready. Okay, first of all, to sum up, we are going to talk which main challenges can be faced by any brand. And I suppose that it will be correct if we start with just a short sum up about all of our speakers, just a few words about ourselves. Guys, why we are here and which useful things can we bring to you? Okay, introduce.
Hi, I'm Adan. I'm currently an account executive at Ogilvy. My job is to make brands matter, and that's why I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Maria. I'm the founder and CEO of Social Prize, so we help brands digitize.
Hi, I'm Janet. Whenever you've got crisis, you call me. I push you out. So I'm founder and CEO of Iron Dome Crisis Management, and yeah, that's enough for this moment.
Okay, glad to see you all. I'm still Nikita Prokhorov. No changings. I'm still guru of reputation, and if you want to suppress something out of Google, out of Yahoo, call me. Okay, let's start. We all are marketers, but I hope most of us are marketers. And we try to do good business for good people, and we help to good people create great services. But we all face some issues. For example, our clients can be unhappy. Our clients can post bad reviews, bad articles about us, and we find such issue. We are trying to do something great, something good, but our brand can't become rich. Our sales don't increase. Maybe that's why I'm a reputation master. That is why I create good reputation for businesses. But in my point of view, one of main challenges now is unhappiness of our clients and bad reviews on different websites. Maybe you can start on your point of view. Which challenges and which troubles can be faced by brands nowadays?
In terms of clients or just like brands in general?
In both ways.
In both ways. So, I mean, I think for brands, like we've been talking about a lot about, you know, digital media and like traditional media in the sense. I think just straddling the lines of keeping the traditional touch points alive at the same time transitioning into a digital sphere, I think is a big challenge for most brands I see, and also at the same time staying original to their true purpose as defined digital touch points for their consumers, and also keeping clients happy. I mean, clients will never be happy. They're paying the big bucks. It is how it is. But I think just being empathetic to your clients' needs, I think is very crucial to any client satisfaction and driving their business forward in the way they want.
Okay, so I'd say budget. Even largest brands have issues with budgets. Like prices of ads online, prices of digital services are increasing like crazy, so they really cannot handle it that much. After the pandemic, they are facing a lot of trouble to know how to allocate their budget in between their internal resources and how much to dedicate to online. Also, how to go back, you know, to the physical space, because they need to engage in events, they need to pay influencers, they need to budget for online ads and offline ads, and that's a lot for them to handle. I'd also say having the skills to actually be able to know what they want, because there has been a lot of shift throughout the pandemic, so changing to online, then going back, you know, to the phygital phase that we are going through is also a challenge. And I'd say keeping a client happy, I'd second what you said, but I'd also say that it's good sometimes to let go of some clients because you don't see eye to eye. It's totally fine. You will have a good relationship with other clients. It's fine if you don't have the same objectives, and then things would be sometimes much better.
I thank you for your realistic approach. Happiness, clients, budgets,
yes,
money.
Yes, it is.
I suppose that you guys all have enough budgets, right? We all are rich guys. And speaking about big brands.
Yes, it's exactly about big brands. Luxury brands today are struggling like crazy because they didn't sell during the pandemic.
And low-coster brands?
If they actually digitized during the pandemic, they were ready. They are booming right now. If they didn't, then they're struggling at the level of selling because they didn't know what to do. They didn't have a website. They didn't have the skills. So today they couldn't sell, and they're still struggling.
I'm glad that we all marketers have something in common. We all like budgets.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Good. So, in my opinion, which the main challenge is for brand are fast-moving content and attention. So we have to always check the issues from our brand. So what issues are current? Does an issue affect my brand? And how can I interact if a brand gets damaged? And what actions do I need to prepare? So the most of us, the most common instrument is to a professional issue management, so to tracking all the issue all the time in real time best, so you can media monitoring all the time globally and track the issues. And don't forget social listening. Don't forget to track the discussion on Twitter, on Facebook, and so on. There are really good systems today on the market. So yes, at least with an alerting by negative media news in real time, yeah, so that's normal all day.
Okay, actually we have started our next question. What should we do if our brand has faced some crises? I would like to start, because maybe you would like to start. Okay, because brands in crisis, it's my favorite situation. And I like this moment because they all my typical clients. I suppose you have the same, use the same. Guys, we're bad guys. We like brands in crises, right? Okay, we solve these crises with a strategy of online reputation management, and it contained 4 things. First of all, like my colleagues has already said, social listening. There are several social monitoring systems. We are not going to advertise somebody now, but you can find them in the Google. But there are services, it's kind of big brothers, which pick up every mentions in the web in almost real-time mode, in Twitter and Google. And the most interesting thing is that consumers don't really need to tag brand. Social monitoring system will find it anyway. Then, we will face some negative mentions. It's okay, negative is okay. And if you get some negative reviews and negative mentions, it is great, because it means 2 things. First of all, you have some business, and second thing, you have some clients. If you haven't still gotten any bad comments, bad news, maybe you don't have clients. So what can we do with the negative? We can try to communicate them as a representative for brand, or we can try to delete it. Just remember one thing, almost 80% of all mentions on the internet can be deleted. Third issue, and unfortunately most marketers don't want to think about it. Nobody wants to create positive information about brands. If brands don't care about creation of positive, nobody will do it instead of you. And the last issue is SERM, Search Engine Reputation Management. You must fulfill Google and Yandex with positive content, because it is the fastest way to hide your crisis. And yes, you solve crisis later, but first of all, you must take care about your clients. They should find only positive and good information about you. It's my point of view. Maybe my clients, my colleagues have other ideas about it. Any ideas? You can do everything.
Yeah. May I just a bit disagree somewhere, because in the phase where everything needs to be positive, it looks like a beautiful utopic world, and it's not actually the reality. As you said, having negative reviews is really good, because this means that the business is held by human beings, and human beings make errors, and that's good. But it's all about how we face that. So going there and apologizing for a mistake we've done, handling it the right way. I don't know if it was a deficient product, then we can ask for it back. So this shows that there is a brand that cares about its customers, and if any mistake happens, this is where we are there to answer. But I'd also say that it's not only about that, it's also how the brand interacts with it, and maybe sometimes you need to listen to actually you always need to listen to the clients, because when they say there's something wrong, then there is actually something wrong, and it's going to escalate. So why not really listen and take this as an opportunity, because someone is there telling you, and then take their number and talk to them and see what's wrong and fix it so that this doesn't happen again. So I'd see this as an opportunity as well.
I'd also like to add that whenever there's a crisis, we as marketers generally just go in our survival shell and think of it only as a fight or flight response. But like you said, it's more important to listen to your clients, listen to understand why that crisis happened, and then also to find a story in that crisis. Find a story, link it back, then create your own, and then drive the narrative forward. Your way out of the crisis. So
okay, we have faced trouble. We have created the whole story, and we know the source of trouble. What to do then?
We come to you.
And then,
well, if it doesn't work, I mean, there are two ways. Sometimes there's an attack, and that's when we really need to come to you. But sometimes there's an actual problem with a product or service that a brand needs to address. Otherwise, it will go out of business. So it depends on the situation. It's not really like black and white.
And if it
what
is
would you
gray,
recommend?
If it is gray, what to do then?
Then what would you recommend?
I have already described my strategy. First of all, in my opinion, we should create a kind of tone of voice. It's a point of view of brand, how to communicate, who will communicate, why should we communicate. Sometimes we don't actually need to do anything, because I have discussed it with speaker from our yesterday conversation. There was a very cool lady about psychological marketing, and we find a very interesting idea that sometimes people create negative about brand just because they have too much free time. And when people have such too much free time, they start to do sometimes very stupid things, unfortunately. So, and after that, yes, social listening, monitoring, dealing with negative, creation of positive, and search engine reputation management. Okay, your ideas?
Absolutely. So we should not forget not only our client, but also the communities, the clients of our clients, the communities, the media, the influencer, all that people, all that meanings are very, very, very important.
Okay. So question. Okay, I will start our next question.
Yeah.
Guys, we are here in Dubai, but we almost all are from different countries. Eastern Europe, even Northern America, Africa, Asia. Maybe there is somebody from Southern America, maybe. But of course we all want to work with global brands, with huge brands, with great brands. But sometimes it's very tough for global brands to penetrate to local market, because almost every country has its own players, its own social networks, its own search engines, and maybe even local players. When I spend my time in the United States, I use Uber Eats, Instamart. When I arrived here, Talabat, where is Uber? Careem, and other local players. And sometimes brands really don't know how to penetrate to local market and how to become maybe some kind of local. Which experience do you have about it?
Yeah, so I think first you should test your market. So culturally adaptive communication is the key. And yeah, it's a game to finding out what the person wants. And also the internal communication between you and your employees. Then yeah, diverse backgrounds from these employees. And yeah, it's also important. What does your customer need? Yeah, and because they are also the key for you, and yeah, buyers, distributors, and because these stakeholders became advocates from your brand. And so it's very important to listening, to find out what they want. And yeah, so yeah, paying attention to their language, terms, and even tone of voice. What do you say? Yeah. And yeah, that's it.
Okay.
I think I'd go from the stakeholders. Basically, finding the right stakeholders would help you enter the market easily. So when they are aware of what the customer's needs, this really saves you half of the time and half of the trial and error you have. So I mean, collaborating with the right stakeholders and being flexible as well as a brand. So you cannot just come with what you have and say, this is what I have, and forget about everyone else in the market. It's all about being flexible and agile to really match the needs of these people, because they are a different culture and you might need as well to offer new products. So having the right stakeholders would be very, very supportive.
Stakeholders, budgets again, right?
Of course, of course. It's all about budgets. I mean, when you're in Dubai, you'd spend, 10 times the amount of any advertising budget you'd have in any other country. It's also about the number of people that are available online. So the number of people here are way less compared to KSA in Egypt. So it's really very different in terms of cost.
I agree. I have already relocated several employees here to Dubai, and now I suppose it was not best idea.
Yes,
okay.
I'll just summarize it with everything everyone has said. So you mentioned how over here you have to do Talabat and Careem instead of Uber and Uber Eats like in the US. But at the end of the day, both of those companies are global. They're part of a global network. Careem owned by Uber, Talabat is owned by Delivery Hero. But there are also perfect examples of how they leverage stakeholders, like you mentioned here, and then penetrated the market using the tone of voice of this market. So Talabat uses a tone of voice that's very Arab, so is Careem. And then they also are trying to address pain points of this market. They understand that it's an expat-driven market. There are needs of expats that need to be met. At the same time, locals have different needs compared to the networks globally. So I think like just looking at Talabat, Careem, examples of successful brands in this region that have grown in this region organically is also a great stepping stone for your own brand when you think to penetrate into a market like this.
Okay, actually, when I see myself in schedule in this panel discussion, I was going to argue with you, but you still haven't offered me any option where can we argue. But we will try, I promise.
It's probably because we work a lot in the region.
I like your idea about budgets. Now I'm thinking only about budgets. It's the main challenging for any brand. I can tell you about my experience. First of all, I see that there is one very interesting issue. It's local social networks and local search engines. When we work especially with Eastern Europe, it is another internet. It's not like internet 203, it's just another internet. Because there is local search engine, not Google. There is local social network like VKM, Vkontakte, and Odnoklassniki and some other social networks. I suppose maybe you haven't even heard about it, but in some countries they are much popular than Facebook and Google. And for me, my main social network is actually LinkedIn, not Facebook. But when I ask some guys in Eastern Europe, add my friends LinkedIn. Where? LinkedIn. LinkedIn. Yes, LinkedIn. What's that? Forget about it. Facebook, Instagram, and again and again. And there is one very interesting issue. All these local social networks have their own tone of voice and typical strategy. Because I have seen several local blogging platforms and several local social networks where people still post very long posts with 3,000 or 4,000 symbols. Guys, are you really do it? Yes. And what about Twitter? Oh, Twitter too short for us. We want to create great text. Yesterday I saw a panel discussion about social networks. Forget about text. Reels, YouTube shorts. Some countries still prefer very long posts. And my main idea, it is a very great strategy to maybe even check local panel discussion, local conferences, because maybe you will find a lot of interesting facts about local internet, and it will cause you some interesting idea about how to do a market on local markets. And I have also found at least 2 countries which don't have Coca-Cola, because they have their own soft drinks. And I suppose maybe Coca-Cola have penetrated their own local brand to these markets. But it can be really a miracle for brands that they are going global, and maybe there are no global brands of these markets, so they will have to adapt to these markets. Yep.
Yeah, so I heard that Coca-Cola has also different recipe.
Yep.
So, yeah, good. Perhaps it's also important to know about the history of some countries and what a brand's name really, perhaps a name from a brand has another name in this country.
Absolutely.
And this could be difficult. Do you have experience?
I do. I actually have a client that works in selling used cars, and in Turkey they had to change their name because that had copyrights, and they had no choice. And it's all over the internet, although it's spelled in a different way, but they had no other choice. And then we had to do the rebranding all over again, and then we had to do, the search engine optimization, different keywords, and linking, because it's the only country where we're using a completely different name, and it's spelled differently. So yes, it's difficult, but it's also very challenging. It's nice. It's good to understand, different cultures, and you get to see how you can change the perception. But it's a very interesting challenge, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, next question. Maybe you would like to answer it?
Yeah.
Start.
Just what is the question?
Yeah. So, which possibility do you have to build your brand in a digital world?
What can you repeat the word?
Yeah. So, which possibility do you have to build a brand in the digital world?
I think like before you explore like a possibility in the digital world, it's very important to first like take a step back, see what your brand is, and then find the right touch point for your brand in the digital world. Now, I have an example from one of my clients which mainly deals with water and electricity conservation, but they came up to us at the agency and they're like, how about we come up with an NFT for one of our events? And we were like, hang on, wait a second. Do you understand that NFTs are like detrimental to the environment, and you have to understand how NFT works before you even think of having an NFT for your event, because it's not going to look good on your brand. So that's a client that completely forgot that what their own brand stands for. So as a steward of the brand, before you obviously lead them into like a fancy buzzwordy digital sphere, it's important to remind them what their brand stands for. So I think it's extremely important for any brand to first see what they stand for, because there are now a million different touch points in the digital space. So like, is a reel right for you? Is an NFT the way to go? Is just having a storefront online the right solution for you? So there's just so many digital solutions, but it's very important for brands to first like introspect what they stand for, and then find the right touch point and go forward.
I think it's like the possibilities are really endless, but at second, what you said, it's all about understanding who you are, but it's also really knowing how far you want your brand to go. So sometimes you really forget why I'm here. Not to mention the values, but also what's my goal? I'm like, this is a bottle of water. The aim is to serve people who run in conferences, people who are at the office, and then suddenly you want to serve others who are at the beach, but your bottle is not made for that, and you forget it. So you either need to have like a reality check sometime, and this is where your agency helps you out, but it could also be an opportunity for you to create a new range where you can grow your business, and that's also where your agency is there to support you and say, you know what, you want to do that, there is a demand for that because social media is showing those numbers, and therefore you can engage in it, or it's not, and drop the idea. So yeah, there are lots of possibilities, but having the social media data at your hands and the insights, this is really powerful, and it allows you to grow your business in any way possible and the right way, so without the trial and error part. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. What's your opinion, Nikita?
Yeah, speaking about social media and power to grow your business, I suppose that they all rely on a cool feeling of self-confidence and self-determination. For example, do you think that you are a cool marketer?
Not really, pretty boring.
Okay, what about you?
I'm not really a marketer.
You're a cool marketer. I suppose you're a cool marketer?
No.
Okay, who are a cool marketer? Come on, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You are a cool marketer. And you too. I remember my friend on LinkedIn. Now you're a cool marketer. My psychology marketer right after behind you. Okay, guys, but of course, 10 cool marketers in this area. But do your clients know that you are great marketers? Are you sure? Have you asked them? So every day you call your clients, do you still remember that I'm a great marketer? It is a very cool issue, because maybe we all are superstars of marketing in our homelands or in countries where do we live, in Eastern Europe, in Asia, in Africa. But when we try to penetrate to new markets, to local markets, we all become no names, anonymous. Just strange guys who tell people that they're great marketers. So, and now we should try to persuade people that we still are great brands or great agencies on which side we are. And that is why we all must be sure that clients believe us. Actually, that is why I always try to tell you about context. We all should set context. That is why I ask you all to tell a few things about you. Because maybe half of this area, half of these people look at us, 4 strange people on stage are going to teach us something. And actually it's a very cool issue to try to find information about you on new markets. I suppose that there are people who like reading, and many of you received magazine about this conference yesterday. Have you checked it? I tried to find information about myself. Nothing. No Nikita on this conference. I called host, guys, where is information about me? Nikita, you're cool enough, you will present yourself. Okay, maybe they don't like my picture, I don't know. But that is why I have to tell you every day, Nikita reputation line, Nikita reputation line. And I suppose that it is really great way for business and for agencies to remind people, hello, I'm a brand, I do this and this, and I am great because of such issues. So guys, remind your clients that you're great marketers. And if you help other brands, ask brands to remind to customers about themselves. Because sometimes we all can be trapped in cool feeling of self-confidence, but maybe our client don't believe us. Yo.
How would you recommend we do that?
First of all, please tell them that you are a great marketer. Come on, do it. Now.
Okay, I'm a great marketer.
Whoa, it is the beginning of self-PR.
But how would we do that with the clients? What would you recommend?
First of all, social networks and their own websites. We almost all of us are being mentioned in ratings, in reviews. I really gather the whole archive of my mentions in internet. And I also do the same for my clients. They are being mentioned in a review, okay, screenshot, video. They are being mentioned somewhere in a rating, okay, screenshot, video. And I always make my clients to take part in all ratings, in all surveys, because this way they all can become superstars of any market. Sometimes it is an issue. You know that in the end of every year, in every country, there are different contests. Best car of the year, best mobile phone of the year. And who are these brands who win in these ratings? The only way to win is to try to take part in it. If even you get second place, third place, you are still awardee. You cannot mention third place, but awardee, it's also a cool way. So don't be shy. Actually, I don't believe in such things like shy people, introvert. I suppose it's something about our laziness. Sometimes I'm also very lazy. I hate to wake up early in the morning. I don't think, why this conference start at 9 o'clock? Come on. Why not 10?
It's the difference in time.
Yes.
Come on.
11, 12 will be better. Come on. But I suppose that we all should remind people every time, every day about ourselves. I like to read my WhatsApp after such conferences because there are several colleagues. One of them are still in this room. He sent me messages at 3 a.m. in the night, this night. Nikita, this is your name from conference. In the night? Serious? Come on, seriously. But I remember him. He reminded me about himself. So maybe it is challenging for people, but yes, brands and people should remind about themselves every year, every day, every week.
Thank you, Nikita. I'm very happy that you speak from self-confident, because our clients would like to work with someone who is self-confident, who has a strong brand. And it is so important for us. Perhaps an experience from my side. From time to time, I analyze cases, crisis cases. So I analyze companies who has really big crisis, and I wrote a story about that. I give advice in my stories, and this is perfect because these companies wrote me back. It's like, wow, thank you, Janet. Thank you for for this, for sharing your knowledge, and it's for nothing. They paid nothing, but after the crisis, they call me. Okay, now we have a damaged brand. Could you please come and and so and so. And so if you would like to have a good brand from yourself, you have to give without a factory. No, without paying. You give from your heart. And then the clients see that and think, wow, that's cool. And next days, after I analyze cases from companies in crisis, also the media call me. Wow, that's interesting. You have an interesting point of view. We would like to make interviews. We would like to make. We would like to have a statement, and so you build also brands.
Okay, let's talk about media. Actually, a very cool issue. We have 7 minutes to go, and I suppose that in 2-3 minutes, our super host will ask us to start Q&A session. let's end up with talking about media and mass media. Guys, how do you think? If we are not great brands, yes, we are great brands and great agencies, but if we are not great brands, how can we attract attention of mass media and influencers?
I think trying to find the core of the trend at that moment, I think, is because mass media is always running after what people are running after. So if you tap into that conversation, I started a public health awareness campaign at the start of COVID back in Pakistan. Just a bunch of like you college students coming together. We have to make a public health awareness. How do we reach out to media? So there are two things. One is obviously to tap. We were lucky because our campaign was about COVID, and COVID was the big thing at the moment. But the second most important thing is to give them the content before asking them to write content about you. So we got like 6-7 students who knew how to write, and we were like, write news stories, write press releases, write articles, write features about what we are doing right now in the tone of voice of that news outlet. And then we just pitched it.
Do you pay them for it?
They were all volunteers. So it was an all volunteer health awareness campaign, no money involved. We just wrote that copy, sent it to a bunch of newspapers, and ended up with clips in first in local newspapers, then in regional newspapers, and then eventually ended up in BBC, Dutch Well, so on. So it's about creating content before asking them for it, and then no matter how big or small you are, you will end up seeing the limelight. Like you said, most people are lazy. Do their work for them, and they'll run it for you.
What about you? Publications in Forbes?
No, not really. I'd say make it like original, quite an experience, because influencers get requests every day. So know your brand well, make it unique, even if it's a small brand, and try to understand who that influencer is. Don't tackle everyone. You don't want to work with everyone. Just make sure that influencer has the right niche for you, and that's how you can just put your brand in a very beautiful experience. That will attract them. They would be willing to do it for free, even if they get paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars. The second where you show them that you really care about them, you understand what they do, they would feel unique and they would do it for free. So I'd go for a great experience.
Janet, when will we see your interview? Somewhere?
So attract more attention from the mass media. So I told you my experience, and for me the important thing is to serve their topics from the mass media, and also for their target group, and then you have your goal.
Okay. Unfortunately we haven't argued. I don't know why, but we always just argue. Don't do it. We have argued. Thank you for it. I can offer you my strategy. I really like my ego, because my ego is much more important for me than my health. Maybe it's not okay. Maybe that is why I'm twice divorced. Maybe it is the reason. But I have my own strategy. I have created a list of marketing mass media in almost all countries of the world. Actually, of course, I haven't done it. My assistant has done it for me, and I pay for them. And my own task, I created one article every week. My plan, one article, and then we just send this article to one after one. So in a year, this way, I will be able to gather from 50 up to 80 publications every year. And in 2 or 3 years, this way you will be able to gather enough content for your book. Whoa, book published on Amazon. And someday people can find one very interesting issue. The whole Google, the whole Yandex is fulfilled with articles of marketing superstar. And after that, Forbes will call you one day, some days, but they will call you. This morning I was delighted by a lady who was speaker. She has her face on a cover. I make a picture. I have never been on cover of Forbes. They have 13 my publications, but where is cover? Maybe I should call them. So, speaking about laziness, maybe all marketing agencies and brands should create their own list of articles which they can create as their own list of mass media, which can get their publication. And this way, mass media will not have any chance to ignore us. Guys, we have 2 minutes to go. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. You have, yep, you're welcome. Where is coffee? Where is food? I know question.
Hi, this is Prabha. Thank you for your insightful discussion. I just have one question. How do a brand or a company with multiple services position themselves in a digital world? Because I can give you a little explanation. Any clients or any person who's coming onto the digital space to look at one particular product or one particular thing that he requires to know about. When he comes in, I can't put myself, our company, in a way that he has to spend 20 minutes of his time reading all the services and then coming to that point. So now, how do we position these multiple services as one brand in this digital world?
Brilliant question. Thank you for it. Maybe it is the best question of this day, really, I think so. Because it is question of real man from real brand. You have faced that situation, right?
Exactly.
Yes. I can know from my experience, because we have clients with many industries, with many offices. I always ask such companies to own one person who will be in charge of this business. And we sometimes with this person or this person send us a list. Tasks for one country, tasks for other country, tasks for this industry, tasks for another industry. And we create very clear schedule and calendar of tasks for every industry. Because if you don't do it, in 1 year, maybe in several months, you will get a mail, you don't do anything. You are very, very bad guy. So clear task, clear plan, and one responsible man. Maybe it can be you. It's a very cool position. Any ideas?
Can I ask you, are your services very diversified?
Not exactly. The work that would be required to produce that product or a service is same, but it is in a different formats.
Why does a person need to read about it online?
My company, we are into medical communications. So in this, we kind of produce publications. That is one format that we produce. Other thing is we do some kind of 3D medical animations. And other thing, we also develop disease awareness websites. So these are 3 different formats and 3 different things. A person coming to look at who develops website in this particular area, I cannot position myself as a website designing company.
Yes, because these are 3 different kind of services,
exactly,
so they are completely different. Why are you trying to put them all together? Because the person who's going to come to you to have a website, he might be interested.
I suppose.
Yeah, he might be interested in another service. That's true. But if you're going to come and tell him, I do this and that before you address the website, he's going to go away because you didn't understand what he's asking for. Yeah, so maybe exactly you need to just address each one on its own and focus on having a different service, maybe as well a different website for every and each one of them. And try to get the clients to call you instead of waiting, or reading information online, because it's going to be hard for you to cross-sell these services together. But yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions from the audience? And I just want to pull up a couple of points on the influencer marketing and brands working influencers, because we have a terrible time here in the UAE because people don't check the backgrounds of their influencers, they don't check the niches that they fall into, and they don't check whether their followers are authentic. I'll give you an example. A prominent local businessman yesterday put on his story, "Yay, I've just celebrated 650,000 followers." Went onto Social Blade, which I always use to check people, bought 400,000 followers overnight. And this is someone that's verified as well, right? And also, as a journalist and someone that's worked in print media and broadcast media, the amount of times we get sent press releases and we sit there and we go, so what, who cares? File under B for bin, because it's completely irrelevant to us. And these are just common mistakes that people constantly make. So really it's up to brands and clients and agencies to be doing a lot more due diligence than they are, and to know their media and their influencers.
But there are more awareness, there's more awareness in there, and brands are more careful with whom they want to work So I had a brand once tell me, I don't want to work with that lady because that's like a supermarket, so she has everything in her stories, and I don't want to see my brand there. So I think influencers need really to look into that as well, and because they're losing lots of business, I'm very sure that. And eventually, it's a matter of time. So that's the market. I mean, when the supply is going to decrease, you know, they're going to realize that they have to change the strategy.
I'd love to see the platforms removing the verifications and the fake followers. Thank you so much to our panelists. Great discussion. I love that. Thank you so much, guys. Fantastic. And of course, we do have our last set of awards to give out for the end of the day. And we've had some fantastic sessions today. Lots of interesting stuff. So I hope we learned a lot. I hope we made some great connections. And I've got some great collaborations and cooperations coming up. And exciting stuff. I've really enjoyed all our sessions today. So thank you so much to all our speakers and panelists. Thanks, ladies and gents. Thank you so much. Fantastic. And I'd like to welcome up to the stage our awards presenter, who is Wasim Jarkas, founder of iBlockchain, who's going to present our awards. Wasim, thank you so much and welcome to the stage. How are you? Wonderful to have you here this afternoon. And first up, Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Dr. Safira Ismail.
All right. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Marketing 2.0 team. Special shout out to you, Shivani. You've been nothing but amazing for me. And next, I would like to say thank you to my team back in Malaysia, Tom Manas. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them, the endless support. And lastly, I would say I'd like to thank myself, me, for not giving up, for actually making sure that I would always move forward, regardless of the circumstances. Having said that, can I please hear a round of applause, not for me, but for all of you, because you guys made it here. So please. Woo!
Thank you, Dr. Safira. Amazing message. I love that a lot. Next Leadership Award winner is Alvina Khalid.
This is for all those times where we all stood up and took action rather than just sitting there and thinking about them. And thank you, Marketing 2.0, for recognizing that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alvina. Congratulations on your recognition award. And our next Leadership Award goes to Aditya Diwan.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0 Conference, for this wonderful honor. And first of all, and the best people I would like to thank is Madhouse Media, Team Madhouse. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for believing in me. You guys stood by me when absolutely nobody did. And thank you so much to my family back in Delhi. Thank you so much, Mom, Dad. Thank you so much, everybody out there who believed in me. And for all the people out here, let's keep working together. Let's grow brands together, and let's collaborate and make bigger content together. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Satish KS.
Thank you. Thank you, Shivani, for digging out a non-marketer for this marketing conference. And I had lots of immense learning from all the attendees. Thank you for that, because I'm not a direct marketer, but all the sessions were very enriching. And I dedicate this award to my team, because without them, there is no leader for keeping up with all the times we have gone through, the GDPR, then the COVID situation and everything. And lastly, my family back in Bangalore. Thank you all, and thank you for letting me a lone trip to Dubai in a holiday season.
Thank you, Satish. Thank you. Thank you so much. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Badr Al Ramayan.
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Shivani, of course. Marketing conference, I am very proud to be with you here. And special thanks again to Dubai, to the great team, Tajalli Agency team, my family, my country, and the guy who opened the opportunities for us, Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Thank you all.
Thank you and congratulations. Our next awardee of the Outstanding Leadership Award is Koji Kawato.
Thank you for inviting this great conference, great opportunity. I'm Koji Kawato from Passion Partner Japan. So, if you are interested in Japanese market, especially public relation or promotion, please approach me anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And the next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award is Edmund Fernandez.
Thank you everyone for having me here. I'd like to quote one of my managers. One day he told me that, listen Ed, the soldiers fight the fiercest battles, but it's the commander who gets all the allocates. So this is for all the soldiers out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Her Highness Sayyida Tengku Hadia Abang. Congratulations.
I'd like to thank everyone for coming here also, by the way. It's a good representation that you guys believe in what you do. I'd like to thank also my family. I'd like to thank my dad and my mom. My dad personally for having, for believing in me, especially where I came from. I'm not supposed to have a personal career, but then again, I really wanted to do what I'm doing right now. It's really coming from the heart. I tried to really push for what I believe in, and this is a representation in my community that you cannot just be restricted based on what your family is expected of you and what's your social role. You can go beyond that and you can create your own path. So thank you so much again to my dad, the Maharaja Shukr, for believing in me, and so as to my my mother who passed away a few years ago. This is for her. Thank you.
What a beautiful message. That's lovely. Thank you so much and congratulations. Our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Pramod K. Malu.
Good evening, everyone. I feel honored and I feel privileged to have received this. First things first, thank you, Marketing 2.0 Conference, for showing their trust and love and bestowing me with this award. I also want to dedicate this award to my team back in India and to all my clients globally. Without my team, I'm nobody. As I always say, I'm as good as my team. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my family who've stood by me all this while in my journey, and enjoy the rest of the evening. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And our next two awards are for Organization Awards, Best Organization Awards, and they go to Blue Monarch Group and Creative 9 Incubator.
First and foremost, I would really like to thank Marketing 2.0 for all of their hard work and the hard work that they're going to do in Vegas in a few days. So thank you for all organizing this piece. And I would really like to thank my team, who I think everyone is up by now, given the time zone difference, and really takes stride in the sometimes Mad Hatter ideas that I have when it comes to psychology marketing, and continues to surprise me and delight our clients with the deliverables and the business goals that they deserve.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, and congratulations on both of your awards. And our next leadership award goes to Arish Ambor.
Once again, Marketing 2.0, thanks for having me here. And thanks to all the participants over here who has won the awards. And thank you very much. Thank you.
And our final award winner of the afternoon for the Outstanding Leadership Awards is Karen Amin.
Thank you very much, Marketing 2.0, for this award. It means a lot. I'd really like to thank all my junior talent that worked with me throughout my career and staying up all the late nights in Indian advertising, burning the midnight oil night after night, weekend after weekend, year after year, and meeting all those impossible deadlines. And I'd love to thank also all the clients that bestowed faith in me and made us stay up all those late nights so that we could do all that amazing work. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. And once again, thank you so much to our wonderful award presenter as well. That is Wasim Jarkhan, founder of iBlockchain. Thank you so much for joining us for that. And once again, you guys, give yourself a nice big round of applause. Congratulations. Well done. It's time pretty much to call it a day. But before you return to your rooms and get ready to head out, who's heading out tonight? You guys going out on the town? Yes? Don't make it too much of a late one. I'd like to start on time tomorrow. That'd be good. I know, the troublemakers down here. That's what's going to happen. Please do pay a visit to the exhibition booths and connect with your industry experts around you. My name is Emma. Thank you so much for being here for day 2. I hope you've had an amazing time, and we'll see you for day 3 bright and early tomorrow morning, and get some coffee in you. Have a wonderful evening, guys.